Is that this partisan kind of back and forth? Is that something we're also seeing at the state level, and it has an impact on who you are able to recruit and to invest in the state of Michigan?
I think to a certain extent, but I do think everyone, whether it's been, Governor Granholm or Governor Snyder or Governor Whitmer or even a Governor Engler, have all at some level believed in the importance of investing in talent. I think there's always, and that's been an element. I think there's always been an element of support for small and medium-sized businesses. There's been a support for, trying to bring back places that, commercial places that have been out of and off of tax rolls for years. I think where the consensus has swayed is at what level do we come alongside businesses to de-risk investment in a world in which capital is mobile. Capital is no longer as fixed to a particular location as it once was. And so we have to decide, are we going to base the fact that we have to compete for capital, or are we going to say, well, a certain company is going to give us a hometown discount? And we're not just need to talk about the automotive space. We can talk about life sciences. We can talk about agribusiness. We can talk about fintech. Companies are looking to where they can de-risk long-term CapEx investments. They always have, they always will, and we have to have policies that are responsive to that.
The southern states that you're familiar with, how is the economic development culture different, or where is it different than it has been, which you've learned and started to understand about Michigan?
It's easier.
Easier?
Easier, because I think that there are still places in Michigan. I think most people in this room would say we want to grow economically. And I made the faulty assumption that most Michiganders felt that way. I still believe most Michiganders feel that way. But there are certain places in Michigan that are like, we're good. We don't really want to grow. We've either made our peace with whatever perceptions of their long-term growth or quality of place or whatever. And so you have to present the case as to why growth is a positive thing.
Is that new? Like the Ford Marshall, use that as an example. Is that new in your experience in Michigan or in states? I mean, have you seen that before, where big, major investments, job-creating investments, are opposed just because of where they would be?
I've never seen it before. And I talk to my peers elsewhere. They're like, good luck with that, my friend. I think it's, but you're beginning to see a little bit with, I think, a lot of the kerfuffle about data centers. And I think part of the challenge is we are at a point in society where it's very difficult to get aligned on the fact base. You can disagree, but at least get aligned on the fact base. And I think it's increasingly difficult, and we don't allow that alignment on the fact base.
I think that's very true. I want to go back to something you said about China. There was a story in the Wall Street Journal last week, maybe 2 weeks ago, quoting an executive from Geely from China saying that they plan to build a plant in the United States. 0 to 100, what do you think the chances are that that actually happens?
In the high 90s.
And do you think it would happen while President Trump is still in the White House?
That's a tough one. I think he's actually said before, I could be wrong, but as long as they're bringing investments, they're bringing the money, creating the jobs and bringing the investments. That's what he wants to create here. When you look back to when Japanese automakers came into the market, I think that it's just a matter of time. It's inevitable that's going to happen. Now, definitely cars coming across from China. I don't see that happening anytime soon.
No, I don't either.
Right, because of the tariffs and what will happen there. There'll be enough regulations in place that we won't see that. But opening up our doors to those automakers that are willing to come here and hire American workers and invest in the United States and create jobs and keep that money here, then yes, I think there's a very good possibility of that.
I was somewhat shocked, and I wrote about it at the time. The president came during the campaign, last campaign, came to Flint and basically said, stop building EVs. The Chinese have won. It's over.
Give up.
Just give up. And it was kind of bracing, but I think it could be indicative. We're about out of time here. Final thoughts?
Final thoughts? You know, I have to go back to what Quentin said. I am cautiously optimistic. Where there's a will, there's a way. I think that, this is another catchphrase where I always like to say, and my team probably hates to hear it, but where there's chaos, there's opportunity. And I think that we in Metro Detroit, we as a state have that ability to take what we have here and build upon it. You know, automotive, yes, it's an 11 million, we employ 11 million around the nation, but there's that opportunity to pivot, to get into aerospace, to get into humanoid robots, to get into eVTOL. So there's all this opportunity that we have to capitalize on right now. And I really think that Michigan as a whole is poised to do that.
Any final thoughts, Gabe?
Yeah, listen, Michigan is a resilient place. Detroit is a resilient place. We've faced tougher times than this before. We've come out on the other side. As Quentin said, you know, our biggest resource is our people, our best resource. So I think as long as we keep investing in our people, we will come out okay. And I do expect brighter days as we move through the year and into 2027.
Journey said it best, don't stop believing.
There you go. On that note,
Love it.
thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, these guys did an awesome job as always. I get to ask a couple of audience questions, and then we'll do some fun lightning round questions. And Dan, you're going to be part of the lightning round too. I don't know if that's
Oh boy.
you,
Okay.
all right,
If you're
first
ready.
one. We always talk about how we need to diversify the economy in the state of Michigan. How reliant are we on auto as opposed to 10, 20, and 30 years ago? Maybe for all of you, but Quentin, maybe start?
Sure. I mean, I think that diversification, we always want to do that, but I think we can diversify within sector as well. We have, I would call the Michigan Four. I mean, we have in addition to the historic Big Three, we have significant presence of Toyota. I think we have to continue to try to add manufacturing capacity to support the R&D presence of the Korean, the Japanese, and German manufacturers. So I think you can diversify within the sector. One of the reasons why we went so aggressively into semiconductor, we also looked at sectors that have long supply chains so that we can have what we've enjoyed over the past 100 years. And then we also have to support fintech, insurance tech, things that are happening here in Metro Detroit as well, and look at the adjacent verticals. And I think that is a big part of why we miss, why automotive is so important. It is who it brought to the table here in Michigan, and we have to continue to support that.
Mary, anything to add?
I kind of said it at the last of my final thoughts. Diversification. We've got such a strong manufacturing base here in Michigan from the roots of automotive coming up. And I really think that we have an opportunity to capitalize on it. I don't know if any of you were at CES, but I just came back from there last week, and it is absolutely incredible to walk around and see the future, because that's really what it is. I remember going to CES 3-4 years ago, and 3-4 years later, the tech that I saw is now part of our everyday life. So walking around, seeing these eVTOLs, which are the electric vehicles, the flying vehicles, the humanoid robots, my Lord, there were so many of that. I really think that Michigan has this opportunity with our brain power, with our manufacturing base, to lean hard into what is next. What is that next future that we can jump into for manufacturing?
Awesome. Gabe, while you're there, we want to add anything from an economist's perspective?
One thing, the auto sector is a less major part of Michigan's economy. Still, an incredibly important part of Michigan's industry. We lost a lot of jobs when you go back to the first decade of the 2000s. We basically couldn't lose that many jobs again. People will ask, well, if we had a repeat of that experience, that would take us to negative. So, In that sense, we have diversified a little bit by subtraction. That sounds, negative, but also, a lot of growth in healthcare. The mortgage industry is a big industry. So, I really do think it's about investing in the talent, and the industries will come.
All right, next one. The current administration has disrupted our relationship with Canada. How has our trade been impacted, and how does it project into 2026? Maybe Gabe, starting with you?
Sure. Mary already touched on the USMCA renegotiation is coming up this year. And, depending how you read it, sometimes it's called a review, sometimes it's called a renegotiation. I think it's going to be a little closer to the renegotiation. Listen, trade with Canada has helped make Michigan and the United States a richer and more prosperous place. An incredibly important ally, incredibly important trade partner. We really rely on the integrated North American market, in the auto industry especially. And so I think that people are justifiably, nervous about what's in store for that renegotiation.
We export 1/3 of what we produce in the U.S. to Mexico and Canada. 1/3. So ripping up USMCA, which I hope it doesn't happen. I hope it's a small renegotiation. But that number, it was crazy. When I was preparing for this, I read that number increased to 1/3 in 2020. From 2020 till now, that's increased 56%. And that was when the new USMCA went into effect. So USMCA has really done a great job in helping us with our trading partners with Mexico and Canada. And they're an important relationship that we really need to continue to nurture.
Agree. Quentin, anything?
I was just saying, in addition to the trade partnership, I think it's just the fact that you talk to our friends in northern Michigan and in UP, Canadians are not coming to visit. They're not spending dollars here. And I think that we sometimes have to get out of the transactional into the relational. I mean, they've tended to be our best friends, and we have to get back to understanding that things aren't just about getting a deal done, but it's about the long term.
Thank you. Question here about kind of touching on education, and I think it was touched on a little bit earlier, but Chicago has 325,000 young professionals with a college degree. Detroit has 25,000. So talk about keeping and recruiting this group and retaining, and just education in general, the importance. Maybe whoever wants to take that first.
Yeah, I think we should probably do it per capita too. I think the numbers are not going to be as dramatically if you did it on a per capita basis, but I think the reality of it is we have to ask ourselves, what are we saying to our young people? If we're complaining about the weather here, or we're complaining that the Lions still went 9-8 but didn't make the playoffs, and the Bears are better and everything, our young people are listening to us, and if we don't speak as if there is a future here in Michigan, or we're only stuck here and we would go to Chicago tomorrow, well, then of course they're going to go. Now, I think that we have to continue to support our great institutions of higher education here in Metro Detroit and in Michigan more broadly. I think Wayne State is one of the most underrated institutions, UD Mercy. I mean, there are some great schools here that we need to begin to figure out ways, and I know we have. The GEC has been a part of that by bringing young people to events like this. We have to figure out how to invest and show that we care, because if we don't show young people that they're going to care, they're going to go where they get the love, and they perceive the love to be elsewhere when actually I think there's a lot of love for them here.
I like that you had the Wayne State hat on when you made the Wayne State comment, so perfect. Others, any comments on education, the importance? We hear about it a ton from the chamber as well, so any thoughts?
Yeah, I think from, looking at an industry standpoint, I think it's very important that that business does its part in helping with that education. I sit on the board for Mesh Auto, and I know that we're working very hard to start at a young age and get students involved and show them the opportunities, not just in the automotive industry, but all the opportunities that Michigan really has to offer. And I'm not just talking higher education, right? We need skilled labor as well. So I think that we're falling behind in that. We really need to look at education as a whole. For so long, we pushed that college path, and now we're really struggling with that skilled labor. So I think that there's a big gap that we need to address still.
I'll just add from the perspective of being at the university, you know, I think sometimes the University of Michigan in particular gets a little bit of a bad rap as, you know, students come and then they leave Michigan. And the state of Michigan actually does better, I think, than a lot of people realize in terms of keeping college grads here in the state. Obviously, we do have people who, you know, go to Chicago, go to the coasts. A lot of those people anecdotally come back. It's hard to track that officially in the data. But I think it was Richard Florida did some statistics, and I think he spoke about them at the Detroit Economic Club. You know, the state of Michigan actually does a pretty good job of keeping college grads in state. And I think that there, you know, there's a little bit of a misperception about that in terms of, you know, how much does the university system contribute. You know, it's one of the greatest strengths we have here in Michigan is we've got fantastic, you know, public universities, and it's really something that I think we should be supporting going forward. So.
All right, this one I'm going to come to Gabe for kind of two questions combined. One is, are you concerned with an AI bubble in the stock market? And then your thoughts on a recession in 2026.
Sure. Just a recession first, it's always a risk. We are forecasting about 2.4% real GDP growth, so we are not forecasting a recession this year, actually growth picking up a little bit with the tax cuts. That will help to stimulate the economy in the short run. Listen, I used to forecast stock prices. When I was at the Congressional Budget Office, I had to be the guy writing in a number for stock prices. And I always used to say, listen, if I could forecast stock prices, I would be on Wall Street, right? So I wouldn't be doing the job I'm doing now. So I'm always skeptical when people start talking bubble. At the same time, obviously, it's very frothy valuations. If that does come down, you know, I think that it's a real risk for the economy. So I call it a risk.
Awesome. All right, I'm going to go kind of finish with the usual lightning round, which is a lot of fun here. So I'll start with maybe just going down the road, Daniel, you included. Your best sport growing up and today, Quentin?
Best sport growing up, baseball. Best sport today, sitting on my couch.
Best sport growing up, soccer. Best sport today, climbing.
Best sport growing up, hand-to-hand combat. I was in martial arts and I was an amateur boxer, and best sport today is still boxing. I enjoy it.
And I've seen her.
Yes, we see each other at the gym in the morning.
The gym. Football when I was young, and
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
now.
Like good answers. All right, we'll start maybe down there and then come back this way. A
got my own
karaoke
private
song that you
spot
can
here.
nail.
I got my own private
Oh
spot.
my God. I have no
Pass to Mary,
idea.
she's going to have one.
I have no idea. What do
All
you?
right, well, let's see. So on a day-to-day basis, I can barely remember my kids' names, but for some reason when this song comes on, I sing every word, and it's Paul Revere by Beastie Boys. Every word.
I don't even know the song.
It's a little story. Sorry.
I'm always sheepish when I say this, but Girl, You'll Be a Woman Soon by Neil Diamond.
Oh, love it.
Oh my Lord.
Quentin, round us out.
Prince, Purple Rain.
Oh, there you go.
All right, those are good. We'll finish with the usual last question, which is advice to your 25-year-old self. Quentin?
Take risks. Take calculated risks. Don't worry about what everybody else is doing by the time they're 28. And at the end of the day, it's not whether you make 30 under 30. It's rather you have been at peace once you're over 50.
If you find a job you love, you'll never work a day in your life, and that means you've got to try a lot of different things and find that thing that you really love.
For me, it would be what other people think of you is none of your business. So believe in you and don't worry about what others think.
That's a good one. Do what you love and take care of yourself.
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's why I turned around and heard my name.
Fantastic job. Quentin, Mary, Gabe, you crushed it. You're welcome back here anytime. Quentin, another strong hat game.
Yeah, I love it.
Can't wait to see what you bring next year. Daniel, David, Rick, thanks for your important roles. in
I can hear you just
supporting
fine, T.
the club. So, ladies and gentlemen, so please listen to some really important.
Sorry, Brian, we're
instructions.
talking. Don't interrupt.
Unusual today, but we got to do what we got to do. We do invite you to a strolling lunch in the ballroom. You can't go through registration because that's where the mags are. You've got to go in that first room, right? You'll
Who's
be
dancing on my
escorted right through the
parade?
First room into the ballroom, number one. If you have a ticket
It's-
and a red wristband,
It's
because
all Gruber all the time.
for the President Trump event at 2 o'clock, you still have to exit the room. You'll have to then re-enter the
That was my
soundboard
understanding.
once
He
the
left
doors
quite a while
open.
ago.
We're
I'm sure
shooting
he's
for
having
an
meetings,
approximately
fundraising stuff, whatever.
1:15
I don't know where he is at the
So
moment,
it
but yeah,
does
that's
give you
my.
some time to grab
I don't have any great
something.
intel, but that's my
Borrow,
understanding.
Get back in line. It is open seating.
Oh, there you go. You know what
for
he's
that
not seeing?
event. And
The
one
Ford
other
Lightning.
huge
You know
favor,
why?
we're about to set a Guinness
We don't build
World
that
Book of
anymore.
Records for the fastest soundboard exit. We've got to clear the room, everybody at 1:05. It is now 12:59. So we're going to
Oh,
set that record.
I just learned that
So
I have
I'm
to be
gonna finish
cleared
like
out of
I
this room
usually
at
do, on
105.
time.
105.
Every
I've got to be
time this meeting
gone.
of the Detroit
They
Economic
just made that
Club is now
announcement.
adjourned. Thank you. Set the record. Go.
Every beautiful thought's been already sung, and I guess right now here's another one. So your melody will play on and on with the best of them. You are beautiful, like a dream come alive, incredible, a centerfold miracle, lyrical. You saved my life again.
Absolutely true, Terrence, but he's buoyed by some great numbers that came out today. We heard him talk about it before he got on Air Force One, headed for Detroit today. That is inflation numbers at 2.7%. This is coupled with 5.4% GDP growth in December. Pretty good numbers for the president to say, look, the tariffs didn't destroy anything. They're doing well for us. He's going to certainly be talking about those numbers. He'll talk about his tour at the Ford Motor Plant because one of the things they're not building there is the Ford Lightning. That was the all-EV F-150 pickup truck. It was canceled here at the end of 2025 by Ford. They wrote off about $19 billion because the EV experiment, if you will, did not go over well with consumers. People in places like Michigan, frankly, where you've got winter, a lot of it, they don't want to rely on batteries. They want gasoline. They want diesel. I'm sure that's what the president's learning today at the Ford plant. So a lot of good numbers for the president to talk about. I'm sure we'll also hear about things like Venezuela, maybe Greenland. He might just do the weave here today. Brian's familiar with that. He does the weave, and he'll get a lot of topics covered at different times when he goes off script, which is always a possibility when the president has the microphone.
You stand alone to every record I own. Music to my heart, that's what you are. A song that goes on and on. I love you like a love song, baby. I love you like a love song, baby. I love you like a love song, baby. And I keep it like a love song. I love you like a love song, baby. I love you like a love song, baby.
No, I think you'll see Donald Trump on the offensive today. Look, there are a lot of people hurting in this country still. There's no question about that. And he's going to say, look, it takes a lot of time to clean up a mess that I inherited. That will be the argument that he continues here today, most likely in my estimation. He's going to say it doesn't happen overnight, but we had 9.1% inflation with the Biden administration. He'll say it's a 2.7%, new numbers released today. He's going to say, look, 3 quarters in a row, 4%, 4%, and then 5.4% for December 2025. These are good numbers. He'll be here in Michigan. Look, this was the arsenal of democracy, a place where America's manufacturing heartbeat was felt every day. But a lot of those factories went away after NAFTA. We know that. A lot of challenges with international trade that he's trying to refine and retune, if you will. So I think you're going to hear him on the offensive. I think Donald Trump is going to be on the offensive until November of 2026 because he knows how important these midterms are. The Senate probably going to stay in Republican hands, but it's the House that is so tight, razor-thin margins. So he'll be fighting for every congressional seat he can find.
The podium will, of course, take you there live. For now, let's get you back to your regularly scheduled programming.
When the grid goes down, what's your plan? I'm Cade Courtley, former Navy SEAL. I've defended freedom around the world. And here's the truth. Freedom starts at home. That's why I trust the Patriot Power Generator 2500X. Solar powered and built tough to keep your fridge, phones, and medical devices running with no gas and no fumes. And for a limited time, get 2 solar panels absolutely free. Stay self-reliant, go to 4patriots.com, get peace of mind before the next blackout.
Life insurance is a wonderful asset, but what happens when you no longer need it, or you can't afford it any longer? Meet Tom and Susan. They chose to sell their $1 million life insurance policy for $200,000 cash. Now, they're sailing through retirement. Like David and Eunice, who sold their $300,000 life insurance policy for $30,000 to help make dreams come true. If you own a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, you may be able to sell all or part of it for cash. Get an instant estimate of what your policy may be worth at ovidlife.com or scan the QR code on your screen. There's no cost or obligation to sell, and it won't affect your coverage. You can even choose to sell a portion of your policy while maintaining some coverage with no future premiums. Or call 1-800-485-6200. That's 1-800-485-6200. Or visit ovidlife.com now.
All right, welcome back to the show. Hour 2 is underway, and our team that runs our merch has been like begging me to do this, so I'm going to do this. The CharlieKirkShowStore.com. You can also just go to charliekirk.com and link to it, but the CharlieKirkShowStore.com. We have a new vintage collection of some of Charlie's original T-shirts that he had made when we started the show, and there's been a lot of
he's like, well, it's telling me that, no, the model doesn't do that. I'm like, yeah, the model does do it. It tells me in the book. And he's like, oh, because you flash drive. And it's just one of those ones that I bought. You know, Sam's Club has like a two-pack of these things. These right here, I don't know what the speeders are. I don't know. These are the things. So I like these ones that flip. Because like this size, they're really fast. Yeah, it said that there's some Kingston something that I'm supposed to, but it's so much really expensive. I think it says like, yeah, I think you can buy with a 3.2, but in the book there's a picture of a 3.2. Yeah. I can't tell you how fast this is. Let's look at the box. And the fastest one I saw on B&H was like the super fast one. The 512 megabyte one was some of the top customers. The lowest capacity is 512 gigabyte. It was like $65 on B&H. So it's like, I'm not going to put that money to play around. I'll let them figure it out. Question number 2. I want to get the house. Please give me 1 second. Is your son a senior yet? Freshman? Oh, okay. Did your daughter graduate? Oh, at state. Freshman at state. Okay. What about you? 6th grade. Okay, yeah, I remember telling you what someone's learning to drive, the driver's ed. Okay. Oh, cool. Cool. I was just bored in school because it wasn't moving fast enough for me. Yeah, and I was way better. Like when I was in college, I was terrible my freshman year. Then as I got into more classes, I ended up in like a 3.5 or something. But my freshman year, I failed. Oh, I failed my whole freshman year. Yeah, that was it, going to class. Take it so seriously. Like it's like an insult you don't show up. I was in one of those freshman economic classes, big readout ones that you were in those big like hall. I sat, and I must have missed something on the first thing, but I sat like right by the back door. So like, because it was like one of those things like whenever it ended, it's like if I left like when it actually ended, it was like you drive for lunch. If I left 5 minutes early, it wasn't a line. So it's like when I finally figured that out, like what makes sense to leave. So I purposely sat like right next to the door and look, lecture hall like with the big, you know, it was like a movie theater, like the big steps all the way down or whatever. And I get up and go. And then the professor, the econ professor, like, you have to your seat. I'm like, I'm not turning around now because everybody on this side of people looking at me. I just kept going. And then I'm walking up, you know, you've been down to Athens? Okay, it's all brick or whatever. I'm walking by well, I'm walking outside Morgan Hall was what it was called, and I hear all of a sudden I hear like these loafers, like like someone cheating. It's the goddamn professor. So I freaking run like hell. And I'm running by the library. I kick off, I run up the library all the way up the stairs, up all the way to the steps. And I hide in the steps. This guy like shoots me out of class. And what if you said right, it was like you were saying about how professors are like, that's exactly. And I never went back to class after that because I was like so afraid to go back to class. I was like,
buddy, Ben, we were in the same class together. The night was like 7 to 9:30 at night. It was national perspective on something. It was just
right.
The two teachers here were buddies. I don't even know what they were trying to do. I did
well-rounded education part of college. Yeah.
I skipped a couple in a row, and some kind of positive film class. then went to meet with the teacher because he says to me, "You're afraid then to take this class more seriously." I was like, "I am." He didn't even know who I was. So I was like, at least I'm passionate. But I think probably figured it out. I got one in my bag. Oh.
I found my thrill on Blueberry Hill. On Blueberry Hill. When I found you, the moon stood still on Blueberry Hill. It lingered until my dream came true. The wind in the willow played love's sweet melody. But all of those vows you made were never to be. So we're apart. You thought of me still. For you were my thrill. On Blueberry Hill. The wind and the willow play love's sweet melody. But all of those vows you made were only to be. So we're apart. You thought of me still. For you were my thrill. fronte a te. O sole mio, stai di fronte a te, stai di fronte a te. Quando fa notte o sole se ne scende, me vede quasi una malinconia. Sotto la finestra poglia restaria. Quando fa notte o sole se ne scende,
Baby, when I met you, there was peace unknown. I set out to get you with a fine-tooth comb. I was soft inside. There was something going on. You do something to me that I can't explain. Hold me closer and I feel no pain. Every beat of my heart, we got something going on. Tender love is blind, it requires a dedication.
can. It expires very shortly, and we could have it or not. It wouldn't matter to me. I think they want it. I don't really care about it.
So it might go away. So you're talking about getting rid of this instead.
No real advantage to us. It's irrelevant to me. Canada would love it. Canada wants it. They need it because we don't need Canada product. That's the thing. You know, I want to be a nice person, but we don't need. I want to build the cars here, not in Canada. We used to build cars in Canada. Now, the Canada cars, the Canadians are moving here to build cars. Same thing with Mexico. Same thing with Japan. Japan's paid us billions and billions of dollars for the privilege of making cars here and selling cars.
Mr. President, what about the raw materials?
Auto manufacturing that you like to see in the United States, satisfied with the level where it's at right now?
The quality is unbelievable. So we're at a Ford 150 plant, and I don't know that much about cars, but I know how to get people working. And all I can tell you is that people talk so much about the 150, and it has been for a long time. They make a great product, a quality product, better than anybody else can make in Europe or in any other location. Look, the Ford 150 has done well for a long time because they make a great product.
Do you ever allow Chinese autos into the U.S.?
Well, as you know, we have a tariff on Chinese autos, and in Europe, China's taking over the auto business, I would say is a nice statement, but that's the way it is. And here, what is it, 100%? We have a 100% tariff on any car coming in from China. So that makes them able to do very nicely against China.
Mr. President, what
right?
about the...
Pretty good, right? Who would have thought that was going to happen, right?
What about the...
Everybody said that the cars are dead in the United States. If you go back 4 years ago into the middle of the Biden administration, everybody was closing up their plants. Now we have more plants being built in our country than at any time in history. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And it's the election, November 5th, and it's other things, but it's also, I think, maybe the biggest part, the election, because I'm the tariff person. And everybody now admits that I was right on tariffs. And I hope that we win the Supreme Court case.
Mr. President, what about the raw materials coming in from countries like Canada? How do these companies deal with the fact that...
Well, we get it, but we have a lot of our own raw materials. And, you know, the word raw and rare are a little bit of a misnomer. They're not very rare. You have a lot of places that want to sell us material, and we get it from a lot of different countries. And we have a lot of rare earth and raw materials.
Senator Tom Tiller says that the subpoena, grand jury subpoena to the Federal Reserve Chairman was a little excessive. What do you think about that?
Well, that's why Tom's not going to be a senator any longer, I guess, right?
But what do you think?
But I like Tom Tiller. He's a nice guy. But look, he's not going to be a senator any longer because of views like that. We have a bad Fed chairman. He's bad in a lot of different ways, but he's bad because his interest rates were too high. And today we had a great inflation report, and today we had a really great growth report. So we have great growth and low inflation, and we're doing very well.
Do you think there's going to be a rate cut, though, with the inflation?
I don't know. With this guy, you don't know. He's got some problems. But what he also did, he's renovating a small building. It's the most expensive construction job in history, and it's only a renovation. I could have done that job for $25 million. They're spending billions and billions of dollars. He either doesn't know what he's doing, or it's worse than that. And you know what I mean by worse. So hopefully he'll be out of there soon.
Does the president impact your timing on naming a Fed chair?
No.
When do you expect to do that now?
I don't know, sometime in the next few weeks.
President, of the big three, Ford makes most of its products right here 80%. 80%.
That's a big advantage for Ford.
Is that the reason that you came here?
No, I came here because we're friends, three of us, because I have helped the company a lot. I mean, as an example, trucks. I put a 25% tariff on trucks coming into the United States, and their truck business went through the roof.
You said to Iran this morning that help is on the way for protesters. What did you mean by that? What kind of help?
You're going to have to figure that one out. I'm sorry.
How many people have been killed in Iran?
Nobody's been able to give me an accurate number. I have heard numbers from everything's a lot. One is a lot. But I've heard numbers much lower, and I've heard numbers much higher. We'll be knowing. We're probably going to find out over the next 24 hours. I think it's a lot.
In your first,
it's too many, whatever it is.
will average around $53 a barrel. Is that the target for you for this term?
I'd love to see that, yeah. I mean, we're at 68. We're at 58 now. I'd like to see 53. Thank you very much. I would say they could. It's not a bad idea. I think they should get out.
Mr. President, this is the basketball game. This is the team.
How you doing, Mr. Trump?
So you just heard President Trump speaking with the media while touring a Ford plant there in Detroit, Michigan. This particular plant makes the Ford F-150. He talked about a number of issues related to the car industry, also talked about a number of issues related to his tariffs and how his tariffs have actually improved business for the Ford industry, for the car industry, the American car industry, but specifically for Ford as a company. Next, he'll be headed over to address the Detroit Economic Club. We, of course, will be following the president for that, and we will take his remarks for you live right here on Real America's Voice.
Speaking the truth, no one else has the guts to say. The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Honored to have our next guest. That is Lee Zeldin, who's running the EPA, doing an amazing job. One of the picks from Trump that I only ever hear positive things about. Lee Zeldin, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. It's good to have you.
It's great to be with you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. You are crushing it over there at the EPA. And, you know, we used to think of the EPA as like this employment killer. You know, it's just like this barrier to getting good things done, being productive as an entrepreneur in the country. You are changing that. And I'm thinking, everything's great. And then I, trolling around Twitter yesterday, and I see that the New York Times is claiming, Lee, that you have, you've stopped considering lives saved when setting pollution limits and instead calculate only on the cost to businesses. And I love that on Twitter, it's now getting slapped with a community note because it's complete hogwash, but it's gone viral. Their tweet has 5.1 million views because they are lying to people, correct? This is the news.
Yeah, they like to write a headline like this to freak people out, to twist what would actually be accurate, because they're trying to advance a narrative. It's amazing how synced up they are with others in the left-wing media, congressional Democrats. All of a sudden, at once, they're all advancing a narrative that is 100% untrue. Of course, we are going to be considering to factor in the impact on lives when doing our job. Our core mission at EPA is protecting human health and the environment. But what we aren't going to do is just play along with whatever the left-wing strategy is of the day to try to advance Trump derangement syndrome at its highest level. For us, we've rejected the notion that in order to protect the environment, you have to destroy the economy. We inherited a mess on all sorts of different regulations that amount into the trillions. We just saw some footage there of President Trump at a Ford factory.
Yep.
They're in so many different ways. The Obama and Biden administrations with tailpipe emissions and electric vehicle mandates, working with blue states like California, have reduced consumer choice, have increased vehicle costs. And we inherited this mess and decided with this Trump mandate, President Trump winning all the battleground states, winning the popular vote, we're going to fix all of it at once. And whether it's sending to Congress the 3 Biden EPA waivers to California that gave them permission to do their electric vehicle mandate, which Congress then passed the resolutions to reject and President Trump signed. It's the change to CAFE standards that you saw Secretary Duffy announce with President Trump at the Oval Office a few weeks. It's the proposed repeal of the 2009 endangerment finding and all of the greenhouse gas emissions on light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles that followed, and that start-stop, that annoying, almost universally hated start-stop feature on these cars that were getting rid of the off-cycle credits, all in one proposal, which, if finalized, would be the largest act of deregulation in the history of the United States of America.
Wow.
We are going to push back on the left with their false narratives, their untruth, the mess of regulation that we inherited, and our goal is to fix everything and to do it truthfully, promoting gold standard science, and fulfilling that Trump mandate that the American public voted for.
Yeah, well, that's exciting. Go ahead,
It just
Blake.
strikes me, the EPA, the right has always had to play in this unfair playing field where if the Biden administration or the Obama administration does something nutso to pursue a political agenda, and then if you repeal it, you have this panic attack where it's they're rolling back the environmental.
Well, that's exactly. I mean, exactly. That's
God
the headline.
forbid we live in the 90s again.
Yeah, that's the headline. That's the implication. That's what they want to do. This is Pravda. This is fake. That they want to imply that you don't care about people's lives. That Trump administration does not care about people's lives, when the exact opposite is true. And we're actually creating an opportunity for growth again in this country and getting rid of nonsense regulations. Now, this is what's funny about having you on today. We had Senator Mark Wayne Mullen on in hour one, and he was talking about gas prices at $1.83 in some counties in Oklahoma. You clap back at the Governor Gavin Newsom's press office. I loved this one, by the way. This is image 303. So Governor Gavin Newsom's press office is bragging about the fact that, you know, in California, gas prices hit lowest levels in years. Here's what drivers will pay. So he's taking credit for what you and the president are doing. Meanwhile, so what is it around? I think average price is around $4, $4.20. I just Googled it this morning in California, and you got $1.83 in Oklahoma. Why are you calling, let's just say, garbage on this this note from Governor Gavin Newsom?
Yeah, because California can have lower gas prices if the left-wing Democrats who are destroying, pummeling that state into the ground would be advancing great energy policies like you're seeing in states where energy costs so much less, where it costs less to heat your home, to fill up your gas tank, where people are able to make their dollars stretch further because there are people in government at the state level who are advancing smart energy policies. But in California, Governor Newsom and the Democrats running the legislature have been beholden to the far left. Many of them are part of the far left, pandering the far left, and pushing these energy and environmental policies that are driving so many Californians to leave their state permanently for good. President Trump has been able to, through his policies, reduce gas prices to under $3 in 43 states across the country. California is not one of them, and that is because of these people at the state level, in the capital of California, pushing these bad energy and environment policies. I think that if those Democrats in California wanted to truly be part of the progress, maybe they would get the heck out of the way going forward, rather than doing what they have been doing, creating a mess that's been increasing gas prices. And it's a reason why that list isn't 44 instead of 43, is because of these people who are bragging now and trying to take credit for the progress that President Trump has been delivering since the moment he came back into office.
It's so brazen. That's what I can't get over. So they have their average gas prices in California are $1.40 above the national average. It's at $4.21. It's $1.40 above the national average. And you have Gavin Newsom taking a bow, saying, look at what I've done in the state of California, when everybody with a brain knows this is because President Trump's policies, what you guys are doing at the EPA. It's just, I mean, you almost have to tip your hat at the brazenness of the lie. Like the fact that he's willing to do this on Twitter when he knows the administrator of the EPA is going to come out and knock him for it. Another question we have, Lee, here is that we're kind of looking at utility prices as well. Are we seeing those drop commensurate with the price of energy in other ways, like gas prices?
Well, there's such a huge difference between red states and blue states.
Yeah.
And, we saw, for example, President Trump's been pushing this pipeline called Constitution Pipeline to deliver natural gas from Pennsylvania into New England. The New Englanders need natural gas. It would reduce our reliance on foreign sources of energy. It would make energy prices more affordable. And it's being blocked by the left wing. And you compare policies in red states where it costs so much less to heat your home than when you look at these Democrat-run states. It's not a coincidence. It's not like there's nothing else to it. No, it actually tells a pretty big story when you compare the price differential between the two states. Now, all across the entire country, the numbers were going up big time when President Biden was in office. The policies of his administration, all sorts of new regulations and favoring intermittent sources over baseload power. President Trump understands the need to ramp up baseload power in this country. He understands the need to unleash energy dominance. He wants to see more pipelines being built. Thankfully, they now are. He wants to see more power plants being built. President Trump has saved clean, beautiful coal. President Trump has been getting new nuclear sites online. I've been at groundbreakings all across this country. Idaho Falls, Idaho, new nuclear facility. I was there for the groundbreaking. I was in West Memphis, Arkansas, where a $4 billion data center was being built. And it was built with a partnership with Arkansas that provides a net benefit to ratepayers.
So
it's the red state policies.
Yeah, this is my question for you, Mr. Administrator, is so you've got all these new data centers going up, right? We know that we need it to fuel the AI revolution. We know that the President Trump and the administration, you guys at the EPA have made this a core tenet. We want to be the AI center, crypto center, but that takes a ton of energy. Are we worried that these new demands from these data centers, obviously Arkansas is a good example of it not being a concern, but because they're building capacity. But are we worried that these data centers are going to drive up prices for consumers at home?
It's all about how you do it, Andrew. And when you reference that West Memphis, Arkansas example, you have a partnership with the state of Arkansas and Entergy, where the ratepayers end up receiving a net benefit, not a net cost, a net benefit because of that project. By the way, over $1 billion. So you get the jobs for the construction, you get the jobs long-term because we're talking about a multi-billion-dollar project in Arkansas. And what you have in Arkansas that really makes it all possible? Nuclear energy. We have retrofits that are going on across the country. We have small and large new builds. President Trump has saved plants that were going to go under. And at EPA, we have been pushing forth regulatory proposals that would allow more plants to be built, to streamline the process, to make sure that it takes less time, it costs less money, there's more certainty when making this investment. See, when President Trump talks about trillions of dollars of new investment coming into this country, this isn't some hypothetical claim of something that might happen years from now. The ground is being broken all across America already of these massive new investments that are taking place. And we're just going to keep it going. We'll end up with more finalized deregulatory actions at one agency at the EPA in 1 year than entire federal governments have done in the past across all federal agencies across entire presidencies. We're finalizing deregulatory actions into the trillions of dollars, and we're proud of it. And we're going to continue to stay focused no matter what, the New York Times or the Washington Post or, any of these other left-wing outlets, no matter how much you might be, upsetting some of the furthest left-wing Democrats in Congress, they are not going to bully and intimidate the Trump EPA out of doing the right thing to follow through on this deregulatory pledge to the American public to grow the economy.
Great work. I want to say it again. Of all of the operators in Trump's cabinet, you at the EPA, I only hear what a great job you're doing. So Lee Zeldin, administrator of the EPA, great work. It is no longer an impediment to growth, but a boon. And so we thank you for your work. We'll see you again soon. Thank you, Lee.
Thanks, guys.
Final segment of the show comes up next.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright. Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song.
If you're happy and you know it, and your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, take your shot.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever.
Because of you.
We are happy and we know it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
All right, we have updates coming from SCOTUS. There's a few clips here that our team is pulling right now. You had one. Could you read it to us, or do we need to wait for the clip? This was the Alito clip.
Oh yeah,
where the ACLU was forced to admit, and we're talking, of course, about there's a case before the Supreme Court about trans sports, trans athletes. This, by the way, this,
yeah. See, all right, here we got it. So this is supposedly, I don't have the audio clip, but this is
we're
someone watching it.
We're grabbing it.
Alito, to decide if there is discrimination on the basis of sex under Title IX, we need to define what sex is, right? And the ACLU says yes. So Alito says, what does it mean to be a man or a woman, a boy or a girl? ACLU says, we do not have a definition for the court.
You know, it reminded me, because you told me this in the break, and I was like, this is why Charlie was so good. He just stuck on this question again and again and again, because he knew it fried a liberal's brain.
It just it actually short circuits a lot of their. Imagine if they just had to go. Imagine if they tried to run past Alito with if you define as a woman, then you're a woman.
Yeah, well, we've got. Hold on, do we have the clip yet? We might have the clip yet. Okay, we're working on the clips. This just happened, so this is all breaking. So the production team is doing a great job. I'm feeling very negative about the Supreme Court currently, because I'm expecting them to come down against Trump's tariffs, and then we have Senator Mark Wayne Mullen saying some not nice things about Neil Gorsuch, Justice Gorsuch, and then you've got, Amy Coney Barrett is basically saying similar, like calling them trans girls. There's a boy and there's a girl, and that's what the options are. There's this trans girl stuff is it's not a good start. It's not a good start that they're actually misrepresenting the sex of the children involved.
It's interesting that Kavanaugh does seem the most on our side, because Kavanaugh was annoying in that. I can't remember the name of it, but the gay rights case that was during the Trump first admin.
Obergefell?
No, it wasn't that. It was, so now that I think about it, I actually think he ruled our way, but he did right. It was like an annoying thing where it was when they ruled that gender identity was a protected class, I think.
Oh, right. Well,
and then in the ruling, he says I ruled against this, but I want to applaud you guys because you've made a lot of progress over the last few years. I'm just really happy.
Well, I have a theory on Kavanaugh that he got red-pilled during the confirmation.
Well, people have speculated on that. I don't think... truthfully, I don't think his record bears that out, because he's been lib on stuff.
He's been more good than bad
overall, but I don't think people have reacted to him by going, "Wow, he's way more conservative than we anticipated," right. And it must be because of that. He's basically gone the way people anticipated.
The problem with the Supreme Court right now is that Trump's first term, we have some kind of, they're not swings and misses, but they're not dominant, right? They're not an Alito. They're not a. Here we go, right behind your head, right here. Clarence Thomas, Charlie's favorite Supreme Court justice.
It's worth noting, probably the two best Supreme Court justices we have were picked by 2 Bushes.
Well, and they're a little older now. That's my.
They are.
That
That
thing.
is.
So
both of them are old, and the trouble is, what I've heard. I remember speaking with someone who knew the court well, and the problem was like Alito and Thomas. They both kind of react to the vibe around them, so they get depressed when it's a liberal presidency, and if they feel outnumbered on the court, but when they don't feel outnumbered, when they're getting good cases, they get excited and they enjoy being a justice, and then they're less likely to retire. And that's a bother because it has to be said, Justice Thomas especially is old. It would strategically be sound for him to retire now rather than, I mean, even if he were to wait another year, if we've lost the Senate through some fluke, or if it's a one vote margin, then they could conceivably stonewall.
He's 77 years old, born in 1948, and he is an amazing.
He's an incredible justice.
And Alito is amazing. What's Alito's age?
I don't think he's that much. He's certainly not youthful.
I think he's in
got
his
to be over
70s
70
as well. We'll find out. I'm looking it up right now. 75 years old. So
exactly.
He's born in 1950.
So they're both.
Let's play a clip here from Alito questioning this Kathleen Martinetti, the attorney arguing before the Supreme Court case, I think on behalf of trans sports rights or whatever. 309.
That has a boys, let's say, track team and a girls track team. A student who has the genes and the reproductive system of a male and had those at birth and has never taken puberty blockers, never taken female hormones, never had any gender-altering or affirming surgery, says, nevertheless, I am a woman. That's who I am. Can the school say, no, you cannot participate on the girls' team?
Yes, they can.
But that person, is that person not a woman in your understanding? If the person says, I sincerely believe I am a woman, I am in fact a woman. Is that person not a woman?
I would respect their self-identity in addressing the person.
Self-identity.
I would respect their pronouns.
Respect the pronouns.
Yeah, I mean,
the big picture thing is neither of them, they're not imminently at death's door.
No.
And we have had justices who made it to 90. I believe Stevens did, and he lived a long time after he retired too.
Well, you got the Ruth Bader Ginsburg
exactly though
precedent.
So you can have people, if you do not choose the time of your retirement, God will choose the time of your retirement, and it may not be the time that men would prefer. And so we have to think about that, and we have to think about these Supreme Court appointments, because I don't think the 3 appointments we made, none of them were catastrophic. They're not. We had Souter, who was picked by a Republican and became a liberal member of the court, but they're also not home runs. And we're also seeing how issues have evolved. So for decades, the top concern of a lot of conservatives was, we need to overturn Roe v. Wade, for example. We now have that. We need to be thinking about what are the other issues that we're looking towards. And so, for example, now it's a much bigger deal. You have to have justices who are ready to overturn, the DEI regime, the anti-white, anti-male discrimination stuff, really enforce that stuff. And not everyone is great on that. And you have to make sure you're getting justices who will be skilled at that and also skilled at the coalition building aspect of it. And I talk to people who are clerks, lawyers, and they have a lot of interesting takes on this, because there are judges who might be really good on the ideology stuff, but they alienate people. And then there are judges who are good on the ideology stuff, but they're also very good at that backroom dealing stuff. And it's very interesting to talk to them.
Yeah, you have a lot of connections within this area. You're always talking to clerks, and you back channel with a lot of these people. So I take your word for this. I think I will tell you, I not too long ago, I was back east, I was in DC, and I was meeting with some people that this is all they focus on. It is picking and sifting through the potential nominees for a next Supreme Court justice. And there's already names being floated. They're being vetted right now, I'm telling you. So there's work being done, and there's a lot of disagreement about who's going to be the best, who's going to be the right pick. But it's very possible that Trump will have another pick, or potentially 2.
We might have a majority Trump-chosen Supreme Court, and it would be a huge miss if that's not an amazing Supreme Court.
And there's a lot of people that don't want it to just go through the Federalist Society again. So that's a whole can of worms for another day. It's been a fun show. We'll be back tomorrow. See you then.
Alex Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. We want to take you right to Detroit, where President Trump is standing on the stage preparing to address the audience here at the Detroit Economic Club. You can hear the president listening to the last verses of the song God Bless the USA, and now he's making his way to the podium. Let's listen in. The President of the United States.
Thank you very much. What a place. I've been here before. We spoke with you before. Who knew it was going to turn out this well, though, really? I told you we're going to do a lot of things. Nobody thought it was going to turn out like this. This has been crazy. But it's a true honor to be back at the Detroit Economic Club with the businessmen and women who are really the economic engine of America. That's what you are. You've become more of that since I've been in, a lot more. Factories and plants were going to close, and now they're going 24 hours. I just left Bill Ford. He's running his plant, 150 plant, 24 hours a day, round the clock. It wasn't running that way two years ago, I can tell you. But it's the complex that Ford Motor Company so cherishes. It was a pleasure to see that the crown jewel of Detroit auto industry, is what they call it, is still going after 100 years. Can you imagine over 100 years? I especially want to thank the president of the Detroit Economic Club, Steve Gregorian. Where's Steve? Steve? Where's Steve? Hi, Steve. Nice looking man. Nice looking guy. And board chair Sandy Pierce. Thank you very much, Sandy. Thank you very much. And we have some very special people here. We have a man who's doing a fantastic job. I get angry at him every once in a while, but very, very seldom, because he's got what it takes. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Scott? Hi, Scott. Hi, Scott. What a good guy. He's got a good pulse, doesn't he? Good pulse of what's going on. Thank you, Scott. He's been great. Michigan House Speaker Matt Hall. Matt. Hi, Matt. We did good in Michigan, Matt. We won the whole thing in Michigan, didn't we, huh? 3 times we won. You know that, right? They didn't give us credit the second time, but we won the second time. But we made the last one, Matt, too big to rig. Right? That's what you got. That's the only way you win races in many cases. I got to tell you, it's too bad. I think they should get voter ID. Wouldn't it be nice? The Democrats are totally against voter ID. Who's against voter ID? How can you even campaign? We are against voter ID. How do you not get voter ID? You know what it means, Matt, right? When you're against voter ID, you want to cheat. That's all. There's only one reason you want to cheat, and they do cheat. They're terrible. Michigan Senate Republican leader Eric Nesbitt. Thank you, Eric. Thank you. Look good, Eric. State Senator Jim Runstad. Jim, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Jim. Former Congressman Mike Rogers, who's running for the Senate, and he'll be a great senator. And he's going to be a great senator. He was a great congressman, and then he left. He went on to very big things. He did well, no matter where he was. And I think they took that away from you last time. I'll be honest with you, Mike. I really do. I don't like to get things going. I don't like to be controversial at all. But they rigged the election on you. Mine was too big to rig. You won. I'm telling you, you won. But you're going to do great this time. He's a great guy, actually. He's going to be an amazing senator. Thank you. Thank you for being here, too, Mike. Special envoy to Iraq, Mark Savaya. Mark. Hi, Mark. Thank you. Great job you've done. This guy, he negotiates better than anybody around. Thank you. You need it. With Iraq, you need it. You need to be a good negotiator, Mark. I also want to thank Michigan's great congressional delegation. They're amazing. That's been back in Washington due to a very important vote that's coming up. They had a choice. Sir, we want to be with you, but if we're not with you, we're going to lose. But we'll still be with you. I said, no, I'd rather have you win. Don't worry about it. So we're going to win the vote. Representatives Lisa McClain, Jack Bergman, John Molinar, Bill Heisinger, Tim Walberg, John James, and Tom Barrett. They're great people, every one of them. And as many of you remember, I came here at the height of the 2024 campaign to lay out my plan to bring jobs and factories and wealth racing back to the United States and coming back to the great state of Michigan. And just a few weeks later, the people of the state and the voters all across the country endorsed that vision in a landslide victory. We won everything. We won all 7 swing states. We won the Electoral College 312 to 226. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of. Oh, it's so nice to win the popular vote. I won the popular vote all 3 times too, but we're not going to get into that. But the first time they said I didn't win the popular vote, but I won the Electoral College. So they always said, while he didn't win, this is the way I got introduced every time. While he didn't win the popular vote, he won the Electoral College, you know. So this is the way I was introduced for 4 years. And guess what? We said, I'm going back, we're going to win and we won the popular vote by a lot. So they can't say that crap anymore. And the thing that was most impressive, we won 86% of all counties in America, 2,700 to 525. Think of that, 2,700 to 525. And that's why when you look at the maps on Republican, Democrat, with red being Republican, as most of you know by now, I think, every once in a while you see one where they have it reversed. I said, why would we do that? Well, we think it looks better. I said, look, red is Republican. Let's not try and change the voters' minds on things. Just do it that way. And the map was virtually all right. That was about the counties. That was the 2,700 to 550, I think is the exact number. Most importantly, we won a historic mandate to make America great again. And that's what we're doing. We're making America great again like never before. And now, after less than 12 months in office, this is the easiest speech to make. I have great people, and all I'm doing is spewing off what the hell we've done. Even Venezuela wasn't too bad, was it, huh? But you have people, Democrats, they say, I don't know if we should have done Venezuela. I don't know. Anybody that says that hates our country, okay? That was as flawless an attack as there has ever been. And they asked us to help them. They have 50 million barrels of oil. They said, take it. It's $5 billion. And we did. We're working with the Venezuelan people and representatives, and it's amazing. But that was an amazing situation. But we did al-Baghdadi, flawless. We did Soleimani, flawless. We did the Iran nuclear attack where we wiped out their nuclear capacity, which would have been very bad. You wouldn't have peace in the Middle East, flawless. We did them all flawless. I want to keep it going that way, too. I like flawless. Think about Jimmy Carter, the great Jimmy Carter, with the helicopters crashing, the hostages all over the place. Remember that one? Think about Sleepy Joe Biden with Afghanistan. What a disaster. The most embarrassing day in the history of our country, in my opinion. Real dope. Now, after less than 12 months in office, I'm back in Michigan to report to you on the strongest and fastest economic turnaround in our country's history. It's really been historic. There's never been, we're not 12 months, we're through 11 months. We've got $18 trillion being invested in our country. The most of any country ever was 3. We're at 18. There's never been anything like this. You are so lucky I allow you into this room to even be with me. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. The fake news will say Donald Trump thinks he's hot stuff. Right now I'm feeling pretty good, though, I will say. Oh, you're so lucky to be here. Under our administration, growth is exploding, productivity is soaring, investment is booming, incomes are rising, inflation is defeated, America is respected again like never before, and other than that, we're not doing that well. Now, think of all those things I just said. Every single inflation down, growth at an all-time high, stock market every day, 48 days in a row, 48 days during the course of 11 months, we hit a new high on the stock market, all of them. 1 year ago, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. That was said to me by many leaders. By almost every metric, we have quickly gone from the worst numbers on record to the best and strongest numbers, the most dynamic numbers, and an economy that is far ahead of even my optimistic. I had a very optimistic schedule, I thought. I didn't think it was, but people said it was very optimistic. Turns out to be very pessimistic by compared to what we've done. But we'll go down as the greatest in history, greatest first year in history nobody's ever had, just based on the numbers, based only on the numbers, not based on me, based only on the numbers, because, you know, you get these guys like
The governor of California likes to say how well he's doing. California's doing horrendously, but he says how well. We base it on numbers. There's never been numbers like this. Through 4 long years before I took office, crooked Joe Biden and his allies in Congress inflicted the economic nightmare known as stagflation. How many times have you heard the word? We hit it with Joe. We hit everything. What a disaster. Meaning low growth and high inflation. How does that work? Not good. So you have lousy growth and high inflation. In fact, it's the lowest growth ever and the worst inflation in the history of our country. That is really tantamount to not having a good 4 years, right? In other words, Sleepy Joe and the people that ran the auto pen were a complete and total disaster for our nation. They were a disaster for our nation. Had they won the election less than 1 year ago, we would have been, as I've often said, Venezuela on steroids. Now I'm Venezuela's biggest fan. We're working with them, but they came down from a very high number to a disaster, a disaster. And we would have been Venezuela on steroids, and we're bringing Venezuela back, and we're going to be great for Venezuela, great for our country. We're taking in, as I said, millions and millions of barrels of oil. And now they're coming in initially on a daily basis, 50 million, and values of over $5 billion. That's in one day. Just think of it. The biggest ships in the world can take 1 million barrels. The biggest ships in the world take 1 million. We have 50 million barrels. We need 50 of the biggest ships in the world just to get it out. We're bringing it in to be refined. It's an incredible feeling. It's great. Winning is a good thing. We're going to work with Venezuela. We'll make that country very strong again. We'll get oil prices down even further. We have it down at about a 6-year low, 7-year low, but we're going to get it down further. Joe Biden gave us a colossal stagflation catastrophe, but my administration's rapidly and very decisively ended that. We have quickly achieved the exact opposite of stagflation. Almost no inflation and super high growth. So we have the highest growth we've ever had. Think of that. The highest growth we've ever had, and we've only been there 11 months. Think of what we can do for the rest of it. But do we have wood around here? I want to knock on a little wood. They have one little, everything's plastic nowadays. It's very tough. Now we have the greatest growth, and we have, inflation way, way down. But we inherited terrible growth, and we inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. The fake news would say 49 years. So when I say the history, they give me a lot of time, but I believe it's the history. But let's say 49 years. Would you say 49 years is okay, right? It's pretty bad. What do you think, Mr. Senator, Mr. Future Senator? I'd say 49. What sounds worse, 49 years or history? I think 49 years almost sounds worse. Maybe I'll just use it and I won't argue with these people. As of this morning, core inflation for the past 3 months has been just 1.6%. The numbers we just announced just before I came on stage. And GDP is smashing expectations with the fastest growth for this country in many years. The fourth quarter is projected at 5.4%, and that's despite the Democrat shutdown where we lost at least 1.5 points. The Democrat shutdown, we would have had close to 7. Think of that, close to 7. They were projecting to. The fakers were projecting to. And if we keep deregulating and adding more capacity, like I saw today at Ford, and if we don't raise interest rates every time good news is mentioned. In the old days, I'm probably old. I used to be up at these lecterns and I'd say I'm younger than pretty much everybody in the room. Now I say I'm older than pretty much everybody in the room. I like it the other way better, actually. But you're too young. But in the old days, when you had good numbers, interest rates would go down. When you had good numbers, the market would go through the roof. That's the way we're going to make it again. That's the old-fashioned way. That's the right way. Today, if you announce great numbers, they raise interest rates to try and kill it. So you can never really have the kind of rally you should have. What happens and what we want, we're going to have a lot of great months, a lot of great quarters. I want the market to go up. You announce unbelievable numbers and the market goes down because they know you're going to do everything possible. In the Fed, we have a real stiff in the Fed, but that's for another day. But they raise rates. So everyone says, oh, they announced great numbers. It's great, great, great. and the market goes down because they immediately raise rates. No. When the market goes up, they should lower rates. You want to see 20% and 25%? You want to see what we can do? We've got to go back to an old standard. When there's good news, the market should go up, not go down. Does that make sense to everybody? And that's the way it used to be for most of the time. That's the way you make a country great. But our growth potential is unlimited and could be much higher if we went back to sanity. We're not doing it anymore. We're talking about the head of the Fed. And I want somebody that when the market is doing great, interest rates can go down because our country becomes stronger. See, you view it differently. Our country becomes stronger, and therefore interest rates should go down, not up. They kill every rally. If it's no matter who, if it's beyond me as president, it's no matter who's president. You have a good quarter, and they want to kill it because they're so petrified of inflation. And growth and inflation don't necessarily go hand in hand. You can have growth and very low inflation. In fact, oftentimes growth is good for low inflation. So we're going to work on that, Scott, right? I think we're going to work on that very hard. I mean it so strongly. It's sickening. We announce good numbers and we see the stock market drops 300 points. I say, what the hell is going on? Do you agree with me? It should be just the opposite. All right, Scott agrees, so I'm very happy about this. That means if he didn't agree, I wouldn't do it. But we're already growing double, triple, and even quadruple the speed of almost every other major economy on earth. We're the #1 economy on earth, too. And the results are in, and the Trump economic boom is officially begun. And it's really begun almost from the beginning. Almost begun, if you look at it, really from November 5th. You know, on another metric, just before the election, it was almost impossible to get people to join the military. We had the worst enlistment in the history of our country, the worst. You couldn't get people for the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, Space Force, the Coast Guard. You couldn't get people. And since right after the election, but especially since after January 20th when we took office, we have now the strongest enlistment we've ever had in the history of our country. We've never enlisted people so quickly, so easily. And we enlist by merit now. You know, we won a Supreme Court case that said you hire by merit. You go to college now by merit. Everything's by merit. Our country became great because of merit. And we have done some job. But think of it, a year and a half ago, we had the worst enlistment in history. And now we have the best enlistment. Things like that don't happen. You might go from the bad enlistment to okay, but you don't go from the worst in history to the best in history. But that's what we've done, every one of them. And that includes police and firefighters. It was very hard to get police. It was very hard to get firefighters, and now everybody wants those jobs. In 4 years of Biden, they secured less than $1 trillion of new investment in the United States. So 4 years, less than $1 trillion. In less than 1 year, I have secured commitments for over $18 trillion from all over the world, the most ever for any country. Think of that, though. They did, and I'll tell you what, had she won, it would be a disaster because you would have had people leave. You would have not had $1 trillion. You would have had $5 trillion, $10 trillion leaving the country, and your welfare would have doubled. When you look at what's going on in Minnesota, is that a disgrace? Is that a disgrace? But we'll talk about that. Under Biden, we had the highest trade deficit ever recorded, losing more than $1 trillion every single year. How about that? It was killing Michigan, and everywhere else in our country was being absolutely destroyed. But in a matter of months, largely because of tariff income and the election result, we've slashed that gaping trade deficit by, in a short period of time, 62, it just came out, 62%. People are stunned. The fake news back there, look at those cameras rocking and rolling. No, the fake news back there is, they're very upset about it, actually, but they're stunned. They can't believe it. We cut our trade deficit in actually 10 months was when the number came out. We cut it by 62%. It's going to go better than that now. The stock market is now the highest in history since the election. We've set all of those records, and I think an all-time record that's so important to me because so many people have them is boosting 401ks and retirement accounts for millions and millions of Americans, people that are in the police departments, the fire departments, people that are construction workers. A policeman came up to me recently, a nice guy guarding me. He's a perfect guy to guard me. He was a massive guy, big, strong guy. He said, "Sir, you made me look so good in front of my wife. My wife thought I was a horrible investor because every time I invested, we lost money. And we have a 401k, and I'm up like 85%. She thinks I'm Warren Buffett. She thinks I'm brilliant. She's now calling me brilliant. It makes my life much easier. I love my wife much more now. She calls me brilliant every time." I said, "Don't worry, you're going to do even better for the next 3 years." But one of the biggest reasons for this unbelievable success has been our historic use of tariffs. There was the tariff that made America strong and powerful in past generations, and then we got off it and we went to the income tax system. Great going, fellas. You know, we were the strongest in 1887, relatively speaking. That was around the McKinley time, and Teddy Roosevelt and some others, but we were really strong. It was all tariffs. And I know what happened. Some of these countries got together and they say, "Hey, convince the United States that it's no good, the tariff system is unfair to us." And so some genius, I know who, I don't want to get into it, but some genius said, "Oh, let's go to an income tax system." So instead of foreign companies and countries paying everything, the people started paying. And then after that, you had a depression, but that was a long time. That was in like 1913, you had the tariff switched into income tax. And then in and they like to blame tariffs. You ever notice they blame tariffs? No, they brought tariffs back in 1932. They brought them back to try and save the sucker. But it was in 1929, because a lot of people, you know, the anti-tariff people. Now, an anti-tariff person is a pro-Chinese person, like Coke. This guy's fought me in every election I've ever been in, and I've kicked his ass. He inherited a lot of money, and I don't know the gentleman. But he fights me, and then he goes out and says, "I made more money with Trump than I ever made in my life." And then he supports these other people that were total losers. Gives them a lot of money. But he made more money. Everybody makes money with me. I always made money for people. Now it's tariffs that are making money for Michigan, and the entire country is stronger and safer and richer than ever before outside of that period of time. Now, if they had what was called the Great Tariff Act of 1887 or something like that, and it was a great group of people like yourselves, they picked really smart people to sit on a committee. They had so much money they didn't know what to do with it. And they wanted to have the money given away. You know, we built the Panama Canal out of tariffs. We did a lot of things. Panama Canal was the single biggest investment, relatively speaking, that this country's ever made. Would be the equivalent of trillions of dollars today. And Jimmy Carter gave it away for $1. It was also the most profitable thing ever built. Thing. In other words, like buildings or casinos or anything, the most profitable thing ever built was the Panama Canal. And brilliantly, Jimmy Carter thought the country of Panama should have it, even though we lost 36,000 people to the mosquito. You know that, right? To the mosquito and a certain snake, which was not a very nice reptile. This was a brutal reptile. You got bit, it was over. It was just like, bye-bye, everybody. We lost 36,000 people. Malaria, the mosquito, and the snake. And he gave it away for $1. Well, at least we got $1. That's better than most of those guys do. We got $1 for that. Most expensive thing ever built, most profitable thing ever built, too. Makes so much money. Every prediction the critics made about our tariff policy has failed to materialize. The evidence shows overwhelmingly that the tariffs are not paid by American consumers, that they're paid by foreign nations and middlemen. And Scott went over that with us before, and they're paid by middlemen. They raise the thing. Countries get involved. They pay them because otherwise they won't have companies. They won't be viable. And we're the big beneficiary. Once again, the so-called experts were 100% wrong, and Trump was right. People of Michigan were 100% right. You elected the right guy. If you had the other person, everybody, we wouldn't even be having a meeting today, probably. There'd be no meeting. The Economic Club would be saying, like, "Man, we're doing bad. It's going to be awfully tough to get people to show up. This is going to be tough," the chairman. "This is going to not be a good day for us. We don't want to have, let's cancel the meeting immediately." The Trump tariffs have delivered us trillions of dollars of new investment, unprecedented new partnerships on minerals, rare earths, defense, and artificial intelligence, and historic levels of foreign military sales. You know, you have the Supreme Court now going to rule on whether or not we can use tariffs. Can you believe this? A case brought about by people that are China-centric, foreign-centric, but China-centric. I wouldn't want it if I was China either. You know, China's one of our biggest taxpayers right now. China, would you ever believe you'd hear that? And they've been great. My relationship with President Xi has been great, but we have a group that's foreign-centric, China-centric, suing, and we'll figure something out if we don't win, but we should win. I mean, we should win. So great for national security. I ended 8 wars. Think of that, 8 wars. And without trade and tariffs, you wouldn't have been able to end any of them. But they brought hundreds of billions of dollars pouring into the United States Treasury, helped curb inflation, and helped cut the federal budget deficit by a staggering 27%. And that's only for a short period of time. The number's much bigger than that when you add in the full year. And I've told people I got into a lot of trouble because of the fake news back there. I told people, I said, tariff is my favorite word. I said, my favorite word of every word is tariff. I've loved it for 40 years. I came here many years ago. Remember, they said I didn't come here. Then they found out I did. I got an award in Detroit, in Michigan, many years ago, and still have it. They said it never happened. It did happen. Turned out I didn't notice any apology. But all I did was talk about you're losing your car industry. This was long before I ran for politics. They said you're losing. I said, why are you allowing these foreign nations to take your car? You know, you lost 57% of your car industry. The good news is you're getting it back. But I said, why aren't you using tariffs? I've been very consistent, I will tell you that, for years and years. Even as a private businessman, for years I used to, because I get, for whatever reason, a lot of publicity always. I don't know if that's good or bad, but it happens. And I talk about the importance. But I said recently, I said, tariff is my favorite word in the whole dictionary. There's no word. And I took a lot of heat. They said, what about your wife, your children? What about religion and God? What about Jesus? So I said, all right, it's my 5th favorite word. And since then, I've been fine. They hit me hard, these people, the fake news. They were killing me over tariff. He likes tariff more than his wife, more than religion. He likes tariff more than anything. What a disgrace. So I now call it number 5, and I'm in good shape. That was a rough day. It's my favorite word, and I got killed. Every word, you know, when you go up here, you take a big chance, especially me, because I go off teleprompter about 80% of the time. But isn't it nice to have a president that can go off teleprompter? When you think? Remember the speeches Joe would make? First of all, they'd last a matter of seconds, you know. Thank you very much. You ever notice Joe would always cough before a speech? State of the Union, he gets, ladies and gentlemen. And then it would be like very short. Although the one time they had him spruced up pretty good. Remember, he was high as a kite. He was floating. He was up there way up. That was a bad speech. But, hey, he got through it, you know. He got through it, if you call it getting through. This country was so... Can you imagine allowing 25 million people into our country, many of them criminals, many of them murderers? What he did to this country, what they did, because it was the people surrounding that beautiful, resolute desk. But just as I promised you that I've imposed a 25% tariff on all foreign automobiles, I'm standing up for the American auto worker like no president has ever stood up before. You know, those tariffs are keeping the foreign auto workers. Now, if they want to come in and build the plant and hire you and hire your friends and your neighbors, that's great. I love that. Let China come in, let Japan come in. They are. And they'll be building plants, but they're using our labor. U.S. auto factories are now seeing more than $70 billion of new investment. Think of that. They were leaving. They were all going. They were going in the opposite direction. Now they're pouring back. It's the greatest. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And much of that money is coming right here to the car-making capital of the world, Detroit. You lost, I mean, so many places. Since I took office, Ford has announced it will invest $5 billion across its Michigan and Kentucky plants, creating 4,000 new jobs. GM is moving production of the Chevy Blazer and Equinox from Mexico right back here to America. Right? Is my favorite auto worker here by any chance? You know who I'm talking about. What happens? Where's Brian? Brian. Oh, I see. He made some cash. He's have to fly. Oh, he's been very disloyal to Detroit. We're going to have to. He is such a great guy, right? Man, that guy fought for me when it wasn't the popular thing to do. He fought for me from day one. Well, you tell him I said hello to him, all right? That guy, he got it. 4 years ago, he got it. Right at the beginning. He understood it better than anybody, better than the great economists. They had no clue. And Stellantis is investing $13 billion to expand its U.S.-based manufacturing plant by more than 50%. Stellantis doing a good job. Never before has an administration achieved such sweeping and dramatic turnarounds as has taken place just in this very short period of time. I mean, you're talking about 11 months. 11 months and you have a different business. 11 months and you're booming. I just spoke to an AI guy, and that's booming too. You know, we're leading China in AI by a lot. I'm letting them build their own electric plants because people are saying, you know, the amount of electricity they need twice as much as electricity currently in the United States for every other business, home, factory. They need double. So I said, we can't do that. And then I had the idea. When they build these $50 billion plants, I'm going to let them build, and they're already building big electric plants to take care of their plant. And any excess electricity, they'll sell it back to our country. It's an unbelievable, and therefore we're going to build, I think if they really added, you know, you hear how much, and I have great respect for China, but you hear they're building a lot of electricity, but we are too. But we're having it built privately. They're going to own their own electric. They're becoming their own electricity producer. And when they heard this idea, they thought it was great, but they didn't take it seriously because they said it's too good to be true. But then they realized that I was serious. So we're getting them 2- and 3-week approvals. They don't have to wait for 20 years before they get rejected. You know, in the old days, they had to wait for 20 years, and then they get rejected at the end of 20 years. Guys would give up their whole career trying to get one approval, and then they get rejected. In every aspect of our agenda, we're putting America first, and nothing will stand in our way. Nothing's going to stand in our way. Nothing. So one of our top priorities in this mission is promoting greater affordability. Now, that's a word used by the Democrats. They're the ones that caused the problem. The one thing, they stick together. They don't have some of the people that we have. I don't know. It's a genetic thing. It's something in the blood. We got some real losers. Mostly great. But I wouldn't use the name Romney because I'm in his sort of territory. So I would never use that name. But all right, I'll use it. They don't have a Mitt Romney that votes against everything. They don't have a Rand Paul that votes against everything. I got him elected twice. He was a stone cold loser. I went to Kentucky where I won by a lot. I did a rally for him. Then I did another rally. He won. Then I went the second time. He won. Then he votes against all the time. It's just crazy. I don't get it. Then you have Lisa Murkowski and you have Susan Collins. Disasters. And you had a gentleman from Indiana that I don't believe it, Todd Young, he voted against. And you'd say, why are you voting against? They can't give you an answer. They're unable to give you an answer. It's like, why are they against the attack on Venezuela? They're against the attack after they found out it was the most successful attack, probably the most talented, most brilliant tactically attack that we've had maybe in 100 years. And they're against it. Why? It's one thing if the attack failed. I'd probably do that too, or change. I'd be in favor. Then if it failed, I'd say, I told them not to do it. That's what they do. But here we have one of the most successful attacks ever, and they find a way to be against it. It's pretty amazing. But it's a shame, and we have some others, but not many. We have a great party, but we have people, the Democrats, whether you like them or not, they stick together like glue. They have horrible policy. Thank God they have horrible policy, because they're smart, they're evil, they're vicious, but they're bad policy. For instance, you could be a genius and try selling men playing in women's sport. You can be a genius. Try selling transgender for everybody. Open borders. Let the world come in. Let the world's prison population come into the United States, including all of the murders, 11,888. That's what we're trying to get out of Chicago and Minnesota and these places. So they stick together, which I admire because I'm a very loyal person, but they have horrible policy. Can you imagine if they had good policy? They were on this morning talking all the reasons that men should be playing in women's sports. They had a football guy there, flag football. This guy was like 6'6". He weighed 290 pounds with zero body fat. And they had a few young women. They were the size of his leg. He wouldn't have had to run. He could have just walked. They couldn't have done a thing about it. 10 of them would have to jump on him that wouldn't have had any impact. I don't think he would have been like a fly. It's so ridiculous. It's so demeaning to women. It's so demeaning. Look at the weightlifting records. I mean, the record got beaten by 112 pounds, a record that stood for 18 years. 1 ounce they'd put on stood for 18 years. Guy comes along who was a poor lifter as a man. He was at the lower portion of the class. Comes along and broke the record by 112 pounds. Think of that. They've fought for years to beat that record. How about the swimming records? I mean, you can go to sleep during the time the man comes in and the woman. You can go take a nap for a little while. How about the long distance race that took place not so long ago? Long distance, these marathon deals. They had top men, top women. The man came in. The woman came in 5 hours and 14 minutes and 36 seconds behind the man. Think of it. You're waiting. The man comes in. Now you're waiting 5 hours. What do you do if you're the parents? You go home and sleep for a while. Who the hell wants that? It's so demeaning to women and who are great athletes. It's so demeaning to them, and it's right now in the Supreme Court. I can't believe it would even go to the Supreme Court. I mean, could you imagine 20 years ago talking about men playing in women's sports? They'd think you're crazy. Or transgender for everybody? If you said there will be no mutilation on children, that's one of my standing lines. We will not allow the mutilation of a child. Can you imagine having to say that 15 years ago? People would say, is that guy crazy? Of course we won't. But we're living in a different time. It's a crazy time we're living in. After real wages plummeted by $3,000 under Sleepy Joe Biden, real wages are up by $1,300 in less than 1 year under President Trump. For construction workers, wages are up $1,800. Don't forget, they were down $3,000. Factory workers over $2,000, and for many other workers, over $5,000. And I just gave the military, because we're doing so well with taking in so much money with the tariffs, I just gave them $1,776. You saw that, right? Did you see that? They had 75, and I said, you know, if you had $1 more at $17.76, they said that was a good idea. We could afford $1 more. We gave them $17.76. Meanwhile, grocery prices are starting to go rapidly down. Rent is down. Airfares are down. Hotel rates are down. Cell phone prices are down. And we're just getting started. But more importantly than going down, our growth is through the roof. It's way up. Among my first acts in office was to end the radical left war on oil and gas and stop the crusade to kill American energy, and frankly, to open up cars so that you don't have to have an electric car. I love electric cars. I think they're great. I like Elon a lot. I don't think he was too happy with my policy of opening it up, and I can understand that. But I've been saying it for 4 years. They wanted everybody to have an electric car in a very short period of time. There was no way to build the stations. There was no way to get it done. I want you to have gasoline-powered cars. I want you to have electric. I want you to have hybrids. I want you to have everything. Hydrogen, I don't know about. I'm hearing it's not testing so well. It's fine, except when there's an explosion, you're a goner. Now, have you heard that with hydrogen? One guy's trying to sell hydrogen, and I say, yeah, but, sir, that only happens 1 in 100. Oh, great. When it happens, they find the body like 300 yards down the road. So I said, I'll pass on hydrogen. Maybe there's something I don't know about, but is anybody in the hydrogen car business? Gasoline is now under $2.50 a gallon in 17 states and under $2 in many places. We have some states it's 195, 199, 197. As we speak, these are gas stations, and think of that. We have gas stations in the Detroit area where you can fill up for less than $2.30 a gallon, whereas 2 years ago it was $4.50, and in many places it was way over $5. Think of that, $2.30. You see it. That's like a massive tax cut, which we gave you under the great big beautiful bill, by the way. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. And with our extremely successful operation in Venezuela earlier this month, that number soon is going to go lower because we're going to have a lot more energy. We're going to have a lot more, as opposed to a country that's going to be totally shut down. No fuel, no gasoline. And it's, you know, they say it's got more than Saudi Arabia. Who knows? It's got a lot. And by the way, to all Iranian patriots, keep protesting. Take over your institutions if possible, and save the name of the killers and the abusers that are abusing you. You're being very badly abused. If the numbers are right now, I hear 5 different sets of numbers. I hear numbers. Look, 1 death is too much, but I hear much lower numbers, and then I hear much higher numbers. But I say save their names because they'll pay a very big price. And I've canceled all meetings with the Iranian officials until the senseless killing of protesters stops. And all I say to them is help is on its way. You saw that I put tariffs on anybody doing business with Iran. Just went into effect today. And I say make Iran great again. You know, it was a great country until these monsters came in and took it over. And it's all very fragile. What would have happened to us? I'm telling you. If I didn't win this election, what would have happened to us? In the coming weeks, I will be laying out even more plans to help bring back affordability. And again, remember, that's a fake word by Democrats. Prices were too high. They caused the high price. They never want to talk about affordability. They always go, this is an election about affordability. I say, they caused it. But they're good at that stuff. They're good at that stuff. They're fake, and they're good at that stuff. It's an election about high prices that was caused by the Democrats and that I brought down a lot. And remember, when you see energy coming down like I brought it down, and gasoline coming down, that brings everything else down. It's so much bigger than any other factor. When gasoline gets to be $1.99 a gallon, everything comes down. The donuts come down, the truck that delivers the donuts, the stove that makes the donuts, the whole thing, it all comes down, and it's coming down much faster than anybody can even believe. And remember, though, I always say, because, you know, normally when that goes down, the world comes down. That's the bad way of bringing it down. Our growth is through the roof. So I always want to say that whenever I say prices are coming down, but our growth is going way up. 2 beautiful events, the exact opposite of the Biden administration. As part of those efforts at Davos next week, I'm going to provide much more detail about our housing policies so that every American who wants to own a home will be able to afford one. We have some great things happening with housing, as you know. You saw the $200 billion buy-in on bonds and mortgages. This will include a ban on large institutional investors buying up single-family homes all over the country and making it impossible for people to buy a home. And I've also announced that the U.S. government is purchasing $200 billion of mortgage bonds to bring down mortgage rates, and it's had a huge impact. It's already started. And just last week, the average 30-year mortgage dropped below 6% for the first time in many years. It's coming down very rapidly, and that's not with the help of the Fed. If I had the help of the Fed, it would be easier. But that jerk will be gone soon. In addition, I proudly called for the credit card companies to cap interest rates at 10% for 1 year because they're getting 28 and 30% and 32%. And it's unfair. The rates are way too high. To provide further relief to hardworking Americans, we'll also be confronting one of the biggest factors in driving up prices, the monstrosity known as the Unaffordable Care Act. You know what that is, right? It's Obamacare. It's a great name, Unaffordable Care Act. Nope. Did anybody ever think of that one before? It's true. It's the Unaffordable Care Act. Obamacare was a gift to make health insurance companies rich at the expense of the American people. In particular, the so-called enhanced premium tax credits were a corrupt payoff to the insurers, whose stock prices went up more than 1,000% after Obamacare was signed. I want the same money I want it to go directly. Very simple. I want the money, those big amounts of money paid for by the government, to go directly to the people so they can buy the health care that's right for them. They can negotiate their own deal, health care savings account, but they'll buy their own health care, and everybody loves it. That's why later this week, I'll announce our health care affordability framework that will reduce premiums for millions of lower drug prices, delivering price transparency and demand honesty and accountability from insurance companies all over the country, all over the world, actually. Healthcare costs will come down very fast with my most favored nation executive order. We're doing most favored nation drug prices. When we would have drug prices stay the same, everybody thought it was great. They're going to be coming down thousands of percents. We're standing up to special interests and slashing prescription drug prices by 300, 400, 500, and even 600% and more. I mean, think of that. On that alone, we should win the midterms in a landslide. I'm doing favored nations. The country that pays the lowest price in the world is the price that we're going to pay. And we got that because of tariffs, because I said to the countries they wouldn't approve it. The drug companies were tough, but they were fine. But they said the countries will never do it because you have a pill that sells for $10, you have to sell it for 20 or 30, so you'd have to double or triple the price of their health care there for prescription drugs. Ours would come down from $130 to $20. Theirs would go from 10 to 20, the world being a bigger place. And it was unbelievable, but the countries wouldn't do it. So I called the countries. I said, if you don't do it, then I'm going to put a tariff on you. And the tariff's going to be 20 times more than the cost that you're having to pay for fair health care. And every one of them said, sir, we agree with you 100%. We would be honored to do it. It was really rather amazing. We could never do it. So think of that. You have most favored drug prices. Your drug prices are going to go down like from $100 to $10. Nobody can believe it. And we can't get the fake news to write about it. It's the biggest thing to happen in medicine. It's the biggest thing to happen in healthcare. And I cannot get the New York Times, I cannot get anybody to write about it. When we got it done and we announced it, it was on a page way in the back of the New York Times. Same with others. They don't want to talk about it. You know why? Because it's so good. It's the biggest thing to happen. Over the past 12 months, almost every promise I made to you right here in 2024 has been kept. I've kept all my promises and much more. I mean, I've given you much more than I gave you promises, and I produced much more than I said I was going to produce. I gave you the largest tax cuts in American history, cutting taxes across the board in the great, big, beautiful bill. And as I told you, I mean, who would have gotten you no tax on tips, as I said before. No tax, I say it over and over again, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our seniors. Any senior should be voting for us because the Democrats won't do this. It doesn't work for them. And we also made interest on car loans fully tax deductible so that when you go out and buy a car, if you have a mortgage or you get a loan on a car, you're allowed to deduct interest for the first time ever. That's never happened before. But only for cars that are stamped with the beautiful words, made in the USA. In other words, we're only letting that take place if the car is made like in Detroit or in the USA. Our tax cuts also provided 100% bonus depreciation on all new equipment and capital investments, meaning that for any manufacturer looking to bring production back to America, you can write it all off, everything. Not in 38 years, not in 44 years, in 1 year. You write the whole thing off in 1 year. That's the biggest thing. I think that's the biggest thing. That's the big job producer. And I've cut an unprecedented number of burdensome regulations. We're number one in the history of our country in cutting regulations. I promised to cut 10 old regulations for every one new regulation. So if we put on a regulation, the only way I'll allow it to happen is if the secretary, like Scott Bessent, cuts 10 old regulations. But instead, last year we actually cut 129 regulations for every one that we put in. Think of that. So nobody's ever cut regulations like I have. I terminated the insane electric vehicle mandate and ended the war on internal combustion engines. Once and for all, those engines were gone. And some people like them. And if they like them, great. And if they like electric, if they like any form of propulsion, any way you want to propel your car is okay, except for a couple of them, as I discussed. I permanently stopped Joe Biden's ridiculous CAFE standards. You know what the CAFE standards are? They're standards that make it impossible for you to build a car affordably. They make it impossible for a car to really work right. The CAFE standards sound so nice. The CAFE standards, it's environmental standards that are impossible to meet. And we're canceling the EPA's absurd tailpipe emission standard, one of the worst ever. And I revoked the California emissions waiver to stop San Francisco communists from regulating automobiles all over our nation, all over our world. Boy, I have done so much for the car industry. It's crazy. Nobody thought it was possible to do this. And that's why your industry, not everybody's in the car industry. How many people are in the car industry in this room, in one way or another? That's a lot, relatively. That's not bad. Another urgent priority for bringing down the cost of living is to stop the colossal fraud that is bleeding American taxpayers absolutely dry. The fraud being committed by the Somali population in Minnesota. Have you heard of them? They're lovely people. Is monumental. And California, Illinois, New York, and others are just as bad. Our country has been losing over $500 billion to fraud every single year, but those days are over. We have the best group you've ever seen assembled going after fraud. In Minnesota, we're cracking down on the Somali scams, ending the brazen and shameless theft of taxpayer dollars. Well, it's going on in Maine, too, with Somalis. You know, and they don't take our ships anymore. You know why? We hit them with the same missile that we used to hit the drug dealers coming in with the boats. You know, we have drugs coming in by sea down 97%. You've seen that? 97%. And we're trying we're really trying hard to find out who the hell is the other 3%. But we have them down 97%. And we're going to start hitting them by land, too. The hard part is done. By sea, nobody's coming. It hasn't been great for the fishing industry, however. Those that have a fishing boat, they're having a hard time getting customers. But you can't have everything. Nobody wants to go on boats. Nobody wants to go like 25 miles an hour. When you see a boat with 5 engines on the back of it going 65 miles an hour, and it's loaded up with hundreds of bags that you see cellophane with white, typically it's not fishing. How about the couple of submarines we took down? We took out 2 submarines, and the Democrats say they were fishing. No, they were submarines. They were actually, they build a very fast, it's a drug-carrying submarine. They have a lot of money. And we took them out, and the Democrats claimed that they were fishing. We shouldn't ruin people's beautiful fishing journey. It's unbelievable what we have to go through. It's really a shame, actually. We've frozen all children's payments to those states that we're talking about, and we will now require proof of attendance in order to receive federal funding for child care or any of that. How about all these child care places in Minnesota where there is no children? They go there, they get paid millions and millions of dollars. The biggest operation in all of Minnesota had no children. And we pay millions of dollars. They're scammers. They're scammers. They always will be. And we're getting them out, and we're not going to pay them. We're not going to pay Minnesota. Right, Scott? We're not paying Minnesota any more money for that, any of that crap. It's a big scam. It's a giant scam run by an incompetent, crooked governor. He's an incompetent, crooked guy. And also, we're freezing any and all welfare payments going to illegal immigrants that will start effective immediately. So when illegals come into California, Gavin Newsom, they come into California, and they send us bills for people coming in. We're not paying it. So we're working on that very strongly. Just don't pay it. As Nancy Reagan would say, just say no. You remember Nancy Reagan? Just say no to drugs. It's a little more difficult than that, I guess, right? But just say no. Additionally, from this moment forward, if you're on public assistance, like almost all Somalis are, did you see where 94% of them are on public assistance? You can't wire money out of the country back to your bank account from where you came. But more importantly, we probably aren't even going to give them the money anymore, the money going to them, because of the tremendous abuse and probably illegality being perpetrated on our country. We're not going to give them the money. We're not giving them the money. It's massive numbers of people are scamming our country. You know, they came from a place with nothing, and they come here and they drive around in Mercedes-Benz. You know, the Mercedes-Benz dealers do well in that area of Minnesota. Can you believe it? They have nothing. They get welfare payments, and they have Mercedes-Benzes. It angers me so much, but we're going to straighten out our country. This was done under Biden and Obama, very much under Obama. It all started under Obama. And we just can't. We've got a great country. We're not going to screw it up. But this was one of the great scams ever. They have the same thing, Somali in Maine. Who would think? I never saw that happening. But in Maine, it's really crooked as hell, too. But it's not just Somali. It is them, but it's not just. There are many other places, many other people. The whole country, if we stop this fraud, this massive fraud, we're going to have a balanced budget. That's how much money you're talking. We'll have a balanced budget without all the growth I'm talking about. And then you add the growth, we got one hell of a country. We're giving 90-day notices to places like California, Scott. Right away, we're going to send out that notice. Who would bill the federal government as people poured into the state to send those people back because no country can afford to do it? No country can afford to take in millions of people, pay for their education, their health care, their hospitals. You just can't do it. And we all have a heart. You can't do it. But many of those people are murderers. They're people released from jails, prisons, mental institutions, insane asylums. They're people that are drug dealers. They're addicts. Additionally, starting February 1st, we're not making any payments to sanctuary cities or states having sanctuary cities because they do everything possible to protect criminals at the expense of American citizens, and it breeds fraud and crime and all of the other problems that come. So we're not making any payment to anybody that supports sanctuary cities. We have also suspended nearly 8,000 SBA loans, Small Business Association loans, to suspected scammers in Minnesota, of which there are many. It's a great state. It was a great state. Now it's getting destroyed by that stupid governor. What a stupid guy he is. But he's a crook. I mean, he's an incompetent guy, but he's a crook. He allowed this to go. You can't have corruption on a scale that nobody's ever seen before, and you're sitting as a governor and you don't know what's going on. It's impossible, even though he's a stupid guy. We're investigating large-scale visa fraud, and the Department of Justice has already charged nearly 100 people in criminal conspiracies in Minnesota. They're all over the place. Last week, we announced that I'm creating a brand-new division at the Department of Justice, a legal strike force led by a really tough, smart new Attorney General for fraud. He's a fantastic young guy. He's so impassioned to do this properly. We intend to imprison any fraudster, politician, or public official involved in these sick plots to loot and pillage our country. Think of that Ilan Omar. She lives in Somalia. They don't have a government. They don't have a military. They don't have police. They don't have anything. All they have is murder and robbing ships, bringing in ships, pirates. That's stopped. Same missile, ping. That's the end of them. It's amazing how that can stop corruption. Those missiles, they never miss, you know. The same one, exactly the same one. But think of it. She comes from a country with nothing, and she comes here and she tells us about our Constitution. I have a constitutional right to rip off the country. I guess she's a total scam artist. Anybody knows it. How do you let her get away with it? AOC +3. She was one of the three. They're all scammers. They're so bad for our country. They're so bad for our country. Our ICE operation in Minnesota, for example, is finding hundreds of killers, violent predators, and child rapists, some of the worst criminal offenders anywhere in the world, murderers all over the place. All we want to do is get them out. Did you see the pictures that we put up? Hundreds of them. Murderers wanted for murder, wanted for the worst drug selling. One of them is one of the biggest drug dealers in the world. And vicious, sells bad drugs too. Bad drugs, like if you take a tiny little morsel, your child is dead. And we're getting them. But it's hard to get them because they make it so impossible for you. And you wonder why. Why would they do that? You know, do they want to live with murderers? Do they want to live with these people that are emptied out from prisons? They have a lot of people. One of the reasons I was so angry with Venezuela, they emptied their prisons almost entirely into the United States of America. Tren de Aragua was the gang, one of the worst, probably the most violent gang there is anywhere in the world, they say. We're getting them out. We've got a lot of them out already, but we're getting them out. We're also going to revoke the citizenship of any naturalized immigrant from Somalia or anywhere else who is convicted of defrauding our citizens. We're going to get them the hell out of here fast. And if you come to America to rob Americans, we're throwing you in jail and we're sending you back to the place from where you came. We're throwing you right in jail. And they know it, too. And one of the reasons they're doing these fake riots, I mean, they're just terrible. I mean, you see it's so fake. Shame, shame, shame. You see the woman. That's all practice. They go practice. They go to areas, they take hotel rooms, and they all practice together. It's a whole scam. We're finding out who's funding all this stuff, too. We pretty much know. But in conclusion, as we liberate our country from this cultural scourge and the plague of corruption and fraud, we'll rediscover the natural energy and native spirit that truly makes America great again, like we're doing with Detroit and Michigan. If we get rid of fraud and do our job properly on the trillions that are being extorted out of our country from corrupt and incompetent governors like Gavin Newsom, J.B. Pritzker, and Tim Walz, we will very soon have a balanced budget, and that's the kind of money that we're talking about. We're talking about massive amounts of money. Our country wasn't built by people who tried to lie and cheat and scam their way to success. It was built by legends like Henry Ford, Henry Dow, Thomas Edison, the Kellogg brothers, Alfred P. Sloan, the founder of General Motors, men who lifted up American workers and strengthened our nation beyond even belief. And we're doing the same exact thing right now. I think we're doing it even better. This is the fierce spirit of patriotic free enterprise that we're now unleashing once again. We are unleashing it like maybe never before. Together we have turned the page forever on the failed left-wing model that makes our America poor, desolate, and makes people feel sorry for us. That's what we had. We had a country where our leader was laughed at and our country was scorned. We had a country that was laughed at. They laughed at us. 2 years ago, they laughed at us. They thought we were fools. They thought we were stupid people. Now we're seeing that they're not the smart ones. We are. But we have a great America, and we're going to enrich it. And foreign nations, foreign migrants, criminal fraudsters, and corrupt politicians are not going to play a role anymore. They're going to be in jail. Under the Trump administration, we're reclaiming America's dignity, rebuilding America's wealth. And we're putting the productive, hardworking American citizen at the center of every single thing that we do. They were the ones that built America, and they will build it up again. And that's what they're doing at levels nobody thought was possible. So today, after less than 1 year, our border is secure. Remember, they talked about the border, how bad? In 3 weeks, I didn't go to Congress. I said, secure our border. And they did. Remember Biden, he said, I have to get approval from Congress. Had nothing to do with Congress, had to do with respect. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is stopped. Wages are up. Prices are down. Our economy is booming like I think you'll see soon, like never before. Our military is strong and unprecedented. I rebuilt our military in my first term. Our workers are thriving and our auto industry is returning to the country where we all began and where it all began, and frankly, a country that we love. The United States is winning again, and we're rapidly making America and the great state of Michigan greater and more prosperous than ever before. I want to again thank the Detroit Economic Club. You do a fantastic job, so respected. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Yourself off the ground. I said, young man, 'cause you're in a new town. There's no need to
watching President Trump speaking before the Detroit Economic Club. As always, he touched on the efficacy of tariffs. Also, in jest, commented on how the word tariff was his favorite word. Now, while most people see tariffs as an added tax, there is indeed a method to the madness. Joining now to talk a bit more specifically about the efficacy of tariffs and some of what you just heard from President Trump is the author of Manufacture Local, John Gardner. John, Terrence Bates here. Good afternoon. Good to see you. Welcome to the show.
Thanks so much for having me, Terrence.
Absolutely. Thank you for joining us. So let's start kind of broad. What do you make of what you just heard from the president? He spoke for about an hour.
Oh, I love it. You know, I really think 100 years from now, when we look back, President Trump will be remembered as the most inspirational person of this century. Just as we look back and see Churchill and Lincoln and Washington, I always get a few laughs out of his speech and also inspired. You know, he's really bringing hope to the middle class and the working class, which I think really has felt a lot of despair for so long. And he's infusing us with, I think, the will to fight for the middle class, which the founding fathers believed very strongly in the middle class as a buffer zone for any great nation. No great nation has lasted long after the collapse of their middle class. So President Trump's really building us up here.
So let's talk about manufacturing, because that also was one of the themes, if you will, of his speech, specifically when it comes to the automobile industry. Talk about how the president has revived this nation's automobile industry through tariffs and otherwise.
Yeah, so the founding fathers intended for our nation to run on tariffs, to be funded by tariffs. That was their first major legislative act, was the Tariff Act of 1789. Income tax was not even a discussion. And we built a massive industry, the greatest manufacturing superpower in the world, behind protective tariffs. We had tariffs pay the government's revenue from 1789 to into the 1930s. From 1824 to 1934, the average tariff rate was 40 to 50%. And we look at the civil manufacturing might that created for us to be able to produce enough goods to fight off the Axis in World War II. And so President Trump looks at the economic might in the middle class. We built the world's greatest middle class behind a protective wall of tariffs. And so this economic tool was forgotten until President Trump kind of brought it into the limelight again and said, hey, why are we attacking our citizens for income and revenue when, you know, the government used to pay its bills with external revenue via the tariffs? So I think that we're all watching in real time the economic proof that his policies are working. I mean, like you said, the trade deficit dropped 69%, and it's the lowest trade deficit on record since 2009. And the trade deficit, President Trump declared an economic emergency around the trade deficit because we were importing so many things that jeopardized our national security and the independence of our nation. So the fact that he's been able to turn this around this quick in a year is amazing and very exciting.
John, we often hear the term America First. It's become a political policy. But even when it comes to business, it seems to me that President Trump is all about America First, showing that America can produce pretty much anything that American consumers need.
100%. You know, I own my own business in the manufacturing industry, and I'm so excited to see what develops this year. We had a record year last year, 20% growth. And I think every American business is starting to look locally for where they can source stuff, which then creates more jobs within our nation and builds our middle class, rather than looking to how can we offshore this and create a job in another country and build their economic might. And it's really a seismic shift in business mentality that is President Trump is the catalyst for.
John Gardner, author of Manufacture Local, joining us this morning, or I guess it is afternoon by now. Good to see you, John. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thanks for having me, Terrence.
Absolutely. Again, you had just been listening for about an hour or so, President Trump addressing the Detroit Economic Club. Our Steve Gruber is on the ground there. He was listening to the speech. He was in the room with the president, joining us live now with his thoughts on what we just heard. Steve, it sounds to me like there was a very good response to what the president had to say. There was lots of applause, and it seemed to me that the audience really took to what President Trump had to say today.
I think that's exactly right, Terrence. Look, there's enthusiasm here. And one of the things that the president said, near the end of his speech was that he is optimistic, a lot of optimism about where this economy goes in 2026. And look, he got good numbers today. He talked about it before he left Washington earlier, before he got on Air Force One to come to Detroit. He said, look, our growth is terrific. It's 5.4%. Inflation is below 3%. But of course, he does not care for Jerome Powell. We heard that a couple of times during his comments. He would like the Fed to lower interest rates quicker. He said if they lower interest rates faster, we can move the economy faster and stronger and build bigger and better. Now, between the time that he landed and before he came here today, he went over to the Ford Motor plant at River Rouge and had a chance to tour that plant. Big news coming out of Ford today, saying they're going to 6 days a week, 24 hours a day. And President Trump says quite clearly that's because the economy is humming along. We're selling cars again. But he said, I want to see cars sold in America. One of the things he talked about, of course, no payments on that interest. You can deduct that from your taxes if it's an American-made car. That's the theme of this president. It has been for a long time. Make it in America. And we want to make sure you make things in America and build up this manufacturing base that eroded during NAFTA and during the last 20 years, really. So he's trying to make sure that people that live in the Rust Belt, like Michigan, that they have a chance to build a life, to support a family, to have a career in an opportunity. And that's what we're talking about. And he praised Ford, General Motors, Stellantis, the makers of Chrysler products. I would say it was a very optimistic speech, Terrence. It was well received here. Of course, you've got business owners and business leaders here. It's a friendly crowd, but that nonetheless, when they get numbers like they saw today, it's hard not to be optimistic. Inflation is low. Growth is high. Wages are doing better. And so he touted his policies, and he talked a lot, as you know, about tariffs. They said that they, being the Democrats, said that tariffs would destroy the economy. He said it's quite the opposite, isn't it? He said this country was stronger before tariffs were abandoned, basically, in 1913 than it is today. So a lot of big themes here from the president.
Steve, it strikes me that the president also took a bit of a victory lap. I want to play this segment of the president's speech. Guys, we're going to pull up SOT 26, in which he basically lists all of the victories and all that he's been able to achieve so far.
Now, after less than 12 months in office, I'm back in Michigan to report to you on the strongest and fastest economic turnaround in our country's history. It's really been historic. There's never been, we're not 12 months, we're through 11 months. We've got $18 trillion being invested in our country. The most of any country ever was 3. We're at 18. There's never been anything like this. You are so lucky I allow you into this room to even be with me. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. The fake news will say Donald Trump thinks he's hot stuff. Right now I'm feeling pretty good, though, I will say. Oh, you're so lucky to be here. Under our administration, growth is exploding, productivity is soaring, investment is booming, incomes are rising, inflation is defeated, America is respected again like never before.
Steve, sometimes you just have to remind people of what you've done for them.
Sometimes you do it. He went through the laundry list, as we talked about. You've got mortgages below 6%. He also talked about affordability being a made-up term by the Democrats. He said, look, we have to get prices down. But when you lower energy prices, which he focused on during a good part of the speech as well, and said, look, gas in some places today is $1.99 or $1.92 or $1.97. And that's places like Oklahoma and Texas. He said, can you imagine what it's going to be like when the rest of the country is at $1.99 a gallon? That lowers the price of delivery. It lowers the price of goods. It lowers the price on the average working family. And he's right about that. And so energy policy, a cornerstone of what he's doing here. Of course, Scott Bessent was in the audience today, his Treasury Secretary, and he praised the Secretary for the work that he's doing to get things more affordable in America, to boost the income and the buying power. He talked about housing being a big part of what he's going to be talking about in 2026, and that's going to be a cornerstone. Look, with mortgage rates under 6%, he said we are going to ban the institutional buying. Think BlackRock and State Street. They're going to end the institutional buying of single-family homes in big markets like Atlanta and around the country so that the average family can afford to get in a home without having to bid against multi-billion-dollar global corporations. That's a big deal. So he talked a lot about making sure that people could, well, I guess he didn't say it, but I will, find the American dream again. That's what he's talking about here, rebuilding America from the ground up.
Steve, you know the saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans. Well, when in Detroit, talk automobiles. And the president did that as well.
He sure did. And look, he toured the River Rouge plant. It's a It's a very famous plant here in Michigan. I'm from Michigan. I grew up not too far from here. River Rouge has always been the cornerstone of the Ford Motor Company. It has been for decades and decades. So when they talk about going 24 hours a day, 6 days a week, you know what that means? It means those auto workers are getting a lot of overtime. It means they're getting big paychecks. It means they're having a chance to cash in on a growing economy. Then they mentioned to the Ford Motor Company people during one of the comments with the president earlier that they're going to be building a new pickup truck, internal combustion. Let me be clear about that. Internal combustion engine in Kentucky. So they're continuing to grow, invest in America. But I guess it was pretty important to point out the Ford Lightning doesn't exist anymore. That was the F-150 electric EV version. Ford got rid of that model here in the fall of 2025 because consumers, frankly, didn't want it. And when the government subsidies went away, which he also touched on, you couldn't afford it anymore. They're wildly expensive. And people that live in northern states like Colorado, where you live, Terrence, or Michigan, where I live, look, people don't trust those batteries in cold weather, and for good reason. They don't want to be stranded with no way to get going again without some sort of a charger or an intervention from a diesel generator. So he touched on all those things. He said, I want people to buy the car they want. The car that they want, not the car that they're ordered to get. He talked about CAFE standards. That is your fuel standards. He said we took off these standards put in by the Biden administration that were not possible. He said you put on all these computers and all this technology, you'd save a little bit of gas. He's not wrong about that. You can only get so much return out of the energy you put in. And so he said that's going to help move America forward as well. And if the average American family is paying a couple of dollars a gallon or $2.50 a gallon, whatever it might be, that's more money in their pocket. As he put it, that is a tax cut by definition. A couple of years ago, we saw gas over $5 here in Michigan. Yesterday, I saw it for $2.29. That is a huge shift for the average family trying to make ends meet every month.
Absolutely.
Period.
Absolutely. You are so spot on with that. Steve Gruber reporting for us on the ground there in Detroit. Of course, we just heard from President Trump, speaking before the Detroit Economic Club there in Detroit, Michigan. Steve, always good to see you, my friend. Appreciate your reporting.
Thank you.
Of course. Well, folks, everyday Americans make choices that shape our country's future, right down to which cell phone provider we support. Here's what most people don't realize. Patriot Mobile isn't just a wireless provider. They're an activist organization funded by selling top-tier cell phone service. They've even been on the front lines of defending our freedoms long before it was cool to do so, and they've been standing in the gap when others wouldn't. The best part is they deliver prioritized premium service on all three major U.S. networks, giving you the same or even better coverage backed by 100% U.S.-based customer support. Get unlimited data plans, mobile hotspots, international roaming, and much more. All of this when you switch to Patriot Mobile. You'll actually help grow a movement that fuels the Christian conservative cause. Every bill you pay helps advance the values of faith, family, and freedom. Switching is easier than ever. Activate in just minutes. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade if you so choose. Take a stand today by going to patriotmobile.com/RAV, or you can call 972-PATRIOT and use the promo code RAV for a free month of service. That's patriotmobile.com/RAV, or call 972-PATRIOT and make the switch today. Stay tuned, everyone. We're going to be back with more of President Trump's speech before the Detroit Economic Club. All of that after this break.
Stay tuned to get a free month of home warranty protection. Tired of searching for contractors when your home appliances and systems break down, only to leave you stuck with a huge repair bill and shoddy repairs? Plumbing, heating, air conditioning, and appliance breakdowns could cost thousands.
Hi, Tanya Nyack here for Choice Home Warranty. They protect my home from expensive repairs, and they can do the same for you. No matter if it's your refrigerator, air conditioning, or more than 20 other home systems and appliances, Choice Home Warranty has saved millions of homeowners a whole lot of money. For a low monthly fee, you get their nationwide network of trusted technicians with plans to cover repairs and replacements done quickly and the right way.
It eliminates anxiety, frustration, and it saves you money. I recommend using Choice Home Warranty.
Don't let an appliance or home system break the bank, leaving you stressed. Call Choice Home Warranty before that happens and get your first month free. Plus, call in the next 5 minutes and we'll give you free limited roof leak coverage. That's a $70 value, free. Just call now.
No more headaches searching for technicians. No more huge repair bills. Just the peace of mind of having Choice Home Warranty at your service. I trust Choice Home Warranty with my home, and you should too.
Year after year, Choice Home Warranty is recognized as the nation's top home warranty and has thousands of 5-star reviews from real homeowners. Experience real budget protection and call Choice Home Warranty now.
Stop flushing money down the toilet on expensive repairs. Call Choice Home Warranty now and save big with their special offer of your first month free. Don't wait another minute. Call now.
Call Choice Home Warranty for your free personalized quote and to get your first month free. Call in the next 5 minutes, and as our special offer, you'll receive free limited roof coverage. That's over $100 in savings. This offer won't last long. Call now to lock in your rate and save big.
Call 800-495-1163. 800-495-1163.
It's time to stand up and save with InstaSeal by Bell & Howell, the world's first vertical vacuum sealing system designed to save you money. InstaSeal removes the air completely, extending freshness up to 6 times longer. Now that's saving. Get the complete InstaSeal system. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-308-6802. That's 1-800-308-6802, or order online at buyinstaseal.com.
Welcome back, everyone. Terrence Bates here. We appreciate you being here with us for America's Voice Live. We are continuing to unpack President Trump's speech that just wrapped up about 15 minutes ago before the Detroit Economic Club. Joining me now, the author of Manufacture Local, John Gardner, with his thoughts on what you just heard. John, welcome back to the show. Appreciate you sticking around. Let's talk about your book, Manufacture Local. That, of course, brings to mind some of what the president had to say, because it seems that under President Trump, there has been this resurgence of local manufacturing, or let's just broaden the scope, manufacturing in general here in the United States.
Yeah, President Trump was the inspiration for me to write my book. I'd been in the manufacturing industry since 2005. I was born into it with my dad, but really my own thing since 2005. And I heard him say, let's make America the manufacturing superpower of the world. And I said, who is this guy? And he really inspired me with his work ethic and everything else he does. But, he's really made manufacturing hot again. Has really made a lot of economists start to question, like, hey, we've been, a financial economy and all these other service economy. Let's look at manufacturing. That's how, nations used to build great powers. And so that's how the book came about, is really President Trump's inspiration. I said, hey, I have to start. The tide seems to be turning toward a production-based economy, and really, you hear the business media say, that we're post-industrial. That's a bad thing. A post-industrial economy is actually a pre-industrial economy, meaning you can't make the things a nation needs, which is never a good state for a nation. President Trump knows this, and his pairing of manufacturing and tariffs is truly going to make us a great nation again.
John, put into perspective for us how things have changed in manufacturing since President Trump retook the White House. And I ask you this question because most of us are fairly ignorant. I couldn't tell you much about manufacturing. I just know that the goods that are manufactured are goods that I'm buying off of store shelves. So put into perspective for us, big picture, how the manufacturing industry has changed, say, in the last year and a half under President Trump.
It's very exciting. I mean, I remember when President Trump's term one, it was everything changed, and you could just feel this like I had Navy people call me and say, "Hey, we need this now. Let's get it going." Speed is you notice that things need to get done now. But the last year has been very exciting. My business has grown 20%. I think that what the president's doing is giving us, cheap energy, and the embrace of mining and refining are really the foundational basis for a manufacturer. You need the energy, and you need materials, and he's also embracing factories again and big business again, and infusing high technology. We have more factories under construction than, I don't know if any time period, but quite a long time. There's thousands of new factories being constructed in America today, which is very exciting. And those big factories will trickle down to the tier 2 and 3 and 4 smaller vendors with their needs. And it'll also make America an independent nation again. But how it is for a manufacturer, I think there's a lot of anticipation and a lot of excitement, feeling protected for once. The tariffs make a manufacturer feel protected. Other countries subsidize their goods. Their product comes in here 70% below cost. What American manufacturer can do, you can't compete. He's making American manufacturers feel protected to grow, and that's what Alexander Hamilton wrote about, is the protection of manufacturers. So President Trump's doing it.
Put other ways, peace of mind is priceless. It sounds like you have extra peace of mind. John, stand by. I want to try to get back to you to continue this conversation. If you have time, if you'll just stand by, please do. I want to go back, though, to Detroit, to the Detroit Economic Club. That's where Steve Gruber is standing by with the guest. Let's bring Steve in, guys, and see what he's got to say. So, Steve, now you've had about 15, 20 minutes to take in what President Trump had to say and chew on it a little bit. Your thoughts now.
Well, like I said, very optimistic when it comes to domestic policy, the economy, the way things are growing, the way inflation is under control. But he also spent some time talking about how effective the strike was on Venezuela and foreign policy. And as you talked about earlier, Terrence, he talked about the number of things that he has accomplished in his first year, not quite year, back in office. And it is a remarkable list. If you look at the fact the border's closed, he talked about that. He said it's closed by 97%. When it comes to drug running illegally across the open waters, the oceans, he said it's down 97%. He said it's tough to be a fisherman in Venezuela these days because nobody wants to get on a boat. But he said the same thing that we've talked about here previously, you and I, which is that if you see a boat going across the ocean with 5 giant Merc outboards on the back going 65 miles an hour with big bales on top of it, that's not a fishing vessel, all right? So he talked about all those accomplishments. Look, Michigan is, the president and I have talked about this 3 times in recent memory, that Michigan is ground zero. He believed that before 2016, before 2020, and before 2024. He thinks it is the key swing state out of the 7 so-called swing states. I think he believes that now. Look, the estimates are $1 billion. $1 billion are going to be spent on political advertising for this midterm election because there's an open Senate seat. Mike Rogers was here. He called him out, said you can make a great senator. He's the leading candidate for the Republicans. And he knows that picking up that Senate seat would be big for the Republicans. He knows that winning the governor's mansion for the first time in a number of years would be big for Michigan Republicans because Gretchen Whitmer's been there, an adversary of the president, as you know. So he's focused. Look, this is the beginning of Donald Trump taking his show on the road until November. He's going to make a lot more appearances. He's going to be out there a lot more than he was in 2025. Of course, he was working a lot, but he knows how important this is, not just to win the Senate seat here in Michigan, but to pick up other Senate seats like in Georgia, possibly, maybe New Hampshire. But it is the House he's focused on. He knows how important it is to keep the House because without it, he, in effect, becomes a lame duck president. So a lot of things to chew on here from this speech for sure. But he hit all the themes. And you're going to see Donald Trump on the road more in the days and weeks to come. I can assure you of that, Terrence, because he is taking his message to the people, a message of populism. He talked about lowering credit card rates to 10% at least for a year so that credit card companies can't just feast on people financially. He talked about that housing opportunity, making sure that people can have houses in this country. He talked about gasoline and how important it is to lower the price of gas for everything in the budget, for not just for households, but for business, that it will lower the cost. So his focus is on how we can make things cheaper and more effective. He hates the word affordability, says it's something that the Democrats created to kind of make it look like they were doing something and he wasn't. And then he laughed and said they created this problem. They're the ones that pushed inflation over 9%. They're the ones that pushed the price of gasoline over $5. So this is the message. Get used to it. Populism, which means getting an American home, putting a cap on credit card rates, making sure people can afford to put groceries on their table. This is what this president's pushing. For some conservatives, they may not like it, but populism and the Trump train rolls on.
Absolutely. Choo-choo. Get out the way if you're not going to get on board. All right, Steve, we're going to check in with you here in just a little bit, let you take a quick break, catch your breath. When we come back, folks, we'll talk about the president's assertion that he's cut the trade deficit by 62%. We'll let you hear his specific comments on that issue ahead.
Hi, I'm Caleb, and this is my story. I was born with osteogenesis imperfecta, or brittle bone disease. I have broken my bones almost 200 times, and I have had 11 surgeries. But I didn't let that stop me. I love to bike ride, climb, race, and I'm learning how to stand and walk. But I can only do all of this because of generous people like you and Shriners Hospitals for Children.
And for the past 100 years, Shriners Children's has become family to millions of kids. But it's only possible because of people like you.
Shriners Hospitals for Children is only able to provide this world-class, life-changing medical care because of the generous gifts of people just like you.
Because of you, I can ride my bike. I can play basketball. Because of people like you, I can play the trombone. I can smile.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
When you go online to loveshriners.org, you'll help make all of this possible for kids like me. Like me. Like me.
When you say yes to giving just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of all the kids you're helping every day.
Your gift, no matter how small, can help a child today.
This is your moment to make a difference.
When you pick up your phone, I know you have it right there, and call to give. You're helping kids like me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, please call again or give right away at loveshriners.org.
Your gift makes a difference. Thank you for giving.
Don't kibble your dog.
Oh, hey, Dr. Marty.
Hey, back.
But what's wrong with this? It's premium stuff.
Let's check it out. It's still kibble, which means it's ultra-processed at extremely high temperatures that destroy the nutrients in the food. But at Dr. Marty, we gently freeze-dried premium meats, fruit, and vegetables, locking in their nutrients.
Never kibbled.
You got it, kid, and they're gonna love it.
President Trump will be heading back here to the White House in short order. He'll be leaving Detroit, Michigan in just a little while, heading back to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. He, of course, was in Detroit speaking to the Detroit Economic Club. He also toured a Ford plant while in Detroit, talking about the economy and touting many of his accomplishments so far as president economically. So let's take you to the White House right now. Chief White House correspondent Brian Glenn standing by with the very latest. Brian, you've had about 20, 30 minutes now to take in some of what the president had to say. Your big takeaways.
Yeah, my big takeaway is he's committed to bringing manufacturing and jobs back to the U.S. I mean, he's done that through tariffs. He's done that through negotiations of bringing some of the very basic, infrastructure that we need, steel and things like that. So the message to today to the Detroit Economic Club was about on par what I would expect to hear. And then also touring the production plan for the F-Series pickup truck, which, by the way, is the best-selling pickup truck in America. And Ford had sales up 6% from last year. So the very premise that President Trump was going to destroy the auto industry with these tariffs, that did not work out the way many on the left, I think, wanted it to. Like Steve Gruber said, the Ford Lightning being kind of phased out of the lineup there. But President Trump is very much committed to making sure that U.S. automotive manufacturers have the advantage over the world, and even encouraging Terrence manufacturers from overseas to quickly, build their plants here. You build your stuff here, you don't get hit with those tariffs. Mm-hmm. What you just mentioned really speaks to one of the points the president made. I want to play you this clip in which he talks about cutting the trade deficit by 62%. This is clip 25. Let's play this.
Under Biden, we had the highest trade deficit ever recorded, losing more than $1 trillion every single year. How about that? It was killing Michigan, and everywhere else in our country was being absolutely destroyed. But in a matter of months, largely because of tariff income and the election result, we've slashed that gaping trade deficit by, in a short period of time, 62. It just came out.
The president taking a bit of a victory lap, but it's a deserved victory lap, Brian.
It is. I was the Terrence in the Rose Garden on, I think that was April 3rd. It wasn't April 4th because he didn't want to do it on April 4th. The Liberation Day, where he announced all of the tariff rates, or for the most part, of these countries and what they would be paying and where that money would go to. And a lot of it was to chew down the deficit quite a bit. And that's exactly what it's done. And to his skeptics and critics who basically said, once again, that Liberation Day of these tariffs would destroy and put unneeded pressure on our economy. Certain businesses would leave, and that certainly did not become the output from that. So President Trump, taking a victory lap today on that conversation, as he should.
Yeah, Brian, obviously we're focusing a lot on the president's speech there in Detroit, but there's also a lot happening there in the nation's capital by you. The first thing that comes to mind is the Supreme Court. It's been hearing oral arguments today on this transgender athlete issue. What are you hearing right now? Can you kind of bring us up to speed on that? And the president even alluded to that as well during his remarks.
He did. That was one of the campaign promises, is to keep men out of women's sports and to stop the transgender everything initiative. And of course, partly that he has done that with an executive order, and I believe that was legislative signed into law as well. But and with the transgender side, the surgeries, that has passed in Congress. It's got to go on to the Senate. But I've tried to dip in the conversation with the Supreme Court throughout the day to follow these arguments. Now, there's two cases that this involves in terms of preventing or protecting women in their own sports. And of course, Title IX is a big center part of all of that. And President Trump likes to often say that this is a 90-10 or point. I think it's more like a 98 to 2% thing. The public court of opinion on this is that men do not belong in women's sports, and if transgender want to compete in sports, then why not create a transgender sports league or some sort where they can all compete amongst each other and stay out of the conversation of should men be in women's sports, and if women for whatever reason want to transition and play in men's sports, that's not even a topic. So, and why is it important that we talk about this? Because I was listening to an interview online, and they said this is kind of a non-talker. This is something that has been settled, but I don't think it has, because the Democrats will obviously play into this whole conversation again about transgender rights, and it will go into the midterms, Terrence. So I think having these conversations now, and of course, a Supreme Court decision, I don't know if they will release a decision before, anytime soon. There's no timeline on that, but certainly those arguments were heard today.
Absolutely. Today were the oral arguments. It's probably going to be a couple of weeks, if not months, before we get some sort of decision, some sort of ruling from the Supreme Court. Brian, from afar, I get the feeling, and I'd love to get your perspective on the atmosphere there on the grounds at the White House, that President Trump's trip to Detroit today was a welcome breath of fresh air. And I say that given all of the noise that's happening there at the White House, all of the issues that are in front of the president. I get the feeling, I get the sense that it was a welcome departure just to get away, get some fresh air, talk about something that the president really wants to talk about, and just gave him time to think about the other things that are on the table. Obviously, you think of Venezuela, you think of the situation in Iran, all of the other kind of white noise that's out there that he's going to ultimately have to return to the White House and address.
Yeah, there's a lot of big issues going on right now, Terrence, and you're spot on with that. You got the Venezuelan situation, you've got the Iran, what's going on. He pushed out a Truth Social about 2 hours ago. I wish I had my phone. I'd pull it up for you. And I encourage everybody to go to Truth Social right now, pull up President Trump's statement on this. These are bold words here. He is telling these people to do not stop your protests, get in the streets, basically help is coming. We're probably hours away from seeing some major developments in Iran. So to your point, for him to get out of here, be able to go to Detroit, talk to hardworking Americans, in these automotive plants and these economic clubs, and talk about focusing on America first and jobs and economy and the he likes to say the affordability crisis, which is a hoax, but I think what he wants to say is us combating the inflation that we saw under Joe Biden. So I think he likes talking shop when it comes to the economy. That is his playbook. But unfortunately, his other side of the playbook is these international, incidences right now. And so, yeah, he was probably a breath of fresh air to get out of here. And I know for the media, personally for me, I enjoy talking about U.S. economy and U.S. politics and things that affect Americans more than I do what the situation might develop in Iran or Venezuela or Colombia or Cuba or Greenland. You could just throw in a country there. I'd rather talk about the U.S. than anybody else, or any other country, I should say. Obviously those are big issues. So today was a little bit of a change, focusing on domestic issues.
Absolutely. And we saw that the president thrived when in front of an audience. He seemed to really enjoy himself in the audience.
Oh, he loves it. He even got a little dance in there, Terrence. At the end, you saw that. I was really wondering if he was going to work in a dance. And he did. And he worked in a couple moves there, which means he's in a good mood. He likes that.
Yeah.
And we talked about this earlier, Terrence. This is his playbook for 2026. He is going to go out on the road. I would suggest when we get into like April, maybe be once a week kind of deal where he's going to go do some of these speeches at these economic clubs or manufacturing, a CEO, headquarters for a company. This is what he needs to do in wake of all the heavy international news.
And we'll, of course, be covering it for you all here on Real America's Voice. RAV Chief White House Correspondent Brian Glenn joining us from the White House with the very latest there, kind of unpacking some of what you just heard from President Trump during his speech before the Detroit Economic Club. We're going to take a quick break. We're back in a moment.
First one?
Yeah. You?
Third.
Got any advice?
Get great life insurance for you and Mom. So if something happens, your family's protected.
I know nothing about life insurance.
You don't have to. Just call SelectQuote. They do the work and shop hundreds of policies tailored to your budget.
Know anything about diapers?
Change them. Often.
Protect your family's future by visiting SelectQuote.com for your free quote now with a licensed insurance agent.
Friend, do you remember when it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank to expand a business, go on vacation, or buy a new car? Well, today, withdrawing your own cash has become a very risky business, according to The Secret War, a shocking new research report. I just read it. And folks, I was amazed to learn why banks are now required to spy on us for the government and then report any suspicious or unusual behavior. I suggest you get The Secret War free. Just call the number on the screen, no charge, from the folks at Swiss America, and get this. Did you know simply spending cash today may be enough to have you branded as a potential criminal? That's right. The new war on cash is really a war against all freedom-loving Americans. The Secret War is yours free, so call the number on the screen and you can tell them Pat Boone gave you the number.
Joining us is Dr. Drew from the Wellness Company with advice for dealing with seasonal colds and flu. Doctor?
Cold and flu season is here, and every year you or a loved one gets sick. Your doctor can't see you. Waiting in a crowded urgent care is brutal. This is a particularly bad cold and flu season, and it's why doctors suggest every family needs an emergency medical kit. Your medical emergency kit is filled with essential prescriptions. It includes antibiotics like generic Z-Pak to get well faster, amoxicillin for pneumonia, strep throat, ear infections, plus prescriptions for nausea and UTIs, and even ivermectin. It's easy. Just match your symptoms to the prescription in your guidebook or call the telemedicine doctor standing by. Take your medication early and feel better faster. Having a medical emergency kit is like having an urgent care in your home. No waiting to see a doctor, no lines at the pharmacy.
Smart advice. We've shared the website and discount code below to save viewers $45. Order now and your kit will be rushed to your door. Thank you, doctor.
President Trump will be leaving Detroit, Michigan here in short order, headed back to the nation's capital. He, of course, was there addressing the Detroit Economic Club. Our Steve Gruber is on the ground. We'll take you back to him and get more reaction as we unpack the president's speech. In the meantime, a new administration in Washington, D.C. has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. However, the reality is that there's only so much the government can do. Making America healthy again actually starts with you at your home. That's where the wellness company comes in, though. You see and you hear from TWC doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The wellness company helps you prepare for whatever happens with your prescription medical kits, which include life-saving medications and easy-to-follow guidebooks for the proper use of the medications inside. They also offer a wide range of products from ivermectin to methylene blue to weight loss solutions and so much more. All of the products are designed to help you stay healthy and to live a longer, more satisfying life. So, Make America Healthy Again starts with you at your home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. You can start by going to twc.health/voice and order today. Use the promo code VOICE to save 10%. The Wellness Company helps you stay prepared with physician-backed solutions from prescription medical kits to ivermectin to methylene blue and to weight loss support and so much more that you can use to protect you and your family. Make America healthy again, and it starts at your home with your purchase. We're back in a moment.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, take a shot.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever. Because of you.
We are happy and we know it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
President Trump delivered on his promises, but we can't get complacent. None of our America First agenda will be secure until we build the Red Wall. Turning Point PAC is building the Red Wall in Arizona, Nevada, and New Hampshire, key battleground states where conservatives outnumber Democrats. We're funding door knockers who will win the next elections in 2026, 2028, and beyond. Today, we're asking for your immediate support. Donate at tprab.com or scan the QR code now to fund our field operations.
Indianapolis, Indiana. Good afternoon to you. Naptown, one of my favorite places. Hung out there a good little bit when I lived and worked in Evansville, Indiana. Yeah, you didn't ask me that, but I shared anyway. All right, we want to continue our conversation about President Trump's address to the Detroit Economic Club. He addressed a number of issues, but one of the focuses of his speech had to do with tariffs. Let's bring back in John Gardner. We've been talking with him throughout the day. John, I want to play this clip for you in terms of, and it really speaks to the president's perspective on tariffs and their efficacy. Let's listen in, and I'd like to get your reaction on the other side.
So great for national security. I ended 8 wars. Think of that, 8 wars. And without trade and tariffs, you wouldn't have been able to end any of them. But they brought hundreds of billions of dollars pouring into the United States Treasury, helped curb inflation, and helped cut the federal budget deficit by a staggering 27%. And that's only for a short period of time. The number's much bigger than that when you add in the full year.
All right, so we just heard from the president, and if I can paraphrase, I think he's made it clear that he's used tariffs as a negotiating tool, but it's also a tool that's helped manufacturing in the manufacturing industry. Can you put into perspective for us how it's been beneficial to the manufacturing industry, since that is your job, that's what you do?
Yeah, well, what's so interesting to me is seeing President Trump do this. Back in my history, back in the 2007, 8, I would have clients who would make 1,000 pieces, and all of a sudden they'd say, "Hey, I only need to make 10 pieces," or those 1,000 pieces, they're coming from overseas now, and it's cheaper and more affordable for the client to make the whole part overseas, and they send it here to be repaired. Think of that. Just they send it here to be repaired, or they'll make 30 pieces as a filler order for a big job overseas. And so American manufacturers haven't been able to compete with overseas manufacturers because they get state subsidized, and then they have very cheap labor, very cheap cost of materials which is the greatest input into a product is the materials, because they don't have environmental laws that we have to follow. They don't have labor laws that we don't have to follow. Some of them employ slave labor or forced labor or sweatshop-like conditions. They don't have OSHA rules that they have to follow. It's very expensive to manufacture here. So American manufacturers have just been hurt and shrinking down. The tariffs balance that playing field out and allow us to compete price point without forcing other people to change their labor laws or environmental laws. We can compete now, and that's the great balancing effect that President Trump saw that he would do when he created the tariff structure that he's creating, and that's allowing us to compete domestically. Also, if an American citizen goes and buys an American-made good, they don't pay that tariff item. So the business media, how they spins it, all tariffs are a tax. Well, you can avoid that tax by buying an American-made good. It's the only tax you can avoid. So what President Trump's doing with tariffs is very exciting for manufacturers, because now we can compete on a level playing field.
So I'm curious, are you seeing this sort of renewed vigor even from workers, knowing that people are going to actually be using their products and that they're making a product that's just as good as any other, but that will actually sell? I mean, there's got to be some satisfaction, I would think, just in knowing that you're now operating on a level playing field.
Oh, it's hugely exciting. Made in America stores are popping up everywhere. There's, I think, 80% of Americans want more Made in America options, and they're willing to pay 20% more to get a Made in America option. So there's a lot of excitement in American people, because we all care about our fellow citizens. We don't care about someone overseas in their business. We don't want our dollar to go there. The majority of American citizens see how we can help our friends and family by buying their product, but they've been shrunk on the vine of unilateral free trade. And President Trump said, hey, that whole system didn't work for 40 years. Let's change it to Trumponomics. And I do love the brilliance of using tariffs as a non-kinetic weapon of war to have people make peace. I think it's absolutely brilliant what he's done with tariffs.
How should the average American view tariffs? Is it simply a tool in the toolbox, or is this something that you think ultimately potentially could replace the income tax, that sort of thing? Or is it something just to level the playing field? Like, how should we really, because we're still early on. That's why I guess I'm kind of asking the question. We're still early on in the usage of tariffs. What do you think the long-term impact of this new tariff policy will be?
What every American should understand is that President Trump is trying to realign America with how the founding fathers envisioned America. It wasn't America where you're an indentured servant to the government. Milton Friedman helped create the withholding system in the Internal Revenue System in the 1940s. And he said he did it because there was a psychological effect where if you don't even see the money being taken out, you're psychologically better with that. That's not what the founding fathers intended for America. And how America paid all its bills before it started targeting its citizens was with tariffs. And President Trump is trying to bring us back to that. And all the people who say that, that they're naysayers. They say income tax is $2.2 trillion of revenue and we'll never be able to replace it. Well, first of all, 90% of Americans, the majority of Americans, pay $600 billion. Imagine replacing $600 billion in income tax, and then the American citizen has more money to spend, further supercharging your consumer market, which is the largest consumer market in the world, and it creates the market. What's great about having the largest consumer market in the world is every nation wants to sell their item here, so they're willing to pay a tariff to come and play in our market. We're not a little tiny market like Suriname or Panama. We're the largest market in the world. People will, other companies will allow their product to be tariffed to be sold in our market. And that will create revenue, which will give the working class and the middle class the ability to not pay income tax. And I think every American should feel that shift and realignment toward freedom and the original vision the founding fathers had.
John, enjoyed the conversation with you. The book is called Manufacture Local. For people who may want to follow you and read your book, how can they find it? JohnGardnerAuthor.com, and just Google Manufacture Local John Gardner on Amazon or Barnes & Nobles, and X John Gardner VOH. So thank you so much for having me, Terrence. Appreciate you being here. Loved your perspective. It was great to talk to you. All right, folks, we're going to take another quick break. When we come back, we'll take you back out to Detroit for final words from Steve Gruber. Again, he's been covering President Trump's speech before the Detroit Economic Club. His final thoughts right after this.
I'd like to say this is the first time, but there have been others.
How many?
Who can keep track?
You think this is a joke?
Darling, we need answers, and you're gonna give them to us.
Tell us again.
My car broke down. I brought it here.
I got stuck paying an expensive repair bill.
So it's true.
How much, darling?
$2,300.
$2,300.
Well, what was I supposed to do? My transmission was shot.
You pick up your phone and you call CarShield before the car breaks down.
Plans through CarShield cover up to 5,000 parts and systems in your car.
That's right. A plan through CarShield could save you on some criminally high auto repairs, especially if your car is out of warranty. So, call CarShield, America's #1 auto protection company, before a breakdown and save yourself from getting stuck in car repair jail.
Let me guess. You hate saving money.
Who hates saving money?
Apparently you do.
All you had to do was call CarShield. And you could have protected yourself against expensive repairs.
Yeah, and then my price will go up the minute I file a claim.
Shut up! CarShield has the price locked in.
For as long as you cover your car.
I guess I should have called CarShield?
It's about time you said something that made sense.
Now you know what you need to do next time.
Bet he'll call CarShield now.
So can I go? Or...
CarShield has an A rating with the Better Business Bureau and was voted America's most trusted auto protection company. Don't get handcuffed paying expensive auto repairs. Call now and get the CarShield guarantee. Your price will never go up and your coverage will never go down as long as you cover your car. In just minutes, you could have a plan that covers up to 5,000 parts and systems in your car. Don't wait until it's too late. Get CarShield's best coverage yet. Call 800-491-4896.
It's time to stand up and save with InstaSeal by Bell & Howell, the world's first vertical vacuum sealing system designed to save you money. InstaSeal removes the air completely, extending freshness up to 6 times longer. Now that's saving. Get the complete InstaSeal system. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-308-6802. That's 1-800-308-6802, or order online at buyinstaseal.com.
Welcome back. Let's take you back out to Detroit, Michigan, where President Trump just wrapped up remarks before the Detroit Economic Club about an hour ago or so. Steve Gruber standing by, the host of America's Voice Live. Steve, obviously we want to talk a bit about what the president just had to say, but I want to read this Truth Social post to you, which I found interesting. He just posted this a little while ago, the president saying, Iranian patriots, keep protesting, take over your institutions, save the names of the killers and the abusers. They will pay a big price. I have canceled all meetings with Iranian officials until the senseless killings of protesters stop. Help is on its way. MIGA, M-I-G-A, which I assume means make Iran great again. President Donald J. Trump. All right, your reaction to that, Steve?
Well, it's pretty clear. He made comments, I believe, on Air Force One today as well. He is serious about watching the Iranian situation change for the first time in 47 years. He talked a bit about foreign policy here, spent a lot of time on the economy, as you know. But look, Iran is in the headlines because a lot of us thought this would die down like it did in 2019. It has not. The latest figures I was just reading just before I came on, more than 3,000 people killed now by the Iranian militia, the IRGC. So it's becoming very serious. And here's what I've seen online as well. These people that are rising up against the Ayatollah and the Islamic State there are willing to take a bullet. They're willing to stand there and take off their hijabs and say, look, we don't care. Women take them off. They get beaten. They get taken off to prison, sometimes executed. And they're at a point of desperation in that country where they're like, we're not interested in anymore. And so I think President Trump is making it known that maybe there's a lifeline coming. And look, when he warns people, if you don't pay attention, it's at your own peril.
No, absolutely. Steve, do you get the sense that this trip to Detroit was a bit of a distraction from some of the heavy stuff that he's having to deal with, i.e. the situation in Iran, i.e. Russia, Ukraine, i.e. Venezuela, i.e. transgender athletes? He got a chance to talk about something that's really fully in his wheelhouse and that he's passionate about.
Absolutely true. I mean, he's passionate about business. One of the things he talked about when he was talking about business in America was reducing regulations. He said we've gotten rid of 129 regulations for each one we put in place in my first year back in the White House. Look, he's a business guy. He's a builder, and he knows the government regulations and these studies and so forth. The other thing he's talked about, getting projects done in a timely fashion. He talked about it a bit today again. You shouldn't have to wait 20 years to get a no. Let's find out if we can build this or not build this, whatever it may be. And these are all things that are close to him. Obviously, as a developer in New York City, he faced regulations, he faced regulators, he faced the rules and all the red tape. And he thinks it should be easier in America to build things, to get things done. And he shared that again today. And he's obviously optimistic about the economy and where it's going. And he says it'll get even better if they lower interest rates. Boy, he took a few shots at Jerome Powell today, that's for sure. Not a fan, as you can tell. And he said if Jerome Powell and the Fed would lower interest rates faster, this economy would take off even more vigorously. And so that's what he's working on. And again, he considers Michigan to be ground zero when it comes to swing states. He has, ever since I first talked to him about it in 2016, he believes that to this day. However Michigan goes, the nation is going to follow. He believes that. And, you know, I don't think he's wrong.
Absolutely. Steve Gruber reporting for us on the ground there in Detroit, Michigan. Steve, appreciate your time. It's always good to spend the afternoon with you, my friend.
Thank you, Terrence.
Absolutely. All right, folks. Well, we appreciate you being along for the ride as we've been covering President Trump's speech before the Detroit Economic Club. He spoke for about an hour, and over the last hour or so, we've been kind of unpacking everything that he talked about, from tariffs to the auto industry. Again, thanks so much for being along for the ride. We appreciate you joining us for America's Voice Live.
Don't kibble your dog.
Oh, hey, Dr. Marty.
Hey, Bat.
But what's wrong with this? It's premium stuff.
Let's check it out. It's still kibble, which means it's ultra-processed at extremely high temperatures that destroy the nutrients in the food. But at Dr. Marty, we gently freeze-dried premium meats, fruit, and vegetables, locking in their nutrients.
Never kibbled.
You got it, kid, and they're gonna love it.
Joining us is Dr. Drew from the Wellness Company with advice for dealing with seasonal colds and flu. Doctor?
Cold and flu season is here, and every year you or a loved one gets sick. Your doctor can't see you. Waiting in a crowded urgent care is brutal. This is a particularly bad cold and flu season, and it's why doctors suggest every family needs an emergency medical kit. Your medical emergency kit is filled with essential prescriptions. It includes antibiotics like generic Z-Pak to get well faster, amoxicillin for pneumonia, strep throat, ear infections, plus prescriptions for nausea and UTIs, and even ivermectin. It's easy. Just match your symptoms to the prescription in your guidebook or call the telemedicine doctor standing by. Take your medication early and feel better faster. Having a medical emergency kit is like having an urgent care in your home. No waiting to see a doctor, no lines at the pharmacy.
Smart advice. We've shared the website and discount code below to save viewers $45. Order now and your kit will be rushed to your door. Thank you, doctor.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, We are RAM.
We will achieve American greatness.
All right, folks, Tuesday, 4 p.m., markets are closed. Pag Bank, whatever the heck that is, but they're closed on Wall Street. A little bit of a rough day on the equity portion of the market. So take a look. Dow down 400 or so, plus or minus a couple. That's the Bitcoin screen, guys. The Dow down 400, S&P down a touch, 13. NASDAQ down not much at all, almost flat, down 24. But then when you do jump over to the other screen, you have oil up $1.50 almost. It's almost $61 a barrel right now. That's a little rough going. And then gold kind of held its own, down 18, which is nothing. It's up couple $100 this week already. Silver up yet again. Silver almost $87 an ounce, record high for the silver. And then Bitcoin had a very strong day today. This is what we've been talking about. As gold slows down, a lot of that money is going to drift into Bitcoin, into cryptocurrencies. Bitcoin up almost $4,000. At $90,500 when we were here at the close of business yesterday. So you're looking at a very, very strong Bitcoin market today. Ethereum up as well. So across the board, a little mixed, equities down. Some of the other alternative assets are showing some strength. Our next guest knows all too well about the Iranian regime and the misery it brings to the people of Iran. He's the author of The Iran Threat and the deputy director of the U.S. Office of the National Council of Resistance of Iran, or I guess to Iran, if that. Welcome, Ali Reza Jafarzadeh. Ali, really good to have you. I think we had you on last week, and my question to you is, it's clear that one thing stands in the way between the people of Iran and I wouldn't call it an all-out democracy, but some sort of quasi-capitalist situation. It was the mullahs, and we were talking about what it would take, and is this exactly what it took? You needed a collapse in the Iranian rial to make the economy and inflation spike in the economy on its heels. Is that what it took?
First of all, great to be on your show, Rick. Obviously, the collapse of the Iranian currency is a trigger. In a lot of these major changes or revolutions, you don't know where that trigger comes. This one, this triggered the bazaar, the small businesses who were traditionally in bed of the mullahs for decades, who are so unhappy. Then others joined, the poor, the deprived, the smaller towns and cities. And then you had the university students joining. You have a nationwide uprising going against the Iran regime. It expanded to 195 cities in all 31 provinces of the country. And the chants are death to the dictator, death to Khamenei, who is the supreme leader of the regime, and down with the oppressor, be the Shah or the supreme leader, making it very clear that the Iranian people, the same way they rejected the Shah's dictatorship, they're fighting to end the rule of the clerics. The only path against in front of them is for freedom, for democracy, for political pluralism. That will happen.
So, Ali, over the weekend, Elon Musk pushed Starlink into the area so the people of Iran, we can see the pictures. For the first time, we saw some really graphic protesters being shot, being manhandled, being thrown around, being assaulted. And then they shut down even Starlink. So for 100 hours, we don't know. We've heard of reports as few as 500 people killed. We've heard reports as high as 12,000 people killed and another 12,000 imprisoned. What do you hear?
Well, because of the internet, we had difficulty getting information from our own network inside Iran, which has been extremely active. But the latest information we got as of yesterday that over 3,000 have been killed. This is based on the reports we compiled from our network in Iran, from hospitals, morgues, family members, and the actual number could be much higher. And the regime has done everything to put down the revolt. But, today is still continuing. The protest is still continuing. I think this clearly shows how afraid this regime is, but at the same time, how fragile they are. This is the largest infliction of killings and murder on the protests in the past few years. The largest number of killings since Supreme Leader Khamenei came to power as the Supreme Leader in 1989.
Ali, so tell us how this works. Okay, so people protest. Now, the IRGC, I guess they're there to protect the mullah class. Is there law enforcement besides them that may be on the side of the protesters, at least protect them somewhat?
All of the military apparatus that the regime has, and they have so many of it. They have the regular army, they have the Revolutionary Guards, they have what they call the besieged that works hand in hand with the Revolutionary Guards. They're all in charge of protecting the system and against the Iranian people. However, you have this popular structure that the main Iranian opposition movement, the MEK, created a few years ago, known as the resistance units, mostly young people in small cells and groups. Their job is to act as engine for change in Iran. They confront the Revolutionary Guards, they confront institutions of repression. They show the people that the Iran regime, despite the killings, is not 10 feet tall. And they acted as engine during the protests, protecting the people, pushing back against the guards, in some cases disarming the Revolutionary Guards. This is where the focus should be. These resistance units need to be protected, empowered, and their right to confront the Revolutionary Guards and fight them and overthrow them must be recognized. And that's why, there's no other way to end the rule of the clerics except to fight them. And that has already been, in motion. And any element that tries to disrupt this motion to end the rule of the clerics, they act as obstacles.
Ali, at one point, President Trump indicated that he may be interested in something more than sanctions, right? So he put a 25% sanction on any country who does business with Iran. That'll hurt them, clearly. But at some point, it looked like there was going to be some sort of military kinetic, even potentially, not boots on the ground, but maybe some drone strikes, whatever. He did it once already in the last 6 months. Then he looks like he may have pushed back. What is the common wisdom on whether or to what level Trump is willing to use the United States might to remove these mullahs while the taking is good? It seems like if it's going to happen, this may be the best opportunity, maybe in the last 10 years, maybe the next 10 years.
Well, a country like Iran, which is so large, so populated, over 90 million population, if you are looking for change, that change has to come from within. Even the smaller countries like Syria, at the end of the day, it took the fighting on the ground to bring down Assad in Syria. In the case of Iran, that's why there is an organized resistance, has been fighting the mullahs for over 4 decades. A very high price has been paid by the MEK. Just in summer of 1988, as many as 30,000 political prisoners belonging to this movement, most of them were murdered with the hope that the regime would be able to crush them. It didn't work. And now you have the younger generation, the daughters and sons, grandchildren and siblings of those who were murdered in 1988, who are now in the streets of Iran, those who were imprisoned. So there is an organized force on the ground, which is the best tool and perhaps the only effective tool to end the rule of the clerics that has been in action. However, the role of the international community is important. The mullahs have been used to, for 4 decades, getting concessions and appeasement policy that helped the regime. That has changed. And I think it's important for the world to make the regime accountable, making sure that they pay the price for these killings, and they're not going to get away with anything, whether it's their terrorism or killing of their own people.
All right, Ali, I have one quick question for you. Now, let's speculate. This is what we do, right? We're on TV, we're not inside. If Trump were to perform a surgical operation similar to what he did in Venezuela with Maduro, coming in quietly in the wee hours of the morning, surgically come in, remove Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, what would happen?
Well, this is, Iran is obviously different than many other countries you mentioned, but in the case of Iran, the system is theocracy. The whole thing is built around the supreme leader, the absolute religious authority, and everything else is built around him. So the Revolutionary Guards are there to protect him, and the other institutions of repression are built to protect him. They also get their legitimacy internally from the supreme leader. So in the case that the supreme leader dies, or for somehow he doesn't exist, it's not the situation that you will see the rest of the system function. because the whole thing will crumble. And that's why the regime feels that they cannot give an inch. That's why when there's protests, they try to come back.
They will. You're right. They will guard against that at all costs. I'm just wondering if it would be as kind of simple and straightforward as Venezuela. Maybe not. Maybe there's a lot more air defense. Ali Reza, thank you so much. Deputy Director of the U.S. Office of National Council of Resistance on Iran. Thank you, sir, for your time.
Thank you. Always a pleasure.
All right, folks. Americans are facing enormous financial pressure right now. Credit card debt in this country has surged past $1 trillion. Interest rates are some of the highest we've ever seen, especially on credit card debt. Families who work hard, pay taxes, and do everything right are finding themselves drowning in monthly payments they can't escape. Joining us today to talk about real solutions is consumer finance advocate with Iconic Debt Relief, Melanie Picor. Melanie, really, really good to have you. How many Americans currently struggling? This is amazing. The number is going to blow you away. How many Americans, how many people, how many of us are struggling with credit card debt?
I wish I had an exact number for you. That would be astronomical, right? But I can say well over half of the U.S. households have revolving balances, which means we have running balances month over month over month, right? There's over $1 trillion in debt in the country. So it's an astronomical number.
It is astronomical. The problem is once you're in debt like this, you tend to fall deeper and deeper in debt, right? Why is that? Why is it so hard for people to pull themselves out of credit card debt?
Well, when you really think about it or look at your statement, I don't think a lot of us realize what daily compounding interest is, right? And that's the biggest challenge. So daily compounding interest is that interest being charged on top of interest that's already been charged. So it's compounding between 20 and 30% consistently. It's not like a simple interest rate where, like, say, your mortgage, right? So it's so hard. Even $300 to $500 a month sometimes can feel like you're running in place.
Dave Ramsey, a good friend of mine, he's one of the go-to gurus on all things investing, debt, and whatnot. And he will tell you the first thing you always should do is pay off your credit card debts for the exact reason you just said there. The compounding interest is just killer. So how do people work with you to get themselves out of debt?
Well, great question. At Iconic, it's quite simple, right? We will help you find a light at the end of the tunnel. Okay, so most people will look at debt relief as a scary option and believe seeking help truly means failure, but it really does not. And it also does not destroy your financial future, which is a lot of the feedback some people are saying, right? In reality, doing nothing, doing what we're doing now, consistently throwing money away at these high compounding interest rates is hurting your future more than anything because you can't get out from under it, right? Which can take decades to do on your own. So what we're going to do is we're going to help you repair that. Okay, we're going to find responsible debt relief options about regaining that control and getting that fresh start and creating a realistic path instead of staying in or even getting worse, going backwards in the situation that we're in. Curious.
So I have debts here, there, and everywhere, right? I can't figure out which one to pay first, which one not to worry about. You'll go in and help teach us which ones to pay, or do you come in and manage it all? Do you say, let me aggregate all this and you write a check like this and we'll distribute and freeze this high interest rates that are accruing? How does it work?
Great question. So it is not a loan, though a debt consolidation loan can work for some. You really have to ask yourself, once I get this loan, can I rip up my credit cards, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to go through all of your unsecured debt, ensure that we work with those creditors to not only help stop that consistent daily compounding interest from accruing, but also relieve you of, up to 50% of that debt that you do already owe. Because let's face it, we've probably paid that off 2 or 3 times over the life of having that credit card. So we're not going to cut you a check. We're going to work with your creditors to reduce your overall debt.
Got it. Melanie, really good to have you on. Consumer finance advocate for Iconic Debt Relief, Melanie Picor. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, folks, we will be back. 2.5.
Dr. Phil here, and I've got news for you. Millions of Americans are behind on taxes, and many settle for far less than they owe. If you owe more than $10,000 or have unfiled returns, Protection Tax can help. Their tax experts and licensed professionals deal with the IRS so you don't have to. Call Protection Tax for a free confidential consultation. Take the first step and take your life back.
Friend, do you remember when it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank to expand a business, go on vacation, or buy a new car? Well, today, withdrawing your own cash has become a very risky business, according to The Secret War, a shocking new research report. I just read it. And folks, I was amazed to learn why banks are now required to spy on us for the government and then report any suspicious or unusual behavior. I suggest you get The Secret War free. Just call the number on the screen, no charge, from the folks at Swiss America. And get this, did you know simply spending cash today may be enough to have you branded as a potential criminal? That's right. The new war on cash is really a war against all freedom-loving Americans. The Secret War is yours free, so call the number on the screen and you can tell them Pat Boone gave you the number.
Life insurance is a wonderful asset, but what happens when you no longer need it, or you can't afford it any longer? Meet Tom and Susan. They chose to sell their $1 million life insurance policy for $200,000 cash. Now, they're sailing through retirement. Like David and Eunice, who sold their $300,000 life insurance policy for $30,000 to help make dreams come true. If you own a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, you may be able to sell all or part of it for cash. Get an instant estimate of what your policy may be worth at ovidlife.com or scan the QR code on your screen. There's no cost or obligation to sell, and it won't affect your coverage. You can even choose to sell a portion of your policy while maintaining some coverage with no future premiums. Or call 1-800-485-6200. That's 1-800-485-6200. Or visit ovidlife.com now.
You know what Happy New Year means? A new year means new financial goals, like making sure your savings are secure and diversified. Will this year be finally the year you listen to me and talk to someone about Birch Gold Group? Honestly, they're great people. I use them. I appreciate their educational approach. I appreciate their understanding of macroeconomics. There are forces pushing the dollar lower across the world, in fact, and gold higher, $4,650. That's up 80-90% over a 1 year period. That's why they believe every American should own physical gold, as I do. So until January 30th, it's another 20 days or so. If you're a first-time gold buyer, Birch Gold is offering a rebate of up to $10,000 on qualifying purchases. To claim eligibility, start the process. Just text the word America to 989898. Birch Gold can help you roll an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. Get that? You don't take any more money out of your pocket. You take an existing IRA, put it in the gold, and you can still earn the rebate of up to $10,000. So make right now your first time to buy gold. Take advantage of a rebate of up to $10,000 when you buy by January 30th. Text the word America to 989898. Claim your eligibility today. One more time. America texted to 989898. All right, our own RAV Chief White House Correspondent Brian Glenn is at the White House today. A lot going on, some of it behind your shot, Brian, some of it in Michigan. Just give us a lowdown.
Yeah, Kevin Hassett just walked away from what they call the stakeout area right in front of the West Wing, talking to reporters for a few minutes. I would imagine one of those questions, Eric, or would you expect to be the next Fed chairman? And do you think President Trump has alluded to that? And then also just talk about rates in general. He has just briefly stepped back into the West Wing. But, yeah, so much going on today. And, of course, President Trump should be arriving here in the next 45 minutes back here at the White House coming from the Detroit Economic Club, where he spoke to a group of people there, and then toured a Ford factory that makes the best-selling pickup in America. Eric, that would be the F-150 series. So lots of focus on domestic issues today, but when he gets back here, you and I both know, all eyes will be back on Iran and, of course, the developing situation in Venezuela as well.
Let's talk a little bit about what you just went through. Kevin Hassett there talking about whether or not he's going to be the next Fed chairman. Jerome Powell is clearly out. Investigated, maybe not, who knows. I think, and I've been doing this a really long time, and I know Trump. I know the guy. He likes to kind of divert the attention a little bit. Hassett would be good, but I think Scott Bessent wants it, and I think Trump really respects Bessent. I think he's going to give it to Bessent. He wants everyone to think it's going to Hassett. But Brian, we said in the break, it's the best job. Fed chairman is the best job in D.C. You wield so much economic power. It's incredible. More. Also, that F-150 is the best-selling vehicle in the country, not just truck, the best-selling vehicle in the country, which is incredible. Affordability, is Trump back on the affordability vein? Because I think he really needs to get on that before the midterms.
I think he is. Now, he still calls the term affordability a hoax, and I think what he's meaning is that the inflation under Joe Biden went so high in double digits that when they try and talk about things are affordable, it's not affordable compared to what Joe Biden left this administration, but he has brought it down quite a bit. I mean, CPI came out today with a 2.7%, so that was to be expected. I think that's somewhere where it needs to be. But still getting the focus on gasoline, fuel, heating, cooling, all of the energy costs, rather, in line to what people can expect and what they can afford. So that will be the focus. And I think that was one of the things that we're going to see out throughout 2026, Eric, is this focus on the economy, on the U.S. economy, and how life is better now under the Trump administration or Trump policies, because, he did inherit a disaster of an economy. So within a year, I think we can all argue he's done a pretty good job bringing things back to what we would somewhat call normal here in America, Eric.
I think you're right. I think that 2.7 inflation number is right at target. You want to be somewhere around 2.5% inflation. This is their target, the Fed's target goal. It's getting back there. Remember, it spiked to 9.1 under Biden. And the reason why I brought up affordability is you weren't there that day. I happened to be invited to the new media chair in the briefing room one day. And my question to Caroline was, how come the Democrats and now this liberal media that's in front of me, and I almost said you, Caitlin Collins, too. She was in the front row. I said, including Fox. How come this front row here is calling this an affordability crisis, yet their mouths were shut, their printer ink was dry when Biden ran it up to 9.1%, but now at 2.7%, it's an affordability crisis all of a sudden. And she was right. She just lit into him and laced into him. So we're hitting the right strokes, at least on the economic front, which I'll be the first one to admit I was wrong about tariffs so far. I don't know if it's going to be a lagging indicator. I thought inflation would show up by now with the tariff situation that Trump is doing, and frankly, it hasn't.
Yeah, it's interesting. When I first got here, the first past year, I was thinking to myself, what was the media on all of this stuff when crime was out of control, the border was out of control, inflation was out of control? They were silent on all of that, but yet they're the first person they want to speak up about the prices now. Or when they lined the Pebble Beach here with all the mugshots of all the criminal illegal aliens, they were so quick to defend those guys' rights, even though they came in this country and committed crime. So the media was completely backwards in all of that. And let me be the first to say this, Eric. I respect you greatly because I know that you were against the tariffs and you spoke out against it. But now you're saying, you know what? Maybe I might have misjudged that. So you are a man of character. You're honest. You're a good guy. And I think we all respect the fact that you publicly have said, maybe I was wrong on the tariffs. And I think we all can kind of laugh at the fact that we're all, very open and honest. And I love the fact that you just said that. Because I remember you talking about the tariffs.
I'm actually, frankly, thrilled I was wrong. I mean, because we wouldn't be seeing a 2.5% inflation rate, and we wouldn't be seeing a brand new high in stock market yesterday, new high in gold today. So
you're right.
Whatever. Again, so many people like to hit Trump because he comes up with these ideas that are kind of against common sense. For me, common sense would have said keep prices low, whatever. And you go, and then he ends up being right. And you go, at some point, as Bannon says, look, you just got to go with him. He's got these senses about things that may sound counterintuitive, but you just got to go with him. Final thought before we go. Anything on Iran, Brian, by the way?
No, you're right. Well, no, I was just speaking probably about an hour ago. One of the colleagues that works on Pebble Beach here, he's an Iranian correspondent for the White House, and he told me, Brian, the images are bad coming out of Iran. He said 10,000 or more people reportedly killed. And get this, they're even dragging the bodies of the victims to the houses to the parents, the family, and saying, guess what? Here's the body. We pumped 2 bullets in this body. Pay up. You owe us 2 bullets. This regime is evil, but we could be hours before we see some type of kinetic or non-kinetic engagement with Iran. So all eyes are on Iran tonight.
Got to be. Keep your eye. There's a lot going on in that part of the country. Brian, thank you. Appreciate your time. Brian Glenn, everyone.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate it.
All right, folks, we'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Hi, I'm Caleb, and this is my story. I was born with osteogenesis imperfecta, or brittle-bone disease. I have broken my bones almost 200 times, and I have had 11 surgeries. But I didn't let that stop me. I love to bike ride, climb, race, and I'm learning how to stand and walk. But I can only do all of this because of generous people like you and Shriners Hospitals for Children.
And for the past 100 years, Shriners Children's has become family to millions of kids. But it's only possible because of people like you.
Shriners Hospitals for Children is only able to provide this world-class, life-changing medical care because of the generous gifts of people just like you.
Because of you, I can ride my bike. I can play basketball. Because of people like you, I can play the trombone. I can smile.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
When you go online to loveshriners.org, you'll help make all of this possible for kids like me. Like me. Like me. When you say yes to giving just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of all the kids you're helping every day.
Your gift, no matter how small, can help a child today.
This is your moment to make a difference.
When you pick up your phone, I know you have it right there, and call to give. You're helping kids like me. Thank you. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, please call again or give right away at loveshriners.org.
Your gift makes a difference. Thank you for giving.
Imagine this banana is a burner less lethal launcher, capable of shooting rock-hard kinetic and tear gas mixed with pepper chemical irritants.
The ammo can incapacitate an attacker from 60 feet away without causing death.
This Byrna less lethal launcher is legal in all 50 states. No permits required.
Over 600,000 Byrna pistol launchers have been sold to government agencies, law enforcement agencies, and to private citizens.
Do you want to know what the Byrna less lethal launcher looks like? Visit Byrna.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the President of the United States of America, and Hillary Clinton.
If you're a criminal, you'll be deported. If you plan to enter the U.S. illegally, your chances of getting caught and sent back just went up. The actions I'm taking are not only lawful, they're the kinds of actions taken by every single Republican president and every single Democratic president for the past half century.
I think we got to have tough conditions. Tell people to come out of the shadows. If they've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked. They're gone.
All Americans, not only in the states most heavily affected, but in every place in this country, are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more, by hiring a record number of new border guards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before, by cracking down on illegal hiring, by barring welfare benefits to illegal aliens. In the budget I will present to you, we will try to do more to speed the deportation of illegal aliens who are arrested for crimes, to better identify illegal aliens in the workplace as recommended by the commission headed by former Congresswoman Barbara Jordan. We are a nation of immigrants, but we are also a nation of laws. It is wrong and ultimately self-defeating for a nation of immigrants to permit the kind of abuse of our immigration laws we have seen in recent years, and we must do more to stop it.
Sound like Trump, don't they? We're a nation of immigrants, but we're also a nation of laws. Thanks, Bill. A little louder for those in the back, and we must do more to stop it. Hear, hear. It's worth a reminder right now. It's worth it to remember that the so-called beacons of the Democrat Party not only condone what President Trump is doing right now, but according to their very own policies, would probably say that what the 47th President Trump is carrying out right now is tame by their own standards. The difference? Sure, it's the man in the Oval Office right now. But the difference is that Obama and Clinton weren't desperate for votes. The difference is Democrats right now are. And that's what this real unchecked rage is all about. Listen to the desperate folks, the desperation on these people's voices. These people are hurling the worst types of slurs at these ICE officers possible. They're Nazis. They're SS. They're criminals. Mamdani called him a murderer. He had no idea what was going on. He was in New York an hour later. They need to be defunded, or else let's shut down the government, is what they're saying. This is pure desperation in real time.
Are you actually willing to shut down the government over these DHS proposals?
Well, I mean, the question is for Republicans. Are they willing to shut down the government simply to endorse the most lawless Department of Homeland Security in the history of the country?
You know, have your phones at the ready, video everything. Bring us your documentation. Tell us your stories. Make sure that we have witness testimony.
The notion that Donald Trump thinks that this is somehow, or claims that this is somehow making the country safer is absurd. It's making the country more dangerous. The domestic terrorists are ICE.
To me, we're attacking brown people.
It's very clear that ICE is completely out of control. It's a rogue, lawless agency that has detained American citizens. They've assaulted people. They are putting people in the worst possible conditions in the detention centers.
ICE and Kristi Noem and everything they're doing is making it far less safe.
I think that ICE is a real job in the same way that being a member of the SS was a real job.
Member of the SS. Interesting, because the FBI has told us murder rates are going down. They could be taking these people out of the country undressed up as Disney characters on beds of feathers and butterflies while playing the flute, and they still would feel that they could compare these ICE agents to the Gestapo. And what kind of conditions are they supposed to be kept in before being deported for being here illegally? Mr. Kellyanne Conway, huh? Or they're divorced now, so it doesn't count. I imagine they're wanting some 4 or 5-star accommodations like the sanctuary cities provide. Maybe a little champagne, some ribeye steak. How'd that suit these illegals? Illegal aliens, by the way. It still wouldn't be enough for them because that isn't the point. They don't want cushier, friendlier, more nurturing deportations. They want no deportations at all. That's the only end goal for them. And they won't stop buying up armies to protest in the streets until they get to that goal. Kristi Noem confirms that they've deported rapists, child rapists, in fact, and murderers, just to name a few. By the way, they break the law coming into the country in the first place. Can you imagine protesting against that? Reframing that to be somehow a bad thing for America? Why didn't they protest when every single other president, or high-ranking Democrat Hillary, pushed for deportations? Demanded it, in fact. State of the Union addresses, Bill Clinton, right at the Oval Office, right outside the Oval Office, Barack Obama, because no one wants these Democrats anymore. The crazy policies, the indoctrination, the repeated fraud, the censorship, the gaslighting, and the lawfare. People are just done with the crap. So the only way they can win is to flood the country with illegal immigrants, to block voter ID laws, and create permanently deep blue states through crooked judges and obedient governors. Never forget, Hillary said, if they've committed a crime, deport them. Obama said, if you're a criminal, you'll be deported. Bill Clinton got a standing ovation for speeding up deportations and securing our borders. Somehow it wasn't called racism or Gestapo or bigotry back then. They called it what it was, the law. But now they can't win anymore. And that's what this is really, really all about. These people are hypocrites. All right, there's a quiet shift happening right now in media. Most people don't even realize it. The smartest people aren't looking for the loudest platforms anymore. They're looking for the most serious rooms, channels. That's why I built The Edge. In just 3 months, just over 3 months, we've crossed 300,000 views, maybe more now since his last episode is exploding right now on YouTube. Views, I don't know, 300,000 views, 8,500 subscribers, 14,000 watch hours with zero algorithmic favors and no corporate machine behind us. Why? Well, because when you create something that respects intelligence, strength, and accountability, the right audience finds it. On The Edge, we talk about real power, real competition, real consequences, not cable news theater, not social media dopamine. So if you're the kind of person who wants to understand how the world actually works, not how it's packaged for you, you gotta watch The Edge. Just watch one episode. Search The Edge with Eric Bolling on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/@EricBollingTheEdge or go to the search box, Eric Bolling and The Edge. Subscribe right there. Or face your camera right at that QR code. The yellow line comes across, subscribe. Again, never gonna charge you a dime, never gonna charge you a penny, not gonna sell your information. No one's gonna package any marketing to you. Just go there that way with your camera or youtube.com/@EricBollingTheEdge. We're doing some amazing things. This episode today, off the charts. You're going to love it. Check it out. That's why the NFL and what the MLB and the NFL don't want you to see or know when you're watching these games. Really, it's fascinating stuff. We will see you in 2.5 minutes.
Exactly what they're doing. They want to steal the election. We're going to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue and we're going to the Capitol. They need to take back our country.
Events in Washington have taken a violent and tumultuous turn.
January 6th wasn't just a moment in history. For thousands of Americans, it was the moment their voices were taken.
It's insurrection.
They were persecuted, hunted.
Seditious conspiracy.
But behind prison walls, something unexpected happened. They found their voice again.
Started singing the national anthem. We took it up to him at Mar-a-Lago. He goes, I'll put my voice on it. Our supporters made this go platinum.
Real America's Voice is telling the real story of January 6th like you've never seen it before.
Everybody, this must be peaceful.
This is not the story you were shown.
I take responsibility.
This is the story they live.
Government entrapment scheme that this actually was.
The J6 Patriots are no longer staying silent. They are speaking, they are standing, and they are telling the truth.
You can't kill us. You can't beat us.
Scan the QR code or visit RealAmericasVoice.com. Real America's Voice presents The Sleeping Giant. Available now.
Stay tuned to get a free month of home warranty protection. Tired of searching for contractors when your home appliances and systems break down, only to leave you stuck with a huge repair bill and shoddy repairs? Plumbing, heating, air conditioning, and appliance breakdowns could cost thousands.
Hi, Tanya Nyack here for Choice Home Warranty. They protect my home from expensive repairs, and they can do the same for you. No matter if it's your refrigerator, air conditioning, or more than 20 other home systems and appliances, Choice Home Warranty has saved millions of homeowners a whole lot of money. For a low monthly fee, you get their nationwide network of trusted technicians with plans to cover repairs and replacements done quickly and the right way.
It eliminates anxiety, frustration, and it saves you money. I recommend using Choice Home Warranty.
Don't let an appliance or home system break the bank, leaving you stressed. Call Choice Home Warranty before that happens and get your first month free. Plus, call in the next 5 minutes and we'll give you free limited roof leak coverage. That's a $70 value, free. Just call now.
No more headaches searching for technicians. No more huge repair bills. Just the peace of mind of having Choice Home Warranty at your service. I trust Choice Home Warranty with my home, and you should too.
Year after year, Choice Home Warranty is recognized as the nation's top home warranty and has thousands of 5-star reviews from real homeowners. Experience real budget protection and call Choice Home Warranty now.
Stop flushing money down the toilet on expensive repairs. Call Choice Home Warranty now and save big with their special offer of your first month free. Don't wait another minute. Call now.
Call Choice Home Warranty for your free personalized quote and to get your first month free. Call in the next 5 minutes, and as our special offer, you'll receive free limited roof coverage. That's over $100 in savings. This offer won't last long. Call now to lock in your rate and save big. Call 800-495-1163. 800-495-1163.
President Trump delivered on his promises, but we can't get complacent. None of our America First agenda will be secure until we build the Red Wall. Turning Point PAC is building the Red Wall in Arizona, Nevada, and New Hampshire, key battleground states where conservatives outnumber Democrats. We're funding door knockers who will win the next elections in 2026, 2028, and beyond. Today, we're asking for your immediate support. Donate at tprav.com or scan the QR code now to fund our field operations.
By the way, Trump is landing in D.C. We're going to go to, if we have video, and if he comes out, we'll take a peek at that. In the meantime, it's day 300 of Democrat lawmakers proving that they're members of the party of violence by doing and saying everything they can to get ICE agents hurt or killed while just doing their jobs. And clearly, every last one of them has gotten the memo. And apparently, Minnesota has more than one congresswoman who hates her country and its citizens.
And we are seeing indiscriminate takings of people by this masked secret police that is ICE. They are wanting to create this secret police force that has no accountability and no transparency. And I think the American public needs to ask itself, is this the country that we want to live in? We are a country of laws, and it's what has distinguished us from the rest of the world. And I think most Americans want to live in a country that follows the rule of law and the Constitution.
Good luck, Minnesota. Good luck. Like I said yesterday, Pete Hegseth for governor of Minnesota. Minnesota actually suing the Trump administration now for sending in ICE agents to remove those who are in America illegally. Minnesota, Minneapolis, a place where they just got caught with $9 billion of fraud from Somalis. Seriously, you can't make this stuff up. The state actively protects criminals and illegals in its state at the highest levels of government. But they're suing the federal government, really is suing Trump and you and me. Watch.
It feels like we have an occupying force that has come in to our city. It is completely dangerous. It feels like we do not have a proper understanding of what the strategy is, what they're supposed to be doing when it comes to the federal law enforcement that has come into our community. And so it is one of those cases where it can result into a more dangerous situation. And I agree with our Attorney General, Keith Ellison, in saying we would like for you all to leave.
So, Elon, you don't understand the strategy. Is that thing up top too tight, perhaps? The strategy is removing illegals. And by the way, remove illegals in an area where, I don't know, probably a quasi-mix of legal and illegal Somalis stole $9 billion. I think right now, maybe you should just zip it. As if the state of Illinois doesn't have enough to worry about. Iraq, Chirac, their attorney general also suing the Department of Homeland Security along with ICE and the CBP for carrying out the mission that was overwhelmingly voted for by the American people. Watch.
Tear gas, chemical weapons, rubber bullets, masked men carrying semi-automatic rifles and instruments of war as they intimidate, harass, and assault. These hallmarks of a war zone seen on movie screens have no place in an American city, much less at a daycare center, courthouses, in our neighborhoods, or outside our children's schools. Today, my office is taking significant action to put an end to federal agents' lawlessness in the state of Illinois.
Well, that's Kwame Raoul. Kwame Raoul, the Attorney General of Illinois. I mean, Attorney General of any state or country, for that matter, is the top law enforcement officer in that state or country. And this guy has got a problem with removing illegals who are here illegally. That's all you need to know about the Democrat Party, the party of lawlessness. Love moments like this one right after Amy Klobuchar joined Anderson Cooper to talk about her state's ridiculous lawsuit against DHS and so on. He turned right around to their legal analyst, Ellie Honig, who rightfully put this nonsense where it belongs, in the trash heap.
Former federal prosecutor and senior legal analyst Ellie Honig is here. Does this lawsuit have any chance of doing anything?
No, I don't think so. What they're asking, the state of Minnesota is asking a federal judge to throw ICE out of the state and to prohibit ICE from enforcing federal law in the state. There's simply no precedent for that. These lawsuits, Illinois and Minnesota both filed similar lawsuits, have no precedent cited in there. To do that would violate the supremacy clause.
No precedence means it ain't going anywhere in the courts. Joy Reid, wearing a sweatshirt that tries to fit as many wokeisms on it as she possibly can, made sure to jump into the anti-ICE fray with her very special brand of race baiting.
This woman was part of a group of people who they train to try to be ICE interrupters. Mm-hmm. And what they try to do is observe what ICE is doing, film them, and try to use their white privilege, to be honest. They're mainly white people.
Which is what we ask.
Which is what we ask them to do, right? Because black people, we can't put our bodies on the line because cops will shoot us. And so the presumption had been, particularly a white woman, because remember, part of the rationale for doing this with ICE is to save white women, pristine white women, from being ravaged by, criminal brown men. So white women, have been taking the lead in being the ones to step.
Now, if I'm Kristi Noem, Holman, and whatnot, I pull that soundbite from the joyless Joy Reid, because she called this woman an ICE interrupter. Call it what you want. If you call them an ICE interrupter, that by definition is illegal. You cannot interfere with a federal agent's doing its own job. You can't be an ICE interrupter. You can be a peaceful protester over there. But once you step into the mix, you're breaking the law. And I would use that soundbite against those SOBs. Speaking of race baiting, let's get right to it. Jasmine Crockett, our favorite dummy in D.C., is Texas Congresswoman who's now trying to be Texas Senator and straight up insults her own state. How exactly is it work when she is trying to get votes?
Now, some people get a little funny when you start talking about race, but this is real. There was a Trump-appointed justice. I testified because I had already sued the state of Texas because Texas is racist.
Yeah. People of Texas, you be very, very careful about electing that woman. You can stick her in the district. By the way, you'll get redistricted anyway right out of your job. You can't let this woman get into the Senate, U.S. Senate. That is a big, big mistake. The far-left alliance is in full force with Pocahontas coming out to make sure that everyone knows that she thinks that New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani is on the right track when he pushes impossible socialist dreams that will only send the Big Apple right into the ground, into a fiery socialist garbage heap. It's already garbage heap, but now it'll be a socialist garbage heap.
We are not short on good ideas. And to win, every Democrat should be proposing concrete plans for lowering costs. Zohran Mamdani came from nowhere and took down a political dynasty. How? He ran a campaign tightly focused on the cost of living with easy-to-understand platform. Free buses, freeze the rent, and deliver no-cost childcare.
Unfortunately, Pocahontas, Elizabeth Warren, you're supposed to be educated. That's not how you lower costs and prices. You don't lower costs and prices by giving stuff away for free. That's how you raise it, because demand spikes up because it's free and no one can get it. So you need more and more, and then you can never afford it. So you lower costs and prices by adding supply. Demand's always going to be there. You add supply. And the way you do that is allow people to drill more oil, allow people to frack for natural gas. You lower the price because you put more supply on the market. Allow people to do business in your state. Lower your business regulations. Lower your taxes. It creates more supply of whatever the businesses are in for your state or your city. That's how supply and demand curves work. When you artificially move them, like giving stuff away for free, you screw up the whole thing and it ends up a disaster. Socialism/communism has killed over 100 million people in this world. Look it up. Killed 100 million. They starved to death. They starved to death under communism, and they'll do it again. New York's going to starve. When Pocahontas isn't idealizing socialist policies, she's telling lies. Elizabeth Warren and her fellow comrades really do think Americans are stupid. After Obamacare, which is a disaster, which she herself voted for, made healthcare costs go so high, she's still towing the party line of BS that somehow Republicans are the ones responsible for massive mistakes.
Republicans and Democrats can come together to form a healthcare plan?
It's up to the Republicans. Democrats have made clear we want to lower health care costs for Americans. Republicans passed a law last July that raised those costs for Americans, and so far they've refused to back off that. So ask the Republicans, we're still in this fight all the way to lower health care costs.
Man, the one claims to be Harvard educated. Socialism, they suck. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Friend, do you remember when it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank to expand a business, go on vacation, or buy a new car? Well, today, withdrawing your own cash has become a very risky business, according to The Secret War, a shocking new research report. I just read it. And folks, I was amazed to learn why banks are now required to spy on us for the government and then report any suspicious or unusual behavior. I suggest you get The Secret War free. Just call the number on the screen, no charge, from the folks at Swiss America, and get this. Did you know simply spending cash today may be enough to have you branded as a potential criminal? That's right. The new war on cash is really a war against all freedom-loving Americans. The Secret War is yours free, so call the number on the screen and you can tell them Pat Boone gave you the number.
With riots and violent looting going on all over the country, I don't feel safe leaving the house without this banana. Normally, I would be worried about this creepy guy, but I've got my banana with me. That same car has been sitting outside my house for a while now. Better keep this banana by the door.
Sounds ridiculous, right? Now imagine this banana was capable of incapacitating an attacker from over 60 feet.
At Byrna, we don't sell bananas. Go to Byrna.com to learn more.
It's time to stand up and save with InstaSeal by Bell & Howell, the world's first vertical vacuum sealing system designed to save you money. InstaSeal removes the air completely, extending freshness up to 6 times longer. Now that's saving. Get the complete InstaSeal system. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-308-6802. That's 1-800-308-6802, or order online at buyinstaseal.com.
All right, let me give you some numbers, because numbers never lie, folks. They can't lie. The Edge launched just over 3 months ago. No network push, no algorithm help, no corporate support. Already, we've crossed 300,000 views, more than 14,000 watch hours. Growing. This last episode off the charts. Thousands of subscribers. We never thought we'd hit 5,000. We're at 8,500 in 3.5 months. Unbelievable. They stay, too. They're not just showing up. They're subscribing. That doesn't happen in this business. Most new YouTube channels die in silence. This one didn't. Why? Well, because the Edge isn't built for the algorithm. It's built for people like you and I, people who live under pressure, who thrive where others barely survive. Former pro athletes, traders, founders, men who know what it feels like when the clock is running. Please subscribe. Just hit subscribe on YouTube. Head over there right now. Search Eric Bolling, The Edge. Hit subscribe. I'm going to go to Trump right now. He's speaking outside Air Force One, I believe.
In Iran. Yeah, Iran said that the last time I blew him up with the nuclear capability, which they don't have any longer. So Iran said that the last time. They better behave.
Mr. President, the Intel stock is really high after you invested. Are you going to invest more in Intel?
Yeah, I like it. So Well, I don't know about Intel, but I'll invest more in other things. So, as you know, Intel came to see me. They needed help. And I said, I'll help you, but I want 10% of your company to go to the United States of America. And we made, because of that deal, tens of billions of dollars. The stock went very up and very high, and we made tens of billions of dollars. They walked away and they gave us a lot of money, but they did a great deal for themselves because their stock has gone up. As soon as we went in, Apple went in, NVIDIA went in, a lot of smart people went in, they followed us. So yeah, we're doing that. We've done other of those deals. In Alaska, we did a deal where we got a big piece of a company where we were helping them to get a road. We're the only ones that could have done it. And we said, we want something out of the company for the United States of America, okay? So I believe in that. We have some other ones that we're looking at. I believe in that. If it's up to us, if they can't do it without us, and then I say, well, we'll do it. If you were a private guy, you'd say, what do we get for doing it? Now, I don't want anything for myself. I want our country to be rich as hell. But with Intel, we made billions and billions of dollars, right?
Mr. President, on Iran, do you have a message for the leaders currently of Iran?
Yeah, the message is they've got to show humanity. They've got a big problem. And I hope they're not going to be killing people. And I'm going to have a report very soon. It would seem to me that they have been badly misbehaving, but that is not confirmed.
The 1980 hostage rescue effort that ended in disaster.
Well, it was a disaster for Jimmy Carter. They had all sorts of problems, and the helicopters were crashing and everything. You know what it was? The exact opposite of Venezuela. Do you agree with that? Do you agree? As a reporter, who are you with?
I'm with the Financial Times, sir.
Oh, good. Well, that's a nice paper.
So are you committing not to sending U.S. troops into Iran?
Why would I tell you that? Why would I don't talk about military strategy with a reporter, you know, even though I do like the Financial Times.
Are you consulting with our allies regarding Iran? What are they telling you, and why do you think the Iranian...
Well, I'm not going to tell you what they're telling me. I don't tell you what they...
Why do you think the Iranian leadership continues to defy you, Mr. President?
You think they are?
Well,
it's only been a couple of days.
They continue to kill protesters.
Well, they said that about Venezuela, too, you know. It's only been a couple of days. They haven't defied me. They haven't done anything as far as we're concerned. But it looks like they're killing a lot of people, but it has not been confirmed. I'll know very soon.
Freelancer, the premiere of Freelancer today, he prefers to stay with Denmark. Do you see that as the...
Who said that?
The premiere of Freelancer.
Well, that's their problem. That's their problem. I disagree with them. I don't know who he is. Don't know anything about him. But that's going to be a big problem for him.
Do you want to see democracy in Iran?
Ideally, you'd like to see it. But what we want to see is we don't want to see people killed. And we want to see a little bit of freedom for these people. These people have been living in hell for a long time. You know, that used to be a hell of a country. I have friends that used to invest in Iran. And they did well with their investments. It was a great place. The people were great. Even the leadership was good. And now it's living in hell. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, sir.
All right, there he is. Just talking like very, very short. Just landed from Michigan to the Michigan Economic Club, I believe that's what it was. And what, is he going to get back on this? The price, the affordability message. Again, when we use affordability, we use it the way we know it. It was unaffordable under Joe Biden. It's become a lot more affordable to live in America, especially for the middle class under President Trump this term. I don't know, Ben, do we have time for one quick voicemail?
Yeah, we have time for a voicemail. We have Paul from Ohio has some questions about the Minnesota ICE shooting.
Hey, Eric, this is Paul from Ohio. With this woman that was shot in Minnesota, why isn't her wife being charged with her death? Because one of us average white guys, if we'd been committing a crime while somebody died, we would have been charged with that person's death. But because she's a liberal white woman, they ain't going to?
Man, I got to agree with you. It's really blatantly obvious that most of these agitators that we're seeing are white people, a lot of the white women. What's the story here? I can only assume that they're being paid very well by the groups that finance the disruption, let's call it the trying to divide the country along political lines. And for some reason, we just showed you earlier, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, other Democrats have always been at least hard on illegal immigration. Maybe not hard on other types of it, but they've always been hard on illegal immigration. Yet now, if you put those words, Jimmy Kimmel or whatever those knuckleheads at late night, sometimes they go out in the street and they read something and they attribute it to Trump, and then they get the reaction and they go, oh, wait a minute, that wasn't Trump saying it, that was Barack Obama, and see what happens. If you put those words that Barack Obama said, attribute them to Trump, the liberal left and these lunatics who hate Trump would go apoplectic against it until they hear it was Barack Obama, and then they change their tune. I'm just so convinced this whole immigration drama and ICE drama is because people just love to hate on President Trump. All right, thank you for leaving the voicemails. Next time we'll have a few more. That got a little interrupted by the president arriving in D.C. Have a great night. Have a great War Room. War Room's coming up next. Always keep it right here on RAV 24/7, top to bottom. We'll see you again tomorrow. Bowling, we are out for today. See you tomorrow, Wednesday.
Local school kids in Minneapolis en masse walking out of their school to tell Trump's federal agents to leave them alone and get out of their town. Tonight, we're going to talk about what Minnesotans are doing to try to protect their schools, forming human chains around Minnesota public schools at pickup and drop-off. The Wall Street Journal reporting this weekend on a surge in, quote, volunteers, many of them moms already involved in their schools, using Google Docs to divvy up tasks such as delivering groceries to immigrant families. Volunteers are on hand at drop-off and pickup at schools with whistles to blow in case ICE agents show up. The Immigrant Defense Network telling the Washington Post that they have trained about 2,000 people total to be ICE observers in the Twin Cities. About 2,000 people total, but then the day after ICE killed Renee Nicole Good in Minneapolis, they got a huge surge. They had 354 people show up in one day, the very next day, to be trained to be ICE observers. 354 people showed up in one day.
Sidewalk. You can film on the sidewalk. Force is not law. Force is not law. You are not following the law. You help someone! All you do is hurt! All you do is hurt! She's trying to drag on this city! Where is the law?
The mayor saying, quote, Donald Trump should know that as long as federal agents are in our city acting unconstitutionally against our neighbors, we will continue to push back with everything we've got. Here are Democratic members of Congress turning up at the local ICE detention facility, the local ICE jail in Minnesota, demanding to be let in because as members of Congress, they are allowed by law to inspect any federal facility like that at any time with no notice. But these members of Congress were nevertheless turned away. Today, Democracy Forward went to court to force ICE and force the Trump administration to let those members of Congress in, because that, in fact, is the law. And again, if they were hoping that their shambolic and chaotic violence would dissuade Americans from standing up to them, well, they do not understand Americans. They do not understand how we are wired. It is having the opposite effect.
We're giving 90-day notices to places like California, Scott. Right away, we're going to send out that notice. Who would bill the federal government as people poured into the state to send those people back, because no country can afford to do it. No country can afford to take in millions of people, pay for their education, their health care, their hospitals. You just can't do it. And we all have a heart. You can't do it. But many of those people are murderers. They're people released from jails, prisons, mental institutions, insane asylums. They're people that are drug dealers. They're addicts. Additionally, starting February 1st, we're not making any payments to sanctuary cities or states having sanctuary cities, because they do everything possible to protect criminals at the expense of American citizens, and it breeds fraud and crime and all of the other problems that come. So we're not making any payment to anybody that supports sanctuary cities.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Tuesday, 13 January, year of our Lord 2026. Thank you for coming to the afternoon, late afternoon, early evening edition. Now, you know the early evening edition on Monday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. The 6 o'clock show is War Room, Texas, and we're going to have a great crowd there tonight, a great group of people. Don't want to miss that. About the Islamic takeover of the great state of Texas. But I want to start first. Hey, Rachel Maddow's telling you, you see how unctuous she is, how she's all puffed up there in that barn making that $20 million a year. What we Americans, she doesn't understand we Americans. Lady, you are trying to protect 15 to 20 million illegal alien invaders who are certainly not Americans to stay inside this country. And you're trying to stop federal officials from performing their tasks under the Constitution. We played the cold open this morning. All these lawsuits that the mayor of Minneapolis has and Walz has, who are all going to go to prison for the scams they've got in bed with the Somalians, including the Attorney General Ellison. You're all up to your neck in it. You're going to tell Americans, you're going to tell hardworking, patriotic Americans and law enforcement and ICE agents, oh, they don't understand how we Americans are. You're instigating. I don't know why we're not rolling up MSNBC. Oh, excuse me, ShamWow. It's the new name is ShamWow. That's the news. Or is it MS Now? ShamWow. Remember that guy that had the chamois giving you a shine on the hood of your car? The ShamWow network is instigating violence against federal. You see that clip right there? We could play hours of that type of stuff. Sheriff Mack joins me. Sheriff, when I have these questions about law enforcement, you're one of the first people I turn to. What are federal agents supposed to do, and what recommendation would you give to the President of the United States? Now, he's going to cut them off on the 1 February, no money there. Before that, on 20 January, if we head down this path, the radical Democrats are going to try to shut down ICE by defunding it, and so I think we're going to a government shutdown, but that's fine. That's fine. On 1 February, the president just said he's not going to send any more cash to these sanctuary cities. You've had this problem in Arizona with sanctuary cities, all of it. What's your recommendation to the President of the United States of what actually ought to happen here, sir?
Well, first of all, the sheriffs in those major cities, I mean, look at Chicago. It's Cook County. Sheriff Dart is the sheriff there. he's been completely silent. And if the sheriffs in Portland and Los Angeles and Chicago and Minneapolis would stand up and say, our job is to keep the peace and protect people from crime. Getting rid of criminals that were brought in during the Biden administration is what we're supposed to be doing. These sheriffs should be showing a lot more leadership instead of standing on the sidelines. So I would recommend also, most of the sheriffs in this country support Trump. And if I were Trump, I would right now, if I was sitting right next to him, in fact, I would love to help him with this. Invite the sheriffs of those areas, and especially the surrounding counties, to come to his office and come up with a game plan to help DHS and ICE. I've already talked to Tom Homan about this several times, and get these sheriffs on board. A lot of these sheriffs are already in 287G training. I've talked to these sheriffs. They want to help. And the states are now trying to go after the sheriffs. We just got back from Washington State, where the sheriffs are being sued, being attacked by their own governors and their own AGs. AG Brown is suing Sheriff Wagner in Adams County because he's trying to help ICE get rid of criminals out of his county. And the AG is actually showing his lawlessness and his ignorance in going after the sheriff that's trying to go after criminals. And so I believe that.
Hang on a second. Hang on. I want to hang on. I want to make sure people understand this. I want to make sure I understand it. You're telling me in the great state of Washington, there's sheriffs up there that are supporting ICE, which they're sworn to do. They're supporting ICE, and ICE going through their federal duties to extract these illegal alien invaders, and that the state attorney general is suing the sheriff?
Yes, that's exactly correct. 100% correct. And what we just had, General Flynn and I were at a meeting there at a big rally, standing room only at the Experience Church in Puyallup, right outside Tacoma. And the sheriffs are at a loss what to do. So we were trying to give them some direction and let them know they're doing the right thing. And Sheriff Bob Songer says, I don't care what the AG does. I'm going to continue to help ICE. Sheriff Schwenk in Pierce County, second largest county in Washington State, same thing. But Washington State is the worst state in the union for destroying the office of sheriff, attacking the sheriff, and defending the criminals that invaded our country in the first place.
How can you, when you look at Washington, you look at Minneapolis, I mean, it's no doubt it's chaos and anarchy because the people that are breaking the law, the illegal aliens are invading us here, but the Rachel Maddows of the world and all these people put the kids, they're using kids as human shields around the schools. I mean, what then is to be done? What can the sheriffs actually do when you have American citizens that are actively breaking the law and trying to instigate more violence, sir?
Well, the sheriff and his deputies should be there with those ICE agents, and they should be defending those ICE agents and working with them. The sheriff's office and the deputies should be clearing those streets for ICE and providing safety and security for and backup for their fellow police officers from the federal government. Look, the Constitution clearly delegates to the federal government protecting our borders from invasion, and in Article 1, Section 8, the laws of naturalization. And so, of course, this is a federal issue, and the states are trying to, it's unconstitutional. What's unconstitutional? Show me the provision in the Constitution that shows that ICE is outside the Constitution. You guys are crazy. You're liars. This is exactly what the problem that Biden dumped on everybody's lap, and now these horrible blue states want to join in and double down on it. Can you believe that there are law enforcement officials doing this in Minneapolis and other states? I cannot believe it.
We got about a minute. Real quickly, what's your recommendation to the president about this conference you want to have or this group of sheriffs you want to go back to advise him? What would you recommend to the president? Because he'll see this clip.
I can give him the list of the sheriffs in these areas to get invited to the White House, get them on board, send them back, and let's create peace and tranquility in these areas where you're seeing this mob violence, supported by governors and mayors and others. It's unbelievable. Give me a call,
Where do
President
people
Trump.
get
I'll be
you?
happy to help.
What's your website? What's your social media? Where do people go get you?
CSPOA, Constitutional Sheriffs and Peace Officers Association. There's our website. Call me, email me. Please give the president and his staff my number. I'll be happy to come help.
Sheriff Mack, we need you now more than ever, you and the constitutional sheriffs, because we're hurdling folks to a constitutional crisis. They all got to go. All 15 to 20 million of them got to go. Got to go. So, Rachel Maddow and your crew, suck on that, baby. Short commercial break. Philip Patrick's going to be here. President Trump at the Detroit Economic Club moments ago gave a very powerful speech on the state of the economy. E.J. Antoni's going to be with us. Philip Patrick is going to be with us. Please stick around. You're in the afternoon and early evening edition of The War Room.
American faith in America's heart.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, take a shot.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever.
Because of you.
We are happy and we know it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
Don't kibble your dog.
Oh, hey, Dr. Marty.
Hey, back.
But what's wrong with this? It's premium stuff.
Let's check it out. It's still kibble, which means it's ultra-processed at extremely high temperatures that destroy the nutrients in the food. But at Dr. Marty, we gently freeze-dried premium meats, fruits, and vegetables, locking in their nutrients.
Never kibbled.
You got it, kid, and they're gonna love it.
President Trump delivered on his promises, but we can't get complacent. None of our America First agenda will be secure until we build the Red Wall. Turning Point PAC is building the Red Wall in Arizona, Nevada, and New Hampshire, key battleground states where conservatives outnumber Democrats. We're funding door knockers who will win the next elections in 2026, 2028, and beyond. Today, we're asking for your immediate support. Donate at tprav.com or scan the QR code now to fund our field operations.
We're also going to revoke the citizenship of any naturalized immigrant from Somalia or anywhere else who is convicted of defrauding our citizens. We're going to get them the hell out of here fast. And if you come to America to rob Americans, we're throwing you in jail and we're sending you back to the place from where you came. We're throwing you right in jail. As we liberate our country from this cultural scourge and the plague of corruption and fraud, We'll rediscover the natural energy and native spirit that truly makes America great again, like we're doing with Detroit and Michigan. If we get rid of fraud and do our job properly on the trillions that are being extorted out of our country from corrupt and incompetent governors like Gavin Newsom, J.B. Pritzker, and Tim Walz, we will very soon have a balanced budget, and that's the kind of money that we're talking about. We're talking about massive amounts of money. Our country wasn't built by people who tried to lie and cheat and scam their way to success. It was built by legends like Henry Ford, Henry Dow, Thomas Edison, the Kellogg brothers, Alfred P. Sloan, the founder of General Motors, men who lifted up American workers and strengthened our nation beyond even belief. And we're doing the same exact thing right now. I think we're doing it even better. This is the fierce spirit of patriotic free enterprise that we're now unleashing once again. We are unleashing it like maybe never before. Last week we announced that I'm creating a brand new division at the Department of Justice, a legal strike force led by a really tough, smart new Attorney General for fraud. He's a fantastic young guy. He's so impassioned to do this properly. We intend to imprison any fraudster, politician, or public official involved in these sick plots to loot and pillage our country. In addition, I proudly called for the credit card companies to cap interest rates at 10% for 1 year, because they're getting 28 and 30% and 32%. And it's unfair. The rates are way too high. As part of those efforts at Davos next week, I'm going to provide much more detail about our housing policies so that every American who wants to own a home will be able to afford one. We have some great things happening with housing, as you know. You saw the $200 billion buy-in on bonds and mortgages. This will include a ban on large institutional investors buying up single-family homes all over the country and making it impossible for people to buy a home. And I've also announced that the U.S. government is purchasing $200 billion of mortgage bonds to bring down mortgage rates, and it's had a huge impact. It's already started. And just last week, the average 30-year mortgage dropped below 6% for the first time in many years.
December read on Consumer Price Index, we're expecting a headline number up 0.3%, and it delivered. That's exactly what we received, up 0.3%. Now, if you look at the previous month in August, it was up 0.4. September, it was up 0.3. So this fits right in. If you look at food and energy, known as core, on a month over month, it's 1/10 cooler than expected. It's up 0.2. Now, if you look at year over year, up 2.7 expected, 2.7 arrives. The one glimmer here on the year over year is the core comes in 1/10 light to expectations, but the 2.6 level is where we've been. And my favorite numbers, and they really are my favorite numbers, Joe. If we look at the index on the non-seasonally adjusted index, this started in 1913. The index number, 324. And why is that important? Because once again, it's a new all-time high. Pretty much, not all the time, but pretty much every month, we get a new all-time high. 1913. And if you look at the 1957 rendition, which is the core CPI, it comes in at 331 and change. And of course, that's also an all-time high.
So, Philip Patrick, I've got you on to make this make sense to me. You know, the president is now in a throwdown with the chairman of the Federal Reserve. It looks like the markets are supporting the president. I mean, they're either meh or a little bit of turbulence in the bond market that settled out. Stock market yesterday, I think S&P 500 all-time high. Did a little bit of retreat today, but not much. I mean, the markets are supporting him. You got this, I think, excellent print or very good print on inflation today. And, of course, President Trump's down there talking about how we're not going to keep spending on all these social programs, so they're obviously stealing the money. In addition, he's got populist economic, he's breaking up the big banks. We got to cap interest at 10%. I want to get affordability. I want to get mortgage rates down. And all of this, gold is, yesterday, I think gold's all-time high yesterday, backed off a little bit today, basically near 4,600. And, of course, silver on fire at 86. Make it make sense for us, sir.
That's a tough one. Listen, this is a crazy climate we're in. There's no question about it. I think President Trump today did a very good job highlighting the successes so far of his administration. He highlighted how capital investment has surged under Trump, how growth has accelerated without massive new entitlement spending, as we saw under the Biden administration. Energy costs, very importantly, have stayed contained. That is a tax cut for working families. I think there's definitely a lot of work to do still, right? Growth, although accelerating, GDP numbers are strong. It's highly concentrated on the back of AI infrastructure and data centers. It's going to take time. That's capital intensive growth. It's not yet wage driven growth. So I think it's going to take time for people to start feeling that. But we're heading in the right direction. Trump needs the Federal Reserve to start playing ball. I know there's questions over Trump's pressure on the Fed and their independence. I think Scott Bessent had a small freak out about that. Definitely the administration's not going to do anything to threaten the Fed's independence. I'm sure of that. The problem in my mind with the Federal Reserve.
Hold it, Philip, hang on, brother. Trump's gone full Andrew Jackson. He has a criminal investigation underway because of the cost overruns. And quite frankly, Powell's given some not great testimony in front of Congress. He's gone full Andrew Jackson, these guys. And the lords of easy money. I mean, Jamie Dimon and all these guys may have a problem. Oh, they sit there and they knit their brow and they're saying, we need an independent Fed. Well, the stock market hit an all-time high yesterday, and the bond market's no real turbulence. I mean, isn't the money... The money gets a vote here. Isn't the money saying we're fine with Trump? Independence is overrated because Trump's making us so much money. The economy's turned around under Biden, is about to collapse, that the guys running the economy making us so much money. If he wants to take on all the Fed chairs, because all the Fed chairs and the U.S. Senate, the banking committee, and all those guys are all sitting there going, Trump's the worst. We need an independent Fed. The money's not telling me that, is it?
Listen, not dramatic. Look at what happened in France and the UK. The bond markets are not revolting in that respect. You're absolutely correct. Flip side, though, we've had 5 rate cuts in the last 2 years. Borrowing rates have stayed fairly firm. In a normal climate, rates should have declined. So, yes, bond markets aren't freaking out yet. They're certainly happy with the direction Trump's heading. But Scott Bessent's reaction, you know more than me. I'm getting this from the Daily Mail. There's people within the administration trying to calm this down a little bit, because I think if it goes too far, we may start to have problems.
I think it should be noted that there wasn't a lot about Powell in today's speech, and Scott Bessent did fly on Air Force One out there with President Trump. But so make this make sense to me. We've got, I think, a carrier strike group somewhere in the Straits of Malacca, heading toward the North Arabian Seas. All the discussion tonight is going to strike Iran. And I think if he had a target set that said, hey, bang, you drop one there and the Ayatollah falls, he may think about that, but I'm not so sure that target set. We keep saying just keep the economic pressure on. This thing is collapsing. You've got Greenland. The Danes are getting ready to send some special operators to Greenland. You've got obviously the situation in Venezuela. Is the geopolitics like, why is gold on fire and why is silver on fire when you've got these other markets that are not really in horrible turmoil because of President Trump's challenge, just like Andrew Jackson? Like Andrew Jackson said, hey, we don't need a central bank, but if we got it, the people are going to control it, not the bankers. And I think Trump's saying the same thing. Why is gold and silver on fire, sir?
Listen, there's so many forces driving it. We've got inflation, we've got de-dollarization, we've got geopolitical instability. It's like the perfect storm for physical precious metals that we're seeing. By the way, I want to say something on foreign policy. It's interesting. Like, there is a world where things land right. We have a free Iran. We have a peacekeeping force in Gaza. I mean, this could be some absolute genius. We'll see how it plays out. But this is interesting times we're living in. I think putting economic pressure on the Iranians, a 25% tariff for anybody doing business with Iran, that's probably the smartest thing to do at the moment. But interesting times for sure. And I think gold will continue to thrive in these climates.
I tell you what, Philip, can you just hang on for 1 second? I just want to hold you through the break. EJ and Tony is going to join us. Philip Patrick is with us. Make sure you want to talk to Philip Patrick. There's a couple of ways to do it. By the way, in the box, we're going to put the box of the President of the United States getting out of the helicopter. He's going to be heading back to D.C. I think he's getting a big national security briefing this evening when he arrives. So everybody's on tenterhooks about this situation in Iran, where the Persians are in the streets trying to overthrow the Islamic Republic. They've done such a great job in the last, 46 or 47 years. People are so thrilled they're in the streets, and there's a report today maybe 10,000 or 20,000 dead. I mean, there's a report there this slaughter could be a lot bigger. President's trying to weigh more economic pressure. Birch Gold, take your phone. A couple ways to get to him. Take your phone out, text Bannon, B-A-N-N-O-N, 989898. You get the ultimate guide, which is totally free and no obligation, of investing in gold and precious metals. Don't forget silver in the age of Trump. And you can get right to Philip Patrick with doing that. Also, the end of the dollar empire. Go to Birch Gold, promo code Bannon, end of the dollar empire. Now you have a physical copy of it. We actually made it into a book. You can get a signed edition of that, signed by me, with a qualifying purchase. Go to Birch Gold right now, check it out. But most importantly, get to Philip Patrick and his team. That's who you need to talk to. Short commercial break. Philip Patrick joins EJ and Tony on the other side.
I decided to diversify mainly because of where we are as a nation with our debt that the government has and the value of the dollar and how the value continues to drop. I just thought it'd be wise to have a hard asset that could be passed down. One of the reasons I bought gold was because I want to create an inheritance for my children and my grandchildren. I feel like that gold and silver, it's a tangible inheritance. Whereas your dollar is backed by nothing. It's just paper. In 2008, what I had dropped to half and gold went up. I would recommend U.S. Money Reserve without any hesitation or reservation to anyone. I would not use anyone else.
Founded at the turn of the 21st century, U.S. Money Reserve has facilitated over $3.3 billion in trusted transactions and is one of the nation's largest precious metals distributors. Don't wait until the next crisis. Start securing your financial future today. If you've bought gold in the past or would like to learn more about why physical gold should be an important part of your portfolio, call to receive the complete guide to buying gold. This is important and valuable information, including facts you should know about purchasing gold, silver, platinum, or palladium.
Call to get your free copy of my new special report, The Global Gold Forecast. Inside, you'll find the key factors I've covered on gold ownership and why you may need to start owning gold today.
Call now to receive exclusive information on how you can begin protecting your assets with physical gold, silver, platinum, and palladium.
To have gold coins in my possession, that hard asset is an insurance, you might say, against the paper dollar. It's a hard asset. You can turn it back into cash, whereas keeping a lot of cash in your bank account can really almost end up being nothing. You have to keep cash, but you don't have to keep everything in cash, and you don't have to put everything in the stock market, and you don't have to put it all in a bond market. You do a little bit of everything, and then you sleep at night and don't worry about it. In fact, I sleep better with gold than I do with the stock market because it's tangible, it's there. You need a whole basket full of different ways of preserving wealth or creating wealth. So gold and silver is a way of doing that. So I went back on the gold standard.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
The great Scott Adams passed away this morning. Gave his life to Christ at the end of his life. Just got word, came across the wire. I'm trying to check this out because I think he's part of the Trump administration. I thought he was an ambassador former Arizona Attorney General Mark Brnovich has passed away. We'll get more details on that. Remember, Mark was on the show many times during the big steal in 2020, trying to find out what in the hell went on there and get to the bottom of it. And I think he was potentially going to run for governor or the Senate. He was really a rising star in the Republican Party. So we'll get more on that as soon as we get it. EJ Antoni joins us. EJ, talk to me about the numbers you saw this morning, the print on inflation, because Treasury's talking about a disinflationary boom that's coming, given we're just getting traction now on the supply side part of the big beautiful bill. Plus, unless the Supreme Court upends it tomorrow, which may be a possibility, the commercial relationships of the world will change because of tariffs and trade. And it's acting as a forcing function to bring capital investment back here, but it doesn't look like it's causing inflation. What's your analysis of the math?
Well, Steve, thanks for having me. Real quick on tariffs, the Supreme Court has a lot of different ways they could go here, not the least of which my sources are telling me is a growing possibility among the justices, is that they may decide to essentially say that the IEEPA tariffs are unconstitutional, but for the sake of not causing chaos, they may allow existing ones to stand and just not allow future ones. So that means new tariffs would have to be implemented with things like Section 232, for example. So the president still has a lot of tools in the toolkit, so to speak. It's not as if he will be down and out if the ruling doesn't go his way to one degree or another. Now, in terms of the math that we just got today, both the numbers out of the Treasury and the numbers out of the Bureau of Labor Statistics were pretty darn good overall. Not great, but good. In other words, we're heading in the right direction. We are continuing to see a general disinflation trend. And by the way, core goods, a category which was supposed to explode in terms of prices because of tariffs, it hasn't. In fact, in the last month, not only was the annual rate low, but the month-over-month rate was actually slightly negative, a fraction of a percent. So instead of seeing costs explode here, we are seeing the cost of tariffs not passed on to consumers by and large, but mostly eaten by foreign exporters and middlemen, which is a great thing for the American consumer, because those customs duties in the first 3 months of this fiscal year, Treasury just told us this afternoon, is up to $90 billion. For context, in the previous fiscal year, when we still had Biden in office, that same category of revenue, these customs duties, the income coming in from tariffs, was only $20 billion. So fourfold increase there, really tremendous progress. This is helping reduce the deficit, which is significantly lower right now than it was this time a year ago. And again, coming back to these inflation numbers that we're seeing at the consumer level, not only has inflation cooled, but wage growth has not. That means paychecks are continuing to get bigger, and more importantly, they buy more than they did a year ago. They buy more than they did when Trump took office. In fact, the average American's weekly paycheck, Steve, buys about 1.5% more now than it did when Trump took office. Conversely, under Biden, that average weekly paycheck shrunk, at least in terms of what it could buy, by about 4%. So that tells you two things. One, we are course correcting. We're heading in the right direction. The boom that Scott Bessent keeps talking about has already begun, and it's going to continue. But it also tells us that we haven't yet undone all of that damage from the Biden administration. And I think that's how you square the circle of how can the economy be improving so much while so many people still feel dissatisfied. We are still dealing with the hangover from the Biden years.
And we're going to have to take care of that. Number one, as I said, when people came out after the elections in November, oh my God, it's about affordability, and they all fell into the trap of saying affordability. There were tweets out there saying November 26 about affordability. I said, whoa, calm down. You've got a plan. You've executed the plan. You're going to drive the plan, and that's both the supply side tax cut and the trade and the commerce. They're driving to a point. Just focus on growth, jobs, and wages, and real wages. If you do that, it's all going to work out. You can see it coming right now. And look at the trade deficit. I think we had the lowest trade deficit since 2009. Exports up 30%, imports down 30%. President Trump, it's kicking in right now. The question I have for you, how did all the experts that from Liberation Day all the way till it started kicking in July, just over and over on MSNBC every night. Oh, that's going to blow up. His trade policies are so terrible, and they're going to cause this massive inflation. They're going to wipe out the working class. The trade policies are done to build a robust middle class and working class, and the experts completely whiffed on the inflation part of this. Why did they miss so badly, EJ?
Steve, because these so-called experts, they're not experts in fields like economics. They're experts in politics. They say what they think will sound good. They say what they think will sell books or appeal to politicians, whatever the case may be. Look, at the end of the day, the same people who have been ragging on President Trump and his policies were the exact same folks cheerleading for Biden and were dead wrong about inflation being transitory. Remember that one? And they also are the same folks who were wrong during the first Trump administration. Guys like Paul Krugman, after Trump was elected in the first term, he told everybody, look, I've sold my stocks and everyone else should too because Trump's going to crash the market. What happened? The market took off, hit record high after record high. Exactly what it's doing this time around. Paul Krugman was one of the cheerleaders under Biden who said inflation's transitory, there's nothing to worry about, nothing to see here. And then when we had inflation, he told people, oh, it's just all in your head, it's not a problem. And then inflation was somehow good for you. I mean, these people are liars, Steve. They are always in wrong, but never in doubt. Because for them, it's not about the facts. It's not about the numbers. It's not about reality. It's just about the politics.
Just go back. I've been following your Twitter feed. Just go back, take a minute or two, what you just said about people. Actually, there's more on a real basis. There's more money in their pocket. The prices are a little bit down. They're feeling now for the first time that they're able to buy more, and that's going to continue. If you look in front of us with GDP growth, and GDP growth is over 5% for the private sector. It used to be great coming in here all the time talking about, hey, when Biden was talking about growth, it's all of this massive government spending. If you take that out, we're worse than a recession. We're in a depression. That's changed now. The Atlanta Fed saying, I think the private side, not the government side, private side GDP is going to be like 5%. Walk me through how that gets down to the individual. How can they actually feel it in their paycheck and around the dinner table?
Well, Steve, one of the biggest things is that as the government is spending and borrowing and printing less money, it means less inflation. It means you don't have to worry about the raise that you just got being eaten away by higher prices. And that's why earlier we mentioned paychecks. It's not just that paychecks are bigger, it's that they buy more. That's the real kicker. That's what we want to see. It's that wages have to rise faster than prices. That's not what happened under Biden, but it is what's happening under Trump. And as we start seeing effects of the big, beautiful bill kick in, like the full expensing, these different tax cut provisions, as people change their withholdings and they get bigger refunds and they keep more of they have more take-home pay essentially, because less is getting removed in taxes with each check. All of these things are going to help increase consumer spending. It's going to increase business investment. This means faster wage growth. It means more people getting hired. And this CapEx boom that the Treasury Secretary has talked about repeatedly means more productivity growth, which, by the way, we're already seeing. The latest productivity numbers are just going gangbusters. It's looking great. And that means, again, it means faster wage increases for people. It means more take-home pay, more consumer spending. And this is where you get into the opposite of a downward spiral, an upward spiral, where this starts feeding on itself in a positive way, and we start getting that positive feedback loop, and you get real private sector growth, and not just like you were saying, Steve, under Biden, where it was government spending goosing the numbers, but this is real, genuine growth, and that's what makes people better off. That's what increases people's standard of living.
EJ and Tony, once again, you're spectacular about walking through the math. Where do people go find you? Particularly that Twitter feed is on fire. Where do folks go?
Well, that's going to be the best place to find me, Steve, and the handle there is @RealEJAndTony.
Brother, thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Thank you,
Philip
Steve.
Patrick, how do people... thank you, brother. Philip Patrick, I want people to get directly in contact with you and your team. Now more than ever, you called this shot when we first started this journey, 4 or 5 years ago? Gold was at 1,000. Silver wasn't even, representing, and now silver's, I think, at $86. It's 1.5 times the barrel of oil. You've got gold at 4,600. I don't know. It's not the price; it's the process of how value is driven. in physical gold and silver. Where do people go to get to you, Philip Patrick, and have a chat?
It's very simple. And everyone should know this now. It's birchgold.com/Bannon. Again, birchgold.com/Bannon. That will get them access to a lot of free information, how and why to invest in gold under a Trump administration, certainly heading into 2026. There's a lot to look forward to. There's a lot to be cautious of. And I think that will cover that. It will also get them access to the End of the Dollar Empire reports and book. And I think for those who are purchasing in January, they get a signed copy. I don't even have a signed copy of that book. So, it's a good one.
You got to do a purchase that I sign off on. No, do a qualifying purchase. You're going to get a signed edition from yours truly, Philip Patrick. We're very proud of that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that, Steve. We're very proud of it as well.
Make sure
they can
everybody
also
get to Philip Patrick.
Bannon 989898. Thanks, Steve.
Yeah, take your phone out and just text Bannon. It's no obligation. It's totally free for the ultimate guide. It's kind of shorter than the Dollar Empire. We're trying to teach you the whole thing. Here, they're just trying to talk to you about gold, IRAs, 401ks, all the methodologies, but it's great. It's no obligation. It's totally free. The ultimate guide for investing in gold and silver or precious metals in the age of Trump. Philip Patrick, thank you so much. Folks, take advantage of all the information Birch Gold puts out to help you on your financial planning. Cleo Pascal, our favorite, everything strategy in the Pacific Ocean, pulling hard duty at the Honolulu Defense Conference. You know, Hawaii, Oahu, in the 1930s was called the Gibraltar of the Pacific. Up until Pearl Harbor, it was thought to be impregnable. It's so important for your strategy and our strategy of the Central Pacific as the new, as the heartland is on the Eurasian landmass that Mackinder made famous. Cleo Pascal has made the Central Pacific. What's happening? You got a minute. Tell me what's happened in the Defense Forum. I'm going to hold you through the break, ma'am.
So I think that the message is finally getting through because one of the keynote speakers was the president of Palau, which is one of the 3 U.S. freely associated states, who is here to talk about what's been going on in the Central Pacific. And he's from a country that recognizes Taiwan. So he's been on the front line of the Chinese political warfare operations. And I think they're starting to understand we need to secure the center of the Pacific, not just through kinetic, but through political warfare. And some of the solutions are being discussed here.
Unbelievable. Stick right there. We're going to come back to you through the break. Want to make sure we thank everybody at Birch Gold for putting this on. Also, home title lock. It's very important. Every dream you've ever had is in that home. If you're lucky enough to own one. Now, President Trump is moving heaven and earth to make sure that we drive down the age of first-time home buyers. It is 40 years old. That is not acceptable. President Trump knows that. He and Besant are on it, working every day. But make sure that if you own a home, if you're lucky enough, 80 or 90% of your net worth tied in it, that every dream you have doesn't turn into the biggest nightmare you've ever encountered. Somebody take a hard money loan out, keep the cash, and you got to pay it back. They don't want to hear your tale of woe. They want their money and their interest. HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Steve, 14 days, 2 weeks, free on their $1 million triple lock protection. Go there today and check it out. Get rid of the anxiety, get rid of the fear, get rid of the angst.
We're almost 50. We worked hard and built our dream life.
We're a 2-income family. That means life would be very difficult if something happened to either one of us.
So how did we make sure our family and our lives were protected?
We called Select Quote, where a licensed insurance agent found us each a policy under $1 a day.
We got covered the same day without a medical exam and saved thousands.
Thanks to Select Quote, our family is protected and we can enjoy life.
Visit SelectQuote.com to shop some of the nation's most highly rated providers and see if you could save 50% or more.
I'd like to say this is the first time, but there have been others.
How many?
Who can keep track?
You think this is a joke?
Darling, we need answers, and you're gonna give them to us.
Tell us again.
My car broke down. I brought it here.
I got stuck paying an expensive repair bill.
So it's true.
How much, darling?
$2,300. But $2,300.
What
was I supposed to do? My transmission was shot.
You pick up your phone and you call CarShield before the car breaks down.
Plans through CarShield cover up to 5,000 parts and systems in your car.
That's right. A plan through CarShield could save you on some criminally high auto repairs, especially if your car is out of warranty. So, call CarShield, America's #1 auto protection company, before a breakdown and save yourself from getting stuck in car repair jail.
Let me guess. You hate saving money.
Who hates saving money?
Apparently you do.
All you had to do was call CarShield. And you could have protected yourself against expensive repairs.
Yeah, and then my price will go up the minute I file a claim.
Shut up! CarShield has the price locked in.
For as long as you cover your car.
I guess I should have called CarShield?
It's about time you said something that made sense.
Now you know what you need to do next time.
Bet he'll call CarShield now.
So can I go? Or
CarShield has an A rating with the Better Business Bureau and was voted America's most trusted auto protection company. Don't get handcuffed paying expensive auto repairs. Call now and get the CarShield guarantee. Your price will never go up and your coverage will never go down as long as you cover your car. In just minutes, you could have a plan that covers up to 5,000 parts and systems in your car. Don't wait until it's too late. Get CarShield's best coverage yet. Call 800-491-4896.
With riots and violent looting going on all over the country, I don't feel safe leaving the house without this banana. Normally, I would be worried about this creepy guy, but I've got my banana with me. That same car has been sitting outside my house for a while now. Better keep this banana by the door.
Sounds ridiculous, right? Now imagine this banana was capable of incapacitating an attacker from over 60 feet.
At Byrna, we don't sell bananas. Go to Byrna.com to learn more.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
So Cleo Pascal, there may be a strike in Iran tonight. Obviously, the non-interventionists are saying economically, Scott Bessent gave this speech in March about how the Trump administration is going to put the screws of sanctions and go after their currency, and they've done a magnificent job. This is why you've seen all the riots in the streets. This is why we argued against a decapitation hit during the 12-day war. You don't need that. You don't need America. If you break it, you own it. We don't need to break it. We're breaking it right now with the people of Persia. They're the ones in the streets. Of course, there may be a strike tonight, particularly if there's a target set. You never know. President's going to look at all alternatives, but there's a carrier battle group I think is going to maybe assist in that, taking it out of the South China Sea. The folks there at this Honolulu Defense Conference, did they buy into your theory of the case and the Worms theory of the case that the Central Pacific is the strategic pivot of the Western Hemisphere in America's homeland defense, of which President Trump is from Greenland to the Arctic to the Panama Canal to South America? We bailed out Argentina, and they paid us back already. They paid the $2.5 billion from the $20 billion line we gave them. They drew down $2.5 billion. We paid it back. I think we made $50 to $100 million or something. And see, in Venezuela, we snatched the bad guy and kind of told the regime, you got to do the following, and we're going to control the oil there, and maybe even in Guyana, and maybe the Gulf of America. You add it to Texas, we're like the 10th power. We don't need the Gulf Emirates anymore. We don't need Saudi Arabia. We don't need Qatar. Don't need UAE. Don't need any of it. We got it ourselves. Have people there bought off in the fact that conference you're sitting at is so important because the strategic center of our country happens to be in that vast ocean right in back of you, ma'am?
Yes, I think it's starting. So, as mentioned, the only head of state that they have speaking here is the president of Palau, which is right. That's the Battle of Peleliu. A lot of Americans died for Palau to become independent. But the challenge is that you have to travel from here in Honolulu 8 hours west to get to more of the United States in Guam and the CNMI area. And that's when Admiral Paparo was speaking at the opening session, and he was asked how important the Indo-Pacific is in the context of hemispheric defense. He didn't mention that the U.S. is in Asia. The U.S. is on the front line of Asia, and if you can't secure the center of the Pacific, you can't secure those Americans sitting way out on the front line. And they're not there accidentally. This goes back to McKinley, who said, President McKinley, who said during the Spanish-American War, unless that perimeter is secure, then Oregon and California aren't safe. And then we learned during World War II, if the center of the Pacific isn't secured, then the U.S. isn't safe, because that's where the Japanese staged from for over 30 years. So we're starting to see some recognition. And we're also starting to see exactly what the rest of this hour has been about, which is the confluence of political warfare and economic warfare. So you're seeing new levers coming into play. And again, in Palau, I think we're starting to see the first roots of a new form of strategic foreign policy. They signed a deal with the U.S. on December 23rd, where the U.S. will be able to send up to 75 deportees to Palau. That was the headline. But underneath that headline, the U.S. is agreeing to send to Palau on the ground law enforcement personnel, cyber personnel, customs and immigration, people who can actually do the counter-Chinese political warfare operations. Specifically, they're going after Chinese corruption and Chinese organized crime in Palau to try to liberate it from that ground-level political warfare grip. Because when you see those demonstrations happening in places like Minnesota and you start to track the money, you can see that not all of it is coming from Americans. Yeah. And even more so because the Chinese have realized how important the center of the Pacific is to the U.S., they've been doing the same sort of thing there. So you need to, along with selling the missiles, you need to have the law enforcement and intelligence sharing in order to be able to go after the sort of destabilization you have on the ground. And there's been one good win that happened in the last 24 hours, which is we've covered extensively what happened in Saipan with the Chinese casino. ICE has finally arrested the Chinese woman that was heavily involved in setting up that casino. Now, it's a good start, but Chinese can still arrive in Saipan in the United States of America without a visa. That has to stop.
ICE always gets her man. Cleo, where do people follow you on this trip? We're going to try to have you back on tomorrow or the next day. Where do people go to get you?
Thank you. You can go on X. And I would just like to quickly say, we're talking about public-private partnerships. I think you have to have much more involvement of faith communities and missionaries in the region, because they're the ones that can really fight the Chinese. They're the ones that scare the Chinese on the ground. They don't do normal economics, and they can change the balance of power in the region in a way that is the fundamental good versus evil, which is what this fight is actually about.
I will set you up to talk to a bunch of them. Cleo Pascal, you're the best. Look forward to having you back on.
Thank you, sir.
The Central Pacific as the strategic pivot of the United States of America. Trevor Comstock, Mike Lindell's at a debate today with, I think, 12 people, a huge debate put on by one of the big Alpha News, one of the great news services in Minnesota. The floor is yours, sir. You got new products. I want people to know the new products. Where do they go? How do they get access to you? Because you're a founder, CEO that is on fire, sir.
Yeah, great to see you, Steve. Appreciate you having me. As you had mentioned, I'm super excited to announce that we did just launch our newest product, which is our Sacred Healing Salve. And it is handmade in small batches with organic ingredients. And of course, like all of our other products, there's no artificial additives or any unnatural ingredients within it. So just a little background on it. What really makes the remedy so effective is due to the organic comfrey, which is the main ingredient. And comfrey has been used for centuries to support things like pain relief, inflammation, bruising, and even tissue repair. So it essentially helps your body actually repair and recover as opposed to just masking the discomfort. So in terms of use cases, a lot of people love to use it for things like sore muscles, joint pain, sprains, swelling, as well as arthritis support. So it's like a balm. So you just put a little bit on your finger and you can rub it into any area of your body that needs relief. And then we also paired the comfrey with other nourishing herbs that help support things like cuts, scrapes, burns, as well as insect bites. So it's an incredibly powerful and versatile product. And again, as I mentioned, it's just amazing for things like muscle recovery. If you have joint stiffness, it works great in that scenario. If you have bruises, it brings down bruising quite a bit. And also like the itching and minor cuts, as I had mentioned. And of course, a little bit goes a long way, so you don't need a ton of it. And if you do want to compare it to other, pain creams on the market or any other pain creams that are maybe petroleum and synthetic based, this is just a clean and organic alternative designed to help support actual healing and not just temporary
where do they
reliefs.
go?
Yeah.
Where do they go right now to get in contact with you? Where do they go?
Yeah. So you can go to sacredhumanhealth.com or just type in Sacred Human in Google. And then always use code WARROOM for 10% off. And let us know if you have any questions.
War Room Texas is next. Stick around. We're going to be on fire. We're going to be lit. Stick around.
Don't kibble your dog.
Oh, hey, Dr. Marty.
Hey, back.
But what's wrong with this? It's premium stuff.
Let's check it out. It's still kibble, which means it's ultra-processed at extremely high temperatures that destroy the nutrients in the food. But at Dr. Marty, we gently freeze-dried premium meats, fruits, and vegetables, locking in their nutrients.
Never kibbled.
You got it, kid, and they're gonna love it.
It's time to stand up and save with InstaSeal by Bell & Howell, the world's first vertical vacuum sealing system designed to save you money. InstaSeal removes the air completely, extending freshness up to 6 times longer. Now that's saving. Get the complete InstaSeal system. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-308-6802. That's 1-800-308-6802 or order online at buyinstaseal.com.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning?
Proud to introduce the RAV Ambassadors,
the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
built by patriots for patriots.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth.
This isn't just a fan platform, it's a movement, one voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice...
Good evening, America. Happy Tuesday, and welcome to the latest edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm your host, John Solomon, reporting to, as always, from the nation's capital here in Washington, D.C. I want to begin tonight with a little more on that Somali fraud scandal rocking the state of Minnesota. Now, everybody keeps asking, will there ever be anyone put in handcuffs? Will anyone get arrested? Will anyone pay a price for what's happened to the American taxpayer and the American citizen? Well, today, I interviewed Minnesota Congressman and Majority Whip Tom Emmer, and he broke some pretty important news. There's some new evidence that he says could put Governor Tim Walz in handcuffs. Listen to this.
Now, there are whistleblowers out there. Expect one or more of them to start going under oath or offering affidavits that are signed affidavits under oath, that they not only told Tim Walz about the fraud while it was happening, but that Tim Walz ignored them and in many cases retaliated against them. And
Pretty strong stuff. And later on, he says, I think this is the material that could lead to the indictment of Governor Walz. We'll have all of that over at the John Solomon Reports podcast. Go check it out. Now, let's turn to Bill and Hillary Clinton. They may be facing some prosecutions soon as well. They refused to testify before the House Oversight Committee in that investigation into the latest sex offender of Jeffrey Epstein. And the committee's chairman, James Comer, said he's going to pursue contempt charges, just like what Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro faced. Former President Bill Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton said in a letter posted on X that they do not plan to appear for their scheduled depositions this week. They wrote, every person has to decide when they have seen or had enough and are ready to fight for this country, its principles, and its people, no matter the consequences, or no matter the fact that they're going to deny us some truth. Well, anyways, that was in the Clintons' 8-page letter. A lot of people talking about that's been trending all day on social media. Tonight, we're going to have some more new details about that Somali fraud and specifically the movement around money around the country. We told you last week, $700 million departed the Minneapolis airport in suitcases. I'm not making this up. It's logged in the Transportation Security Administration's own records. Well, we now know that some of that money started in another Somali Somali community in Columbus, Ohio. About 130 million of it moves from Columbus to Minnesota, overseas, like we told you, to Dubai. A lot of people concerned about that foreign trail and what may be going on. Senator Rand Paul talking about it earlier today. Now, we've got amazing guests for you all show long. Before we get to them, I want to turn to my amazing co-host, Amanda Head. Amanda, a lot of other things going on, including at the Supreme Court today.
I just got to say, an 8-page letter, if you're explaining, you're losing.
Yeah, that's right. If you need that much, yeah.
if you need 8 pages to explain why you're not going to show up.
Good point.
Yeah. All right. So before I get through the rest of my stories, I wanted to mention the Supreme Court. They heard arguments today, of course, in cases involving protecting women's sports. Now, we have a very special guest that we're going to be getting to in just a minute to talk about that, so stay tuned. But first, are we at the beginning of an economic boom in America? Well, President Trump stated exactly that earlier today in Detroit. Take a listen.
But we're already growing double, triple, and even quadruple the speed of almost every other major economy on earth. We're the #1 economy on earth, too. And the results are in, and the Trump economic boom is officially begun. In 4 years of Biden, they secured less than $1 trillion of new investment in the United States. So 4 years, less than $1 trillion. In less than 1 year, I have secured commitments for over $18 trillion from all over the world, the most ever for any country.
And the president's right. A lot of experts agree that a big part of the economic upturn has come because he has been able to secure trillions of dollars of international investments in just 1 year. Now, those remarks come in the wake of favorable economic data showing the December inflation rate was sitting just at 2.7%. And before we get to our first guest, I just need to get to this. People magazine is taking heat for their obituary on Dilbert creator Scott Adams, who passed away from cancer earlier today. So here is the People headline for the late Scott Adams. It reads, Scott Adams, disgraced Dilbert creator, dies at 68. Now, of course, Adams is famous for recently for taking the side of President Trump in the 2016 election and explaining why he was likely to win the election when practically everyone else was saying that Hillary Clinton was going to come out victorious. And he created a big following of like-minded conservatives and independent thinkers alike on his daily show in the years since then. So it's no wonder media outlets like People would take one last shot at him while announcing his death. John, can you imagine if a conservative publication put out a headline like that about someone who was perceived to be on the other side?
Like Jimmy Carter?
Like
we would have been killed. Yeah, that's right.
No.
No, it doesn't. The rules don't apply to that.
I don't think taste runs through the news bureau at People magazine.
It's crazy. Really remarkable.
Unbelievable.
Well, one of the things that I'm super excited about talking about, we saw today this historic argument to protect women's sports. This ruling, when it comes down in June, the Supreme Court will decide the fate of women's sports all across this country. Can states keep men out of that court, out of that field? We believe so, and some of the justices today, man, it sounded like they were thinking that way.
Sure did.
But here to give us an update on what he thinks, he's one of the greatest basketball coaches ever to grace the court. He led Auburn, yes, Amanda's school's basketball team for many years. One of the most successful I know. He's also one of the most courageous voices in sports today. Joining us right now, Coach Bruce Pearl. Coach, great to have you here.
Great to be with you, John and Amanda.
So it's a pretty big day. The Supreme Court is deciding whether a man can run around and call himself a woman and get in women's sports. The justices seem pretty dubious, at least the conservatives did, of the the liberal lawyers' sort of arguments. But I'd like to get your take. It's really changed the arc of women's sports. There are women that are really crushed by what's happened, right?
Yeah, there are, John. And I'm old enough to be around before Title IX. I'm old enough to remember when we weren't having women in sports and girls weren't given the same opportunities. When that changed, this country changed. Women's athletics obviously changed. Our campuses changed, brought more women to the college campuses because now they had another reason to go, which then brought more men, would make sense, right? I've been on the court, I've been in the weight room, I've been in the training room with women that work so hard, just as hard. Don't have as many people watching our games, don't have quite the same athletic scholarships, even though there's Title IX. They're entitled to be able to compete on an equal and fair playing field. And the fact that we're even having this discussion in this country is crazy that we're thinking that somehow it's okay for boys to play in girls' sports. John, our job is to protect our women, protect our girls. I want to protect my grandchildren. And so hopefully the Supreme Court has enough sense to rule this out. I'm hoping for 7-2.
Yeah, wouldn't that be
amazing? That's what it should be.
Yeah.
When you look at the crowd who was gathered outside the Supreme Court today, I kind of get the sense that even though this case is just now hitting the Supreme Court, sentiment has already moved, because you look at the crowd of people who are fighting to have men and women's sports. It's a smaller crowd. It's a more radical crowd. And then you look at the other side, and it's just kind of everyday people who are fighting for, like John said, common sense.
Yeah. You know, Amanda, being there and seeing many of the female athletes and recognizing some of them, knowing that they've had their medals taken from them, maybe scholarships taken from them, opportunity taken away from them because a boy decides, I can't compete with the boys, so I'm going to identify as a woman, and now I'm going to go ahead and compete with the girls where I got a chance to win. That's just obviously fundamentally wrong. But you know, you go to a lot of these protests, and you know my advocacy for Israel. I'm a loudmouth Jewish basketball coach. We get that. But when I go to these rallies, and I go to rallies, these, for Hamas or for Palestine, I'm looking for people that look like Palestinians.
Yeah.
I don't see them.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all like paid activists who are chanting from the river to the sea without sure what river and what sea and so forth. Yeah. You sort of felt the same way today. Yeah. I didn't see, not that I would necessarily recognize somebody that was be transsexual, but looked like a bunch of paid protesters or a lot of left-leaning Democrats that were cheering for something because we were cheering for common sense. They were protesting, obviously, for something else.
Right.
Yeah. There are some real protesters on the street of Iran. It's extraordinary what's happening now. A fight for freedom that we haven't seen at least since 2009 when the Green Revolution occurred and President Obama didn't have the courage to lean in. President Trump has. What do you think happens? What's your hope for that region?
It kind of breaks my heart that there aren't thousands of students on Columbia's campus right now supporting these courageous Iranians who are really, truly oppressed. For such a time as this, we've got a president right now that's not afraid to lead. I'm an America first, not an America only, but when America first requires leadership around the world, we are safer and we are better off when we're willing to take a position. We were void of that for 4 years, and look at what President Trump inherited. Look, Iran's got to figure it out themselves, but hearing President Trump's voice and warnings to the leadership to not harm those citizens from peaceful protest, and if they step out of line, something is going to happen. It's clear. It's not just don't. Okay, it's more than just that, and he's demonstrated that he's willing to obviously take some action, and it's not dragged us into wars. I just want to be on the side of truth. I want to be on the side of what's right. I want to be courageous, and I want the good people of Iran to be able to have some of the same freedoms. I want women. We talk about women's rights in sports. We're talking about women's rights just to, to not have to wear a hijab or to be able to speak or be able to marry who they want. These are things that we should be standing up and protesting, and so I'm glad our president is leading.
I think he gave Europe a little courage too, because the German chancellor came out today and was pretty strong for the first time, and I think he's creating a wave of courage in a place where there often isn't, and that's in Europe.
I hope so. I want to ask you what happens if the Ayatollah, if the regime falls. Iran has proxies all over that region. What message does it send if the regime falls, and does it snuff out those proxies?
It might snuff out those proxies, but thanks to the United States and the State of Israel, those proxies ain't what they used to be. Okay? Hezbollah was a real threat in Lebanon. They're not anymore. Hamas has been virtually defeated, which, by the way, we need to continue to finish phase one and disarm Hamas. Then we can move forward with the peace. Syria's changed. And so right now the proxies aren't quite there. Yemen isn't as strong as what they were. And you know what happens? It's like in the Iraq war. When we're at war with Iraq, right? Who is getting bombed and missiled? Not New York City, not LA, but Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. And where the Prime Minister of Israel has said he's supporting President Trump, saying, do what you got to do. We're there with you. We'll take the brunt of it if necessary, because the people of Iran deserve that freedom. I'm not worried about the proxies anymore.
That's amazing. It's an amazing thing to say, because 4 years ago they were so strong and causing so much havoc around the world, shipping lines, everything. I want to turn to the state of college campuses. You were on one for a very long time. We saw this progression from a DEI Marxist philosophy to anti-Semitism to anti-Americanism. 1 or 2 generations have come out. They're programmed that way. Even on the right, you have people that are freedom-loving, and yet they still have these weird sentiments that seem to have embedded them in the university time frame. How are we doing in rooting that out of the academic system, getting back to teaching the basics and not indoctrinating?
Yeah, I think President Trump is calling it out. He's withholding funds from universities that aren't protecting their Jewish students. They're recognizing, why are some of these countries investing all this money on college campuses? What's their motivation? And so I think it was obviously a real concern. But I think that again, under President Trump's leadership, there is less of it. We got to have all students be able to be on campus and be able to be safe. Look, anti-Semitism's not going anywhere. When they talk about it, it's never going to be gone. We just have to recognize it, obviously combat it, and it's interesting for me when I hear Prime Minister Netanyahu talking about really lowering the amount of aid that the United States needs to give Israel. Israel needed that aid to survive. They're doing better now. And I think Prime Minister Netanyahu is recognizing that the American dream's not as available to young Americans, and they're beginning to look at, well, why are we spending all this money all over the world? And I think he's sending the Americans a message. You know what? Okay, we're getting there. We're going to be okay. You know what? We don't need the 3.8 billion anymore. We're going to wean ourselves from it, because you're right. The average age of a home buyer should not be 40. It should be back to in the upper 20s. Right. I think it's an interesting. I hope these things get taught on a college campus so that people will realize, look, Israel is a great ally, maybe our best ally.
Oh, there's no doubt in the
Before
region,
we let you go, obviously Auburn is my utmost concern when it comes to collegiate atmospheres, but I look at the schools across the SEC and the atmosphere that's there compared to a lot of the Ivy Leagues that we've talked about, Columbia, Harvard, where anti-Semitism is allowed to fester. It's amazing to me that the SEC, you don't see that. It's almost like these other conferences are becoming the new Ivy Leagues as the Ivy League is faltering.
Yeah. Amanda, I think it has a great to do with our evangelical Christian friends. I think there are more people in the South that go to church. And when you go to church, you learn about Jesus. And you learn that he was Jewish his whole life. And you learn that 12 Jewish men died horrific deaths, bringing the greatest religion in the world. I'm not saying you need to say thank you. I'm just saying recognize that. That connects us. And I think in the South, I think that's taught. And so as a result, I feel far less anti-Semitism in the South than I did when I grew up in Boston. It's completely different. So I just always want to have an opportunity to shout out to my Christian friends. Thank you for standing with Israel. If you think for 1 second, back in 1948, Israel loses the war. Jews lose. Who takes over? There's no more going to the Garden of Gethsemane to visit. There's no more going to the Western Wall. If East Jerusalem was the capital of some Palestinian state, how many Jews or Christians would be able to go there, live, or visit? And the answer is none. This is not, it's a no-brainer.
Right.
But unfortunately, because of social media and lots of other things that are out there, our students aren't hearing the truth.
Coach, I'm just going to say this. I was talking to someone the other day. He's in a profession that he's very successful at, but he's afraid to speak his mind. And he says, if I weren't in this profession, I won't identify the profession and put my success at I would really speak up because I feel this way. And I said, I know this coach. He was one of the most successful coaches that ever graced it, and he was never afraid to go and put his values up front, and no one ever really punished him. He got it done. You encourage so many people. For all those silent people, silence is complicity now. You have never done that, and I just want to congratulate you. You are really a remarkable, remarkable man.
Well, John, Amanda, thank you. I do think it was how I was raised. I think it sort of is a responsibility, and I do encourage young people, look, you got to take care of your families first and foremost. But when you work for somebody or with somebody, they need to know who you are. They need to know what you represent. And if that's not something they're comfortable with, then that's not somebody you probably want to work with and for.
Amen to that. I agree.
Not in my foxhole.
That's exactly right. Well, I'm lucky to be surrounded by two Auburn extraordinary
we are foxhole buddies for sure.
Oh, there's no
War Eagle, John. You're want us there.
I'm a War Eagle. I'm a little bit. I need a little help. You guys are awesome. Coach, thank you. Thank you for what you do, and thank you for that great, powerful voice. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, a whole lot more news to get to, including breaking stuff occurring just in the last few minutes. We'll get to that right after these messages.
Hey there. Hey. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure.
Absolutely.
Sure.
All right. Hey, well, come on in here. I'm just going to hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery. Wow. Just thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my God, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness.
How's it going?
So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it. How much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for your.
Thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
Welcome back, everybody, to Just the News, No Noise. President Trump has solved a lot of the problems around the world so far. And to start 2026, he has adopted a little bit more of a muscular foreign policy approach. He's not getting us into any new wars, for one, but he is advocating for American interests. Imagine that. His Venezuela operation to capture Maduro, of course, was one of the most recent ones. Now, we also have the questions of Greenland and Iran to sort out. So what are the potential outcomes there? We spoke to senior research fellow at the Heritage Foundation and former White House Deputy National Security Advisor to the Vice President, Steve Yates, just before the show tonight to answer these questions. Take a look. I actually want to pick your brain on China for just a moment. We actually had some polling that we covered over here at Just the News the end of last year that talked about public support for some of these programs like SpaceX. They are cheaper, they are more reliable, they're reusable. So we covered this polling that showed that public support is right there with that. At the same time, we're almost in a second space race with China because we have got to get there. We've got to establish our stakes on the lunar surface. Is this something that you think Congress needs to reconsider? Do they need to legislate away from the NASA money and move more towards these programs like SpaceX because they seem more reliable, frankly, and they could be cheaper for the American people?
Right. There's a lot in it that is really, really good for America, and we need to lean in to step on the shoulders of our private sector. For me, I do think we are in a space race 2.0. It's essential that we win because if we don't, the rules of the road and also access to critical things will be dominated likely by the People's Republic of China if we don't get our act together. In some ways, they've been investing a lot to mimic what SpaceX has been doing. And at the core of that is reusability of some of these launch vehicles. But really, the Chinese can't beat us to the moon. We've been there. But what we need to beat them to is to reliably, sustainably use that platform to do more beyond the moon. And I think this is just echoes of the Ronald Reagan era where we had the Strategic Defense Initiative and people thought things weren't possible that turned out to be possible. Our adversaries believed we would get there. Ronald Reagan believed we would get there. And Reagan was right. And we need to do the same now. And President Trump, I think, has reset so many other things. But this winning a space race 2.0 is super important. Leaning on SpaceX and that private sector is critical and at the core of that.
Yeah, amazing times. Innovation and transformation, disruptive transformation. I got to tell you, when I was thinking about the 2024 election a couple of years ago, I wasn't thinking Greenland might be the 51st state. But yesterday, we had a member of Congress who introduced that legislation. The talks are on. How do you think Greenland plays out? Do we invade it? Do we buy it? What happens?
Well, if it's an invasion, it would be the shortest, fastest invasion in the history of mankind, I would think.
Sure.
I don't think that's where the president's priority is. He definitely puts all options on the table. He's a master of shaping an information environment and is sort of setting the stage around all that's happening. I think that with the exercise of power in Iran and in Venezuela, people are thinking differently. I think some of our European friends are sort of losing their minds again for a moment. But really, I think he's made very, very clear that Europe has failed to invest in and protect this very strategic place. One way or another, America is going to make sure it doesn't go to our adversaries. I think that falls right dead center in the Monroe Doctrine 2.0, that is sometimes called the Donroe Doctrine. But it's really making sure that Russia and China are not going to disrupt our hemisphere to our disadvantage. And I think probably the president put options out there that are so strong and shocking that when we settle on the landing point, it would have been unacceptable at the outset, but surprisingly, everyone will find it wonderful and peaceful and prosperous.
Yeah.
That is the Trump negotiating strategy,
Indeed.
no doubt about it.
Indeed. Steve, John knows my in-laws are Canadian, and I told him over Christmas, I said, look, you snooze, you lose, Canada. Now you got to be number 52 because Greenland's going to beat you to the punch for 51. I want to ask you about the stance of the people of Greenland, because it's my sense that they do not have warm, fuzzy feelings for Denmark, but Greenland's prime minister is saying, well, actually, we choose Denmark over the U.S. Why would that be, and is it true?
Oh, I think there's divisions in the rather humble population on Greenland. But I also think that there's been a little bit of distortion in the information space between some of the further reaching proposals that have come from our leadership to push the dialogue forward, but also I think the spastastic response by some of the European leaders suggesting like France is going to marshal what's left of their military to fight America or kick us out of NATO. Without us, there is no NATO. So I don't, there's sort of some fantastical things going on. You can't blame the Greenlanders for being confused. But ultimately, a lot of people in Greenland have been pushing for self-determination to make it real, and then they can make their own strategic choice. And Denmark, I don't think, has invested enough in itself, much less in its ability to protect Greenland as well. And so really the question is, do Greenlanders want, with their self-determination, a broader, improved, deeper strategic relationship with the United States and be a part of the North American shelf, or do they want to be an adjunct to Europe and that experiment? And I think if we put that to a vote, Greenlanders probably like America a bit more than what's been on offer from Denmark and the EU.
For a country with just about 50 or 60,000 people, it sure gets an awful lot of visits by Chinese and Russian ships. Tell us a little bit about what our enemies and adversaries have been doing with Greenland the last couple decades.
Well, what they haven't been doing is making Greenlanders very wealthy, healthy, and with retirement packages and all of that to make sure that they've got an enduring, happy civilization. So it's definitely not been investing in the people. There are rare earths and other critical minerals and materials that are in the continental shelf there, and that's very, very valuable scientifically, but also for industry. But really, because of the very high position it is in the Arctic, it's vital to space and watching where missiles might come and go from the other side of the planet. And there are a couple of countries that are nuclear armed over there that we want to keep a close eye on. So there's a lot of strategic defense and strategic economic value in Greenland. That's ultimately why the president really first and foremost is looking at our economy and our national security and saying that's why this is vital. It isn't because he's looking to pick a fight necessarily with Europe. There's plenty of other things to fight over if we wanted to do that. And he's not looking to invade and hurt anyone in Greenland. It's just if we're not there, as the president suggests, the Russians and the Chinese will be, and that won't be a good deal for them or for us.
Great point.
Steve, before we let you go, I want to bring Venezuela into the conversation within the context of the China conversation, because there are a lot of folks who say that us going into Venezuela, snatching up Maduro, that is apples to apples with China going into Taiwan. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. I find that extremely mind-breaking and frustrating to hear these kinds of analogies. Last I checked, the democratically elected leader of Taiwan is not running a cartel that is poisoning large populations on the Asian continent or any other continent. And the other point is that what was China, Russia, Iran, and others doing with Venezuela anyway? Were they enriching the Venezuelan people? They were using it as a platform to engage in malign activity, but also for China, they know that the Straits of Malacca is a choke point for them when it comes to energy in a time of crisis. They're dependent on oil imports. They are an export-dependent economy, and in a time of crisis, they need alternative supply. They saw Venezuela important enough as an alternative to the Straits of Malacca that they thought about digging a second canal across the Central American isthmus. I think that's probably not in the cards now, but they valued that oil. So President Trump has made it so that Venezuela as a territory and those resources are not going to go to Russia, China, and Iran first to help them avoid sanctions and run their war machines, but they're also going to have those resources reinvigorate the United States economy in this hemisphere. That gives us such better options. It really should make China have to think twice about what it's going to do with this near abroad with the United States and its allies in a different footing.
We've got about a minute left. I just want to ask quickly about Iran. What are the best options for the president? This is a moment that we don't want to let pass like Obama did in 2009, but there's also doesn't seem to be a lot of interest in the American public for a prolonged military action. What do you think happens in the next few weeks?
Well, I think President Trump has made very, very clear he's not going to repeat the ghosts of Iraq and Afghanistan. I would put that as sort of invade, occupy, nation build. But there are definite options that we have with the technology of 2026 that didn't exist before. And so whether it's having Elon Musk move communication equipment in under the Green Revolution, President Obama didn't do anything extraordinary to keep Twitter working to allow the opposition to communicate and organize. So that kind of help is more feasible. Economics, the president's put 25% tariffs on those doing business with Iran. That can go up and ratchet that pressure. That really hits a couple of other nodes where Venezuela hit Russia, China, and others on energy. This also will have that effect. China's a big purchaser of Iran energy and other goods. So I think increasing that pressure, I think, puts us in a better position. Ultimately, I just hope, everyone that lived through that 444 days of hostages, we hope there aren't new hostages. We don't want to go through that. But this regime has lived too long. And I hope for the sake of the Iranian people that we really are on the precipice of a new history.
Yeah, definitely
Amen
could be.
For that.
Senior Research Fellow at the Heritage Foundation, Steve Yates. Always a pleasure to have you here with us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you both.
Absolutely. All right, everybody, we've got much more coming up for you on the other side of this break.
You are not hidden. There's never been a moment you were forgotten. You are not hopeless. Though you have been broken, your innocence stolen. I hear your SOS, your SOS. I will send out an army to find you in the middle of the darkest night. It's true, I will rescue you.
On streets across America, young people are homeless, abused, in danger. Covenant House is helping young people with nowhere else to turn. But the need is overwhelming. Please call or go online now with your gift of $19 a month. You'll help provide hot meals, safe shelter, medical care, and love to more than 2,000 young people who sleep at a Covenant House every night. Homeless young people are afraid and alone. Your monthly donation right now will show them they are loved and safe.
I have no words to express how Covenant House changed my life.
Call or go online now and give just $19 a month. We'll send you this comforting blanket as a reminder of the difference you're making in a young person's life. Call or go online now to safeplacetosleep.org.
Welcome back, everybody. One of the big potential winners of what happened in Venezuela the last couple of weeks are wildcatters in America. They're going to have a new potential for jobs in Venezuela as America tries to get that country's energy infrastructure going again after it was broken by socialist regime of Maduro. A lot of people wondering, what does it mean for America? What does it mean for energy? What does it mean for geopolitics when America has so much control of the energy industry in our hemisphere? Now, joining us now to make sense of it all, he's a good friend of the show, and he's the president of the U.S. Oil and Gas Association. He is none other than Tim Stewart. Tim, welcome back to the show. Happy New Year, my friend.
Happy New Year, John. Thanks for having me.
It is great to have you. I've been thinking about you all week since that Friday sort of extraordinary event at the White House. We got Marco Rubio, President Trump meeting with the oil majors, and you just get a sense that the world just took a major turn in our direction, in America's direction. What is next? What does the Venezuela-U.S. relationship, and particularly the oil relationship, look like going forward?
Yeah, it's been really interesting, watching the Lanyard class in Washington, D.C. be so wrong about things for the last 10 days on Venezuela has been really interesting to watch, John. I have to first remind everybody, look, it was the U.S. oil and gas industry that built the Venezuelan oil industry itself. We went in there in 1929. We were operating there through 1976 when they nationalized, up until 2007 when they kicked all the U.S. operators out and stole billions of dollars from us. What President Trump has done with his action 10 days ago has really sort of reordered the global order of crude and petroleum policy. Right now, under the U.S. security umbrella in the Western Hemisphere, we now control 40% of all of the production every day. And what that means is it gives incredible flexibility for Secretary Rubio and the Secretary of Defense to take action and not move the crude markets like they had to worry about 20 years ago. It really is a reordering of the way things operate from now on. It's going to be fascinating to watch how this plays out.
Yeah, it is.
Tim, you and I have had the three of us have had a lot of conversations about America's oil businesses, and we've talked about how, you've got the Exxons and the Citgos and all of these big companies, but there are also thousands of small businesses that are in this industry as well. Do they stand to do well through this process also?
That's a really good point. And at first blush, a lot of the independents are pretty concerned about what the impact is going to be on prices because they're price sensitive. They don't control the markets. They're like farmers. They don't control the price of the product. But what the administration did was really interesting. He didn't just bring in sort of the usual suspects in this meeting last Friday. He brought in a couple wildcatters, some investors, oilfield services companies, and some of the people that he brought in that aren't part of the usual cast of characters are companies that are very, very good at going into legacy fields that are almost exhausted and essentially recharging them and getting more product out of the ground, which is what you need in Venezuela. Essentially, they haven't had any new technology placed there since the early 2000s when Chevron and Conoco got kicked out. I've talked to some folks who are in the meeting, and the readout is very different. We've got 20 years of technology that we can get on the ground there in relatively short order. So again, the chattering class who says, oh, it's too hard or it's going to take too long, odds are they're going to be pretty wrong about how quickly production can come online. Now, the independents and the smaller guys, again, like I said, they're going to be watching that carefully, but don't bet against this industry. We're really good at what we do. And so, yes, there's concern, but I also think there's opportunity that they're going to take a look at.
Yeah, it seems like an extraordinary moment. Today, the president gave that economic speech in Detroit, I believe it was, really upbeat, positive, backed by real numbers and facts that you can see the economic data is beginning to change before our eyes. But all of it starts with the energy renaissance. Without the energy renaissance, none of the other factors of this economic revival are there. Tell us what it means in the next year as our energy production continues to grow, as we export more to other countries. What could it mean for the U.S. economy?
Well, again, the economy runs on affordable energy, and that's what makes us all first world countries. The primary factor is the price of their energy versus a third world country. And I think what that does is it gives us greater flexibility across the oil sector. It gives, particularly in the refining sector, that's where the impacts were really felt in the 21 and 22 run up on inflation. The pressure that's put on the refiners was really difficult because they couldn't get the product. The Venezuelan crude can come in and be refined, and that'll be good for the consumers because it'll keep prices low. But the saying is, the remedy for low prices is low prices, and the remedy for high prices is high prices. And again, the industry is very good at being incredibly flexible and malleable when it comes to doing what needs to be done. I think we're going to open up some more export markets. The interesting thing is it now places severe pressure on China. While they weren't getting a lot of their oil from Venezuela, it was almost all Venezuela's oil was going to China. What happens in Iran is going to be interesting to see what happens. But the U.S. is now essentially U.S. is as big as OPEC is right now, and that's a huge play for us.
It's amazing.
Tim, for the people of Venezuela who have suffered so much already, there obviously is a concern that they are treated well, that they have a great stake in this agreement, whatever that infrastructure looks like. What is the best case scenario for Venezuela and those people now that the United States has this stake in oil there?
Well, essentially, there's a reason why truck drivers make $150,000 in the middle of dusty Texas outside of Midland, because the industry pays really well. They're going to do the exact same thing for the Venezuelan people. We're going to pay our workers, skilled or unskilled. We're going to pay them well because the last thing we want is an unreliable workforce. And that's an interesting security issue. The one thing that we need the security out of the White House is we got to make sure our crews aren't going to be kidnapped. But having the White House impetus on this is going to be interesting because it'll give the cartel second thought as to how they treat the oil companies and their workers families when they're down there.
That's a really great point, and something that probably hasn't been brought into the equation. That's why we always bring you on. You always get us on the horizon of where things go next. Before we let you go, should the regime in Iran fall, which seems like more of a possibility, at least the German leader, Merz, said so today, what do you think that does to the global oil market and maybe to the axiom you all train this audience on, which is energy security is national security?
Yeah, that's one of the biggest unknowns. Iran sells their oil to China as well. Again, China's going to get the biggest impact. Reduction in production coming out of Iran, even in the short term, is going to have some impact. But the interesting thing is the U.S. being such a swing producer, we can help absorb that. I don't think from the U.S. consumer side we're going to see much impact. The Europeans and particularly the Chinese are going to feel that far more than the U.S. will.
Yeah. That's probably good for the America First agenda. Tim Stewart, as always, you bring us up to speed on all the things that matter, and you make us a lot wiser. We're so grateful to have you on the show today. Thanks for joining us.
Great being with you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, my friend. What a great expert to be able to bring on the show all the time. We're so lucky. All right, folks, coming up next, we keep hearing about ways to lose weight, and the big trend now is taking pills to do it. But what if I told you there was a better, more healthy way to do it? We'll get to that next, right after these messages. Hey folks, you might be wondering, when's the right time to start adding collagen to my diet? How about today? Collagen production starts to dwindle in your 20s, and by the time you hit your 50s like me, it's decreased, and it contributes to wrinkles, sagging skin, and joint discomfort. Now, Native Path Collagen can help. It's packed with only type 1 and 3 collagen fibers, the ones your body needs most for healthy joints, for healthy skin, bones, hair, nails, and also, believe it or not, your gut. Plus, it's third-party tested for purity and with no fillers, no additives, and no artificial junk. That's important to me. 2 scoops a day of Native Path delivers 18 grams of protein. Mix it into your coffee, your tea, your soup, or any drink. It's completely flavorless and easy to use. Right now, you can get a special bundle deal at the fraction of the retail price. Plus, you're going to get free shipping. Available at getnativepath.com/justnews. That's getnativepath.com/justnews. With over 4 million jars sold, thousands of 5-star reviews, and a 365-day money-back guarantee, this is your moment to take control of aging before symptoms get worse. So go to getnativepath.com/justnews right now. Supplies are limited and demand is surging. That's getnativepath.com/justnews.
Hey, just
just want to say thank you for your service.
Yeah, sure.
I'm sure you've heard that before, but we want you to know that we understand the freedoms and liberties in this country are because of people like you who served and gave everything for the cause of freedom. We don't take that lightly. So thank you for everything you've done and sacrificed for us.
Thank you so much. That means a lot to me.
We're ready for our ticket.
It's been paid.
People thank me for my service all the time. But I want to thank you for being someone
worth fighting for. You make it all worth it. If you really want to thank me and other veterans like me, go to helpdav.org and support disabled American veterans. That is the best way to say thank you and keep our promise to our nation's heroes.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by going to helpdav.org right now, or call the number on your screen and give your monthly support of only $19. Your support lets our disabled veterans know you appreciate them and everything they have sacrificed for us. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
When you support DAV, you're showing veterans like me that you were worth fighting for.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support in this moment honors our veteran service.
Welcome back, everybody. Every January, millions of people resolve to lose weight, and many turn to weight loss injections or the new pill versions, and that's a great call for some. But for many, weight loss injections can cause some very serious side effects. So what measures can we take to ensure our health is maintained while also resolving to lose that pesky weight? So joining us now to discuss this is Doctor of Clinical Psychology, Dr. Greg Cinnamone. Doctor, thanks so much for being with us tonight.
Good to be with you. Thanks.
Good to have you.
You know, the more I hear about these weight loss injections, the GLP-1s, it seems like we are really just now getting to the place where we're learning some of the devastating side effects. What are they?
Yeah, you know, a lot is coming out, and we all jumped into this really quickly, and we saw so many patients jump into the injection world, and it is a great solution for a number of people. It's a tough solution for many others. The side effects are significant. A lot of it has to do with your body's ability to metabolize the injection. A lot of side effects we don't want to talk about on TV that wouldn't be particularly enjoyable. But really, one of the most difficult things about the weight loss injections is the people who end up going off of them. Yes, they're expensive, but also with the side effects. You know, a lot of people will stop, and roughly 80% is the last number I saw, put the weight on immediately. The hunger comes back, roaring back, and all of the benefits that you saw with the weight loss injections and the pills we're seeing tend to go away. And so, yeah, great short-term solution, but people aren't thinking through, is this something I'm going to be taking for the next 10 or 15 years of my life? Or am I willing to do this, but I'm going to put the weight right back on plus?
Yeah, yeah, and it's an expensive 10-year commitment, at least at current prices. It's very expensive. So that rebound effect is very real. We're starting to see studies of people, saying that they put all the weight back on the second the injection stopped. Tell us about the work that you guys have done at Brickhouse Nutrition to create a weight loss solution that has less side effects, less expense, and a pretty good track record of success thus far.
Yeah, so the science is what's really interesting about this. And if you look at what's effective about the GLP-1 injections and the ingestibles, is that they regulate your blood sugar, so your glucose levels start to stabilize. When that happens, the cravings start to go away. You're not as hungry. You have the spikes and the falls in your blood sugar glucose levels. So that's really healthy about them. Secondly, they really kind of knock your appetite down. And that's how it really functions. So what really was the missing piece of this is how do we mirror some of those effects with a supplement, right? So if you don't want to take an injection, you don't want to get a prescription, you don't want to go through the cost of this, is there a way of mimicking, if you will, some of the benefits that they have, but do it in a supplement, in a healthy supplement? And that's what the scientists here at Brickhouse did. One of the researchers out of a major university out here on the West Coast was the one that kind of figured this out. Brilliant guy. So what Lean is, it's a daily supplement, really healthy to do, but it does that real similar thing. So, but it adds one really interesting factor. So not only does it kind of manage help your glucose levels and your blood sugar so you're stable throughout the day, so you don't have the peaks and the valleys that cause you to eat all day. It helps suppress your appetite so you're not hungry all day, which is one of the biggest problems when people are trying to lose weight, is they're just hungry all the time, right? So blood sugar helps suppress your appetite. And then a really important third thing, and this is where a speed element comes in. People want to lose weight quickly. And one of the reasons they don't stay on diets is it doesn't happen fast enough. So what Lean does is it has a thermogenic effect, which helps you burn fat by converting it into usable calories. That's a really smart thing to do because not only are you now not eating as much, your blood sugar is stabilized, but even sitting here as we do so often through the day, you are burning fat more regularly way. So it's coming off in the thermogenic way, so you're losing weight faster than you normally would. But what we don't want people to do is if you think it's a magic bullet, right? That I'm just going to take this, I'm going to never do anything, I'm not going to work out, I'm not going to watch what I eat, I'm just going to take a pill. That's not what this is about. This is really for people who have more than 10 pounds to lose, often a lot more than 10 pounds to lose. And they've tried everything, they're frustrated, nothing has worked for them. This is really a remarkable weight loss solution for those people because it does those three very interesting things that other products just don't do.
Yeah.
Dr. Simon, if it's taking fat and turning that into usable energy, I would assume that accompanying Lean with exercise is only going to increase those effects exponentially?
Yeah, that's a really smart point you bring up, is your metabolism is what suffers almost the most in this weight loss, weight gain, call it yo-yo dieting. You've heard that term. Where you lose a few pounds, then we put on a couple pounds, and probably we lose 5 and we put on 6 over time. Then we lose another 5, we put on 7. And over a lifetime, what this does is it wrecks your metabolism. And that means that everything slows to a crawl. So even the exercise that you're doing has almost no effect on your ability to significantly lose weight because your metabolism is fighting you all the time. So by rebooting your metabolism with a product like Lean, what it does is it sort of resets. And now you're starting to burn calories and fat more efficiently. And the exercise, to your point exactly, the exercise that you're doing is going to have a compounded effect and help you lose weight even faster.
Real important. So you mentioned the science. Before we let you go, there is a lot of great research that Brickhouse Nutrition is doing. It's backing its scientists with scientific studies so we know exactly what's going on. Tell us about some of that exciting research.
Yeah, and this is what separates Brickhouse and really a lot of the products that you see out there. One of the questions consumers always have to ask is, where's the studies behind this? Brickhouse did an Auburn University study on some products, and this is remarkable because when Lean comes out of studies and Lean comes out, it's not just anecdotal stuff, right? Where you hear most commercials and somebody's pushing a weight loss product and you're going, it worked for me and I lost 20 pounds. Or it worked for me and I lost 50 pounds. How do you know, right? And so when you look at what's behind a company, you have to look at who's doing the research behind it and is it independent? And so when a company like Brickhouse says, look, Lean works, this is a great product for losing weight, it's because there are remarkably good studies behind it, and you can have that confidence that I'm buying something that actually is going to work, and I'm not just taking somebody's third-party anecdotal word for it.
What a great idea.
Another Auburn mention tonight. I love it.
Doctor. Our Auburn alumnus right here.
Yeah. Dr. Greg Simon. Yeah, absolutely. Always proud to mention that. Doctor of Clinical Psychology. Thanks so much for joining us tonight.
Could I mention quick where people can get it if they're interested in taking the product?
Oh, yeah.
Sure. And we're going to do a call to action, too.
Okay, thank you. So takelean.com, and they love you guys so much. They offered a special discount to your viewers. So go to takelean.com, and enter Just News, and you're going to get a special discount.
I love it. I love it. Dr. Greg Cinnamon, thanks so much for being with us. And as he said, if you're looking to maintain your health while losing weight and you don't want to deal with the dangerous side effects of those weight loss injections, consider the new supplement Lean. It's not a drug. It is a daily supplement that helps you control your appetite and cravings while converting stubborn fat into energy. It also helps you maintain a healthy blood sugar level. So visit, as he said, takelean.com/justnews and use the promo code JustNews to get 20% off. Again, that's Just News. Takelean.com/justnews, and the promo code is Just News for 20% off. We'll be right back.
You are not hidden. There's never been a moment you were forgotten. You are not hopeless. Though you have been broken, your innocence stolen. I hear your SOS, your SOS. I will send out an army to find you in the middle of the darkest night. It's true, I will rescue you.
On streets across America, young people are homeless, abused, in danger. Covenant House is helping young people with nowhere else to turn. But the need is overwhelming. Please call or go online now with your gift of $19 a month. You'll help provide hot meals, safe shelter, medical care, and love to more than 2,000 young people who sleep at a Covenant House every night. Homeless young people are afraid and alone. Your monthly donation right now will show them they are loved and safe.
I have no words to express how Covenant House changed my life.
Call or go online now and give just $19 a month. We'll send you this comforting blanket as a reminder of the difference you're making in a young person's life.
I will rescue you.
Call or go online now to safeplacetosleep.org.
Welcome back, everybody. So delighted that you stuck with us through it all. We've got a few topics to get through. One of them, district attorney. Now, we've talked in the past about a number of these district attorneys across the country that are backed by Soros Foundation type money. Larry Krasner is one of them in Philadelphia, and he posted on X yesterday, and it was a post besmirching the reputation of the good men and women of ICE in his city. And he posted it with a black and white photo of himself. He's got on these like cool looking blacked out shades with the caption FAFO. Everybody knows what that is by now. And it was just so unbelievably cringe because Larry Krasner, he's not the type of guy. I mean, it even worked a little better, I hate to admit this, with Joe Biden with the whole like dark, what do they call it with Joe Biden? Dark
shades?
No, they call it dark something with him, dark mode or something. Anyway, but with Larry Krasner, it just does not work. So on top of his ridiculous criticism of ICE, he's got this picture of himself, and he's trying to look like a badass, but he's just not. You can't say that word on there.
Yeah, stick in your lane and just be a liberal activist. That's what I say. He's not even a prosecutor, really.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, January 6th, committee's going to have its first hearing. There's going to be some of our good friends here. Chris Pyote. Pyote is going to be one of the witnesses. But we got a bombshell. We're going to have it up in the morning. It's one of the things that will come out tomorrow. The Capitol Police were supposed to have people in the area where the bombs are planted, but for some reason they were called off their security post that night. Just has people really perplexed. And, a lot of them doesn't know what to make of it yet. But I think that's pretty significant. The other thing that's interesting, he told us today in the podcast, Barry Loudermilk did, that the D.C. government, for some reason, put an emergency order for lots of orders of blood that needed to be there by January 6th. So they were planning for bloodshed. No one else seems to have known that. So, two things that are going to come out the hearing tomorrow. Everybody should be watching. We're going to live stream it at Just the News.
Yeah. Dark Brandon. That's what it is. That's what they call it. Dark
That's
Brandon.
It. Oh my gosh, that's
I
good.
got it in before the end.
By the
Okay.
way, FAFO? What is that?
Fluff around and find out.
Oh.
Okay, one more story to squeeze in. Joy Reid on her show.
Oh, God.
So a lot of people have talked about how these protesters, they're practically all white people, mostly white women. And so the assumption, obviously, is that they are paid protesters.
Right.
Even as you've got a lot of black influencers on social media who are saying, I live in Baltimore. The demographics of this city do not match what we are seeing out here as protesters. Joy Reid claims that it is because white women are taking it up for black women because white women have privilege and they're the ones who are not going to get arrested, so they're doing this on behalf of colored people. People of color.
I just don't know what to say about Joyce Reid other than say nothing at all, because I don't even like to give her oxygen. I just, she's a disinformation artist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like my mom said growing up, if you don't have something nice to say, don't say anything at all.
That's right.
No.
I'm in that category.
You must have gotten that same upbringing. All right, everybody. Thanks so much for being with us tonight. We'll be back here tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Eastern. Until then, have a great night.
Half protection is not enough. Using just an antivirus online is also not enough. Get better online protection with NordVPN. It will encrypt your online traffic, protect you from malware, phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get NordVPN now.
First one?
Yeah. You?
Third.
Got any advice?
Get great life insurance for you and Mom. So if something happens, your family's protected.
I know nothing about life insurance.
You don't have to. Just call SelectQuote. They do the work and shop hundreds of policies tailored to your budget.
Know anything about diapers?
Change them. Often.
Protect your family's future by visiting SelectQuote.com for your free quote now with a licensed insurance agent.
Don't kibble your dog.
Oh, hey, Dr. Marty.
Hey, back.
But what's wrong with this? It's premium stuff.
Let's check it out. It's still kibble, which means it's ultra-processed at extremely high temperatures that destroy the nutrients in the food. But at Dr. Marty, we gently freeze-dried premium meats, fruits, and vegetables, locking in their nutrients.
Never kibbled.
You got it, kid, and they're gonna love it.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. So the Supreme Court had a marathon hearing today, 3 hours, to figure out a debate that should literally take seconds. What is a woman? And more importantly, is it fair that men compete against women, boys compete against girls in sporting events? Clearly, the answer to that question is no. But it took them 3 hours to debate this as they're going over some of these state laws that have banned biological men from playing in women's sports. This is Justice Alito's question to the lawyer representing the ACLU.
For equal protection purposes, what does it mean to be a boy or a girl or a man or a woman?
Sorry, I misunderstood your question. I think that the underlying enactment, whatever it was, the policy, the law, we'd have to have an understanding of how the state or the government was just understanding that term to figure out whether or not someone was excluded. We do not have a definition for the court.
Wait, what do you mean you don't understand the question? They were asking a difference between a boy and a girl, a man and a woman. And again, nobody on the left wants to answer this question. It's pretty darn simple. I don't need to go into it. We all know what the difference between a man and a woman is. We'll start with ovaries, and we can move on down from there, if you know what I mean. I'm going to go off script a little bit. If the guys behind the glass could run Ketanji Brown Jackson for me, this is cut 3. She too refuses to figure out this very simple biological question.
Meaning that for cisgender girls, they can play consistent with their gender identity. For transgender girls, they can't. This is really just about the definition of we accept that you can separate boys and girls, and we are now looking at the definition of a girl, and we're saying only people who were girl assigned at birth qualify.
You know, I don't even like the term assigned at birth. You're just a girl at birth. I mean, I guess God's the one who assigned you, but you're a boy or you're a girl, and this cisgender nonsense and all this. Ketanji Brown Jackson is, again, delusional on this issue. Let me make something very clear here, which sums this whole argument up. Does anybody have a problem if a girl dresses up as a boy and calls herself a transgender boy and plays with boys? We don't hear any arguments about this. Why? Because they're at a disadvantage. Girls playing against boys in boys' sports are at a disadvantage. They're not winning competitions. Why? Because there's a difference. We only hear about when the boy dresses up as a girl and calls themselves a transgender woman, that this is a problem, because it is. Listen to this.
So you're just a birth sex male who has all the advantages of birth sex male hormones, and can the school borrow him from the women's team? Yes, they can.
But that person, is that person not a woman in your understanding? If the person says, I sincerely believe I am a woman, I am in fact a woman. Is that person not a woman?
I would respect their self-identity in addressing the person, but in terms of the statute, I think the question is, does that person have a sex-based biological advantage that's going to make it unfair for that person to be part of the women's team? And that's the rationale for the regulation, and so that's the way we would be testing that hypothetical.
Well, the reason I'm asking has to do with discrimination on the basis of transgender status. So what you seem to be saying is, yes, it is permissible for the school to discriminate on the basis of transgender status, because if this person is a trans woman, a trans girl, and is barred from the team, from the girls' team, then that person is being subjected to differential treatment based on transgender status, right?
It's all pretty darn confusing. So that was a conservative justice talking to the lawyer for one of the transgender girls, a boy dressing up as a girl, okay? And the whole argument from trying to push back against these bans is that, well, we've suppressed testosterone. We've taken away their advantage. It's as if, well, you cut off a left arm and you put them on a basketball court. They have a disadvantage, so that should allow them to be on the team, because they've suppressed their testosterone. But they don't talk about the greater aspect of muscles and fast twitch muscles and the speed of boys over girls that in general are much stronger. All of it is ridiculous. We've seen it in weightlifting. The boys dressing up as girls crush the girls. In volleyball, they break the skulls of girls. In swimming, they break records left and right. Same thing in track. And yet for 3 hours, they debate this inside the Supreme Court. Well, the Idaho Solicitor General summed it up this way.
Sports are assigned by sex because sex is what matters in sports. It is the fairest and the safest and the most administrable way to assign sports teams. It's been widely accepted for many decades because it's necessary for fair competition, because where sports are concerned, men and women are obviously not the same. If Idaho can't enforce a sex-based line here in sports, where nobody disputes that biological differences matter, then no line based on biological sex can survive constitutional scrutiny.
Well, that makes sense. I would be okay if you break it into a third category. I don't agree with it. I still think you're a man or you're a woman, and that's the end. But if you want to suppress your testosterone, if you want to cut your nuts off, if you want to mutilate your body and turn yourself into some kind of a monster, well, then you can have a competition for monsters and make a third category. But you can't be competing against girls. You know, Justice Alito went back and talked to that lawyer for the transgender that wanted to suppress the testosterone. And this was that exchange. Cut 5. I believe we didn't play it, guys. If you can for me, roll that.
The question in this case is if the person had actually mitigated their sex-based advantage, which maybe interestingly, maybe counterintuitively, actually is more about circulating testosterone after puberty than a lot of the other things we might think are sex-related, then that girl that's come in second to a transgender person that's mitigated actually may just have come in second because the transgender person was similarly situated but was stronger in that one competition. That's why we are here not proposing a rule of absolute inclusion, but saying that in the case with people like our client who have mitigated, their exclusion doesn't match the statutory interest.
Counsel, can I ask you a question about analytically in the discrimination on the basis of transgender status? Since trans boys can play on boys' teams, how would we say this discriminates on the basis of transgender status when its effect really only runs towards trans girls and not trans boys?
It's fascinating to me. It's also very confusing. And if I did confuse you for all those sound bites, my apologies. But I wanted you to hear it in length to see how crazy these arguments are and just the fact that it has to get to the Supreme Court at all. I mean, common sense is gone in America today. Now, let me give you another example of where common sense has been thrown out the window, and we go to Washington State for this. Washington State, we know, is a state that is just soaked in liberalism. There's a school district in Everett, Washington, that I can't believe they allow it. The Supreme Court mandates they do, by the way. But there is a program called LifeWise, which is a fabulous program. They take kids out of school during lunch hour, and they give them Bible instruction. And the kids that go into the LifeWise program not only have the benefit about learning about Christianity and morals and values and living an upstanding life, they also, by and large, do better in school, the kids that are in this program. Well, apparently now, if you are in this program and you come back to your grade school from lunch, they want you hiding your Bible, like putting it in a case where no one can see it. Why? This is Joel Penton, the CEO of LifeWise.
So a student comes to LifeWise and likely they fill out, they do a worksheet or they do a coloring sheet of Moses or something, or we give them a Bible, which is essentially their textbook, of course. It's a Bible education program. They now, according to this policy, if they bring it back to the school, it must go back to the school in a sealed envelope. And that sounds like it can't even be real, but a sealed envelope as though the material is dangerous, that it will infect other children.
Well, if you're a leftist, it is dangerous. They despise the Bible. They despise God. Anything you teach about that. If you start to believe in God, well, you don't need to be beholden to government. You're beholden to a higher power. That's dangerous to a leftist. So they want the Bible covered up. They really are that afraid of it all. I mean, a third grader coming in carrying a Bible? My Lord. So where does this all start? Well, it starts on school boards that have gone total left-wing radical. Listen to this board member in Everett, Washington talk about why they should be covering this stuff up.
This is not a local Everett organization we are talking about. This is an out-of-state, multi-million-dollar organization that has spread to over 1,000 schools across the country and is growing every day. It is an organization of homophobic bullies who are active and willing participants in the efforts to bring about an authoritarian theocracy.
That's not what LifeWise is all about. I've spoken to leaders there at all. But that's the narrative you'll get from a leftist. Let's get the real narrative. I want to bring in a mother whose kids go to the Everett School District and are trying to be forced to cover up their Bibles. Her name is Sarah Sweeney, and also representing LifeWise, Senior Counsel for First Liberty, Jeremy Dice is with us. Sarah, Jeremy, welcome to the program, to the both of you. Sarah, I guess I'll start with you. When did you learn that your kids, and you've got like, what, a 3-year-old, a 5-year-old, another little baby, that they have to cover up their Bibles?
Yeah, the district released guidelines this September stating that they needed to be sealed up. But since we started the program in January, we're sealing up Bibles because of the negative information and the concerns from those expressing disagreement with our program. So since last January, we were sealing up everything that was sent home.
And so is it your daughter? Who is it? What grade? Tell me what grade, just so people at home know exactly what we're talking about and how old here.
Yeah, I actually have 3 kids at the school enrolled in the program, a 4th grader, a 2nd grader, and a kindergartner.
Okay.
And so
the 4th grader, 2nd kindergartner, are they jumping on to the merry-go-round there and preaching the Bible, holding it up, and teaching all the kids during recess? Is that what's happening, Sarah?
No, I mean, we would love for our students to, like that clip you showed from Joel, it's our main textbook, to be able to bring their Bibles back and forth with them to class or to read them during free reading time during the school day, but they're not allowed to do that. They have to be totally sealed up as if they are bad. And that teaches my children that they have to hide their faith, which is something that I don't want to teach my kids.
And I asked you that question, of course, in jest. I know your kids aren't doing that. And you know what? God bless them if they were. I mean, but the bottom line is you have a right to bring a Bible into school. It doesn't mean that somehow the school should be making you cover it up. Jeremy, I'll ask you, are there laws against this? Can the school tell you to cover up a Bible?
You know, for once, we've got a case that goes all the way back to 1952 that is approved of this very program, that the Supreme Court says when school districts accommodate parents like Sarah to be able to send their kids to release time religious instruction, they reflect the best of our values as a country. But here we have a school district that is intent on throwing as many tacks in the road as possible. Not only do you have to put the Bible inside of a sealed envelope inside of your backpack and never look at it again, quite the irony there, that you can't take a book to school and read it. But on top of all that, they have excluded LifeWise from advertising in the local community fair. All the secular groups can do so. They can't pass out advertisements on the community information table like the other groups can do. So they have been excluded unfairly from the reasonable participation with the process that they're allowed to. And that doesn't even get me started on the permission slip process that is entirely different for LifeWise than it is for other groups that want to do things. So this school district seems intent on reflecting the worst of our values as a nation.
I know you mentioned the permission slip. Look, I don't mind a school district. You got to get a permission slip if the kid's going to leave school or campus. You want to know that the parents are okay with them leaving campus. What is the difference here on this permission slip system, Jeremy?
No, we're absolutely 100% in favor of permission slips, but the problem is that this school district requires every parent that wants to have their kids participate in LifeWise, every single week, they've got to get out of the car, go into the school, and hand off the permission slip every single week they want to do that. Or they got to phone it in or send an email or something like that, and inevitably somebody forgets, and there's a mad dash at the last minute to try to get all those permission slips in town. And frankly, a lot of kids miss the opportunity because it's hard to remember a permission slip every single week of the school year. But other groups that do similar work or have different groups that they attend with, they can fill out a blanket permission slip, and that's just fine. So if the school district says it's fine for one, but not for this religious group, well, that's discrimination that the First Amendment hates.
Yeah. Sarah, let me read a clip to you. This is from the Everett Herald for the guys behind the glass, number 10, if you could put it up on the screen for me. It's interesting because this is what you're up against in this community. The article reads, okay, the policy requiring students to keep LifeWise instructional materials sealed in backpacks and not take them out during the school day. The media in town, Sarah, will not even say Bible. They call the Bible instructional materials. This is ridiculous. Is there any other support from your community other than just the parents that have their kids in this LifeWise program?
Oh, there's tremendous support in the community. Every LifeWise chapter that gets started is all community driven. And so we have hundreds, if not thousands of people in our community who want to see LifeWise thrive, who want faith-based principles incorporated into this younger generation. Yeah. And so, we've got 66 students enrolled in our program right now, representing over 50 families. And like I said, tons of community members behind it, making our program possible.
Jeremy, real quick, this lawsuit has been filed. What do you hope to get out of it quickly, if you can, for me?
We just want LifeWise to be treated fairly, and the same as other groups in the community there. Allow moms like Sarah and other parents in the district to be able to achieve what the Supreme Court said that they're entitled to be able to do, the religious instruction of their children, even during the school day. Now, keep in mind, this is a program that occurs completely off campus without any support by the school whatsoever. It just accommodates parents who want to see their kids, in addition to reading, writing, and arithmetic, learn a little bit about a religion as well. And so the school can accommodate that fairly, and that's all we're asking and seeking for.
Absolutely. I mean, asking kids to cover up Bibles, it tells you all you need to know about the left today in school districts across the country. Sarah Sweeney, I appreciate your strength in standing up for this and taking part in this lawsuit. Jeremy Dice, good luck with it. Please keep us posted on it, and thank you both for coming on tonight.
Thank you.
All right, absolutely. So I want to turn now. This is a big theme we got going on here today on Stinchfield, but diversity, equity, and inclusion, another favorite pastime of the left, is alive and well in West Allis, West Milwaukee Public School District. Their annual strategic plan, they basically spell it out, even though President Trump says, hey, we're going to hold back money from you if you engage in this stuff. Look at this. From their strategic plan, diversity, it says. Increase diversity in the workforce across key demographic categories from 10% in August 2025 to 25% in August 2030. The strategic plan goes on to say, quote, in year 3, we will deepen our impact by focusing on increasing staff diversity and school climate. The district will prioritize hiring and retaining a diverse workforce that better reflects our student population. I would tell you, if you're a black student or a Hispanic student or a white student, I don't give a rat's ass what color the teacher is. I just want them to be good. Maybe the West Allis, West Milwaukee School District could take that to heart. We just want good educators. Now to discuss this is the director of Protect the Public's Trust, Michael Chamberlain, also filing a lawsuit, I believe. Is that right, Michael, against the West Allis, West Milwaukee School District? Welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me, Grant. It's a pleasure to be on. Our organization filed a federal civil rights complaint against the West Allis, West Milwaukee School District with the Departments of Education, Health and Human Services, and Justice, alleging that they're violating the anti-discrimination laws that have been passed by Congress. As you mentioned, the West Allis, West Milwaukee School District has put in their strategic plan hiring targets that are based on diversity, and they have elevated that above teacher effectiveness. And as you mentioned, they even have numerical targets for increasing the staff diversity, and that's something that traditionally that has not passed muster, even in the current climate where the administration and the laws and the way that the interpretations have been by the federal government have been to remove diversity and equity and inclusion programs and from the curriculum and from the strategic plans, and focus on all students and not singling out certain groups for attention and pitting certain groups of students against each other.
How has the district responded to you? I mean, as you mentioned, there are laws that have come out of Congress. President Trump's executive orders address this as well. How has the response been from the district?
We haven't received a response from the district since we've filed our complaint, so we're not aware of any response that they've had. But they put this in writing, and it's something that their strategy is to apparently carry this out. Grant, this is not much different from a lot of districts across the country. We've filed several complaints against districts in places like North Carolina and Iowa and Ohio and Utah for universities and schools and school districts for either violating Title IX by allowing boys to play in girls' sports and use girls' locker rooms and bathrooms, and for violations of anti-discrimination laws by continuing to incorporate DEI in their curriculum and their strategic planning.
I guess, Michael, one of the reasons I brought you on is for that exact point. This is alive and well all across the country. This is not just Milwaukee, Wisconsin. This is happening everywhere. Is the federal government pushing back? They said they would hold back money to districts that are doing this. Is there any sign that the federal government is sticking to its word?
I believe that they are, and they've indicated that they're going to, not necessarily on any of the complaints that we're talking about specifically right now, but they've indicated that they're going to push back on these types of policies and enforce the executive orders and enforce the laws. And so that's a hopeful sign. And it doesn't matter if you're in a red state or a blue state or a red county or a blue county or a urban, suburban or a rural district. Chances are that the school, then the district that you're in, might have some of these plans, some of these ideologies in the curriculum.
Look, I'll let everybody know out there. I have no problems with wanting to have a diverse staff when it comes to teaching our kids. I think it's great to have a diverse staff. But it can't come at the expense of having a worse teacher when you could have a better teacher. And that's the problem, I think. And you start putting mandates in on how many and this, then everything starts to sacrifice and fall through the cracks. So, Michael Chamberlain, I'm going to get in touch with some of the folks over in Linda McMahon's office. She's the Secretary of Education. Let them know about your lawsuits, and we'll follow up. And please keep us posted as well. If you get any more school districts you find that are doing this stuff, please, we want to have you right back on.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Grant. It's a pleasure to be here, and we're looking forward to being back.
Well, absolutely, and keep up the good work. This is what it's going to take. It's going to take organizations like this and others, like we just had on tonight, to push back against this radicalism. All right, the Trump administration is bringing positive changes to our healthcare system. But to truly make America healthy again, it starts at home with you. The Wellness Company offers top quality products to keep your family safe and healthy. Their prescription medical kits include life-saving medications. I've got one right here. There's a guidebook in here, plus they offer parasite cleanses, weight loss solutions, and more to help you live a longer, healthier life. Ivermectin in this kit as well. Visit twc.health/voice today. Use the promo code VOICE to save 10%. That's twc.health/voice, promo code VOICE to save 10%. All right, listen to me. Is a civil war brewing within the NRA? Well, we started this conversation, and I didn't have I had some not so nice things to say about my former organization, the NRA. Well, they called me, and they said, hey, we want a chance to speak, and you better believe I'll always give the NRA a chance to speak. The NRA's Institute for Legislative Action, the head of that outlet, is here with us next. Stick with me.
Hi, I'm Caleb, and this is my story. I was born with osteogenesis imperfecta, or brittle bone disease. I have broken my bones almost 200 times, and I have had 11 surgeries. But I didn't let that stop me. I love to bike ride, climb, race, and I'm learning how to stand and walk. Well, I can only do all of this because of generous people like you and Shriners Hospitals for Children.
And for the past 100 years, Shriners Children's has become family to millions of kids. But it's only possible because of people like you.
Shriners Hospitals for Children is only able to provide this world-class, life-changing medical care because of the generous gifts of people just like you.
Because of you, I can ride my bike. I can play basketball. Because of people like you, I can play the trombone. I can smile.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
When you go online to loveshriners.org, you'll help make all of this possible for kids like me.
Like me.
Like me.
When you say yes to giving just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of all the kids you're helping every day.
Your gift, no matter how small, can help a child today.
This is your moment to make a difference.
When you pick up your phone, I know you have it right there, and call to give, you're helping kids like me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, please call again or give right away at loveshriners.org.
Your gift makes a difference. Thank you for giving.
Joining us is Dr. Drew from the Wellness Company with advice for dealing with seasonal colds and flu. Doctor?
Cold and flu season is here, and every year you or a loved one gets sick. Your doctor can't see you. Waiting in a crowded urgent care is brutal. This is a particularly bad cold and flu season, and it's why doctors suggest every family needs an emergency medical kit. Your medical emergency kit is filled with essential prescriptions. It includes antibiotics like generic Z-Pak to get well faster, amoxicillin for pneumonia, strep throat, ear infections, plus prescriptions for nausea and UTIs, and even ivermectin. It's easy. Just match your symptoms to the prescription in your guidebook or call the telemedicine doctor standing by. Take your medication early and feel better faster. Having a medical emergency kit is like having an urgent care in your home. No waiting to see a doctor, no lines at the pharmacy.
Smart advice. We've shared the website and discount code below to save viewers $45. Order now and your kit will be rushed to your door. Thank you, doctor.
Welcome back, everyone. Hillary and Bill Clinton could be facing contempt of Congress charges. Bill Clinton was supposed to show up today for testimony before Congress. He failed to show. Hillary Clinton was set to be there tomorrow. She's not going to show. This is all over. What do they know about Epstein? James Comer, the head of of oversight, basically says, we don't have any evidence that Bill Clinton did anything wrong. We just want to talk to him. He may have. They don't have any evidence, okay? Wink, wink. They don't want to show up. I say go ahead and charge them with contempt. Now to a story I feel very strong about, and that is the quest to defend the Second Amendment that is constantly under attack in this country. I have watched the demise of the organization that I absolutely love. In fact, I look at this organization as family, and I'm talking about the National Rifle Association. It is now suing its own foundation for $160 million. More infighting, and I'm tired of it all. And I said this, it might have been a little too harsh, but I don't care. I said it, roll it, I'll let you see it, and we'll talk about it. It is now a group run by whiny old white men who are more concerned about power than they are concerned about gun rights. The National Rifle Association was once the most powerful nonprofit in the world. We were badasses when we worked there. Those days are over, my friend. Whiny old white men. Well, my friend over at the National Rifle Association's Institute for Legislative Action is not a whiny old white man. He's a white man, but he's not whiny and he's not old. And he called me and he says, hey, can I come on to talk about this? And I said, you know what? You always have a platform here with me. The executive director for the NRA's Institute for Legislative Action is here. John Comerford is with you. John, present company excluded. You are not a whiny old white man, and welcome to the program.
You just don't ask me to tilt my head down so you can see my hairline, because you could have added bald into that. But thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
I compete with you on that front as well. So listen, I think what happened is I saw this lawsuit and I said, my Lord, what is happening over there? We're just coming out of New York. We're coming out of the other lawsuits. I want this organization to be successful. I think gun owners are better if the NRA is powerful and the badasses that they were. And boy, this is just frustrating. What say you, John? What do you want people out there to know?
Well, look, NRA has an entirely new leadership team. We've had almost full turnover on our board. As many know, our board is abnormally large, but that's because we're not a normal organization. We represent millions of passionate, patriotic Americans out there who just want to protect their Second Amendment rights. And speaking of protecting, the core of this lawsuit boils down to NRA is an iconic American brand. It's a famous trademark. And we owe it to our members to make sure we're protecting those three letters and protecting that brand and that seal that you see on your TV. So that's the core of this. The other parts, it's a very long filing. I encourage your listeners to go out there and read that. It pleads out the case very well. But the fact is, we want to close the door on our past. We want to move forward and get back to this core mission of protecting the Second Amendment. And that's what the leadership here is laser focused on doing.
You know, I don't often say this publicly. I don't know what your response is going to be. It may throw you for a loop, but I worked at the NRA's TV outlet. And I've now looked at this and I said, you know what's crazy? The dysfunctional NRA, with all the craziness that was going on, was way more powerful than a functional NRA. I have no doubt that the I's are dotted now and the T's are crossed and the money's being spent judiciously. But we're missing something there. How do we get back to the old ways of flame throwing, John?
Well, look, what did NRA do in 2016? We were a core component of that pie that was baked that got President Trump into the White House. And that's what made the second term possible and everything we're getting done now. But what was a product of that? Lawfare by the Attorney General in New York. We were in the courtroom right next door to the president, who was having that same lawfare waged against him. What was the goal of that? To diminish our reach, to use our members' resources to get through that. Well, you know what? That's over. That's done. And we came out of it. The NRA is still standing. We were founded in 1871, and we're not going anywhere. And this new team that's here at NRA, we're energetic. We're involved, we're focused, we're all actual shooters. You may not have been able to say that about some of the folks that were here when you were here back a few years ago, but it's a core passion project for all of us. I started here as an intern while I was in college. I grew up competitive shooting and hunting. This is where I want to be, and I want to work on behalf of those millions of members to protect their freedom. So we are building back, and we will get back again. And the key thing is, your listeners know we got a hell of an election coming up in November to make sure we're not mired in years of oversight and impeachment nonsense, and we can keep focusing on the job at hand, and most importantly, protecting those nominations so we can reshape the American judiciary in the interest of freedom with President Trump. So I know I said a lot there, but it's something I feel very strongly about, and we're ready. We're here to fight.
John, I can back you up that nobody wants to help gun owners more than you do. You are committed and you're sincere about what you're saying. You're a great spokesperson for the NRA, by the way. They ought to be marching you out every single place imaginable. Maybe, you know what? I'm going to give you approval. Because back when I was at NRA TV, we were producing material like this. You saw it briefly on your screen. I'm going to roll it. And then, you know what? Maybe we get Comerford to do this. Roll it, guys. Oh, there's no sound. Well, then you don't need to roll it. What's the point of rolling it with no sound? Come back to us. Anyway, John, it was the iconic sledgehammer moment. But you guys can get back to doing that again and make it happen.
You're absolutely right. And look, we're going to start on Monday right in Richmond, Virginia. I think one big thing that's changed here with the new NRA is we're working together with all the other Second Amendment groups because all of us have the right things in mind, and that's freedom. So we'll be in Richmond. I'll be there speaking at the rally at the Capitol. We're partnered with our friends at the Virginia Citizens Defense League to make sure we are loud and that those lawmakers they're newly instituted in Richmond hear the voice of gun owners. And we're going to try to stop everything we can. And you know what? If we can't, that's why our legal team exists. And we filed more Second Amendment cases than anyone else last year, more amicus briefs. We're involved in more than 60 pieces of litigation right now. So that sledgehammer's coming. And we'll be in Richmond on Monday before we head out to the SHOT Show, which I know you like.
Yep. Look, I hope all the Second Amendment groups are successful. I think this is a team effort, just as I say, every conservative outlet, whether it's The Blaze or Newsmax or Real America's Voice. I need all of these people together to take back this country, just as the same thing with gun rights. But I tell people all the time, support the NRA because it's still the biggest. It may have had its knees cut off a little bit, but it's still the biggest by far. And I do wish you the success, but here's the thing. I'm going to stay on you, John, and you promised me you keep coming on to answer questions, and that's what we need from the NRA, and I appreciate you coming on and answering questions.
I'd expect nothing less from you, and I grew up in New Jersey, so I can handle the questions, but appreciate you having me on. Happy to come on anytime.
All right, absolutely. John Comerford, thank you, and I do appreciate you coming on. And folks, look, the NRA, I truly believe this, can get back to where it was. It has to find a way to make a splash. It has to find a way to rattle cages. It has to find a way to go to war again with the Washington Post and the New York Times. Because right now, nobody's talking about the NRA. And we should be. And as John said, it's iconic, that brand. And it can return to greatness. It's just going to take a little prodding. And guys like John helping out are going to make a big difference. All right, college football fans are calling Indiana's historic season a Cinderella story. I'll tell you why it's not a Cinderella story next.
It's just like our new house. I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age. Sign up today at ahs.com.
First one?
Yeah. You?
Third.
Got any advice?
Get great life insurance for you and Mom. So if something happens, your family's protected.
I know nothing about life insurance.
You don't have to. Just call SelectQuote. They do the work and shop hundreds of policies tailored to your budget.
Know anything about diapers?
Change them. Often.
Protect your family's future by visiting SelectQuote.com for your free quote now with a licensed insurance agent.
I'd like to say this is the first time, but there have been others.
How many?
Who can keep track?
You think this is a joke?
Darling, we need answers, and you're gonna give them to us.
Tell us again.
My car broke down. I brought it here.
I got stuck paying an expensive repair bill.
So it's true.
How much, darling?
$2,300.
$2,300.
Well, what was I supposed to do? My transmission was shot.
You pick up your phone and you call CarShield before the car breaks down.
Plans through CarShield cover up to 5,000 parts and systems in your car.
That's right. A plan through CarShield could save you on some criminally high auto repairs, especially if your car is out of warranty. So, call CarShield, America's #1 auto protection company, before a breakdown and save yourself from getting stuck in car repair jail.
Let me guess. You hate saving money.
Who hates saving money?
Apparently you do.
All you had to do was call CarShield. And you could have protected yourself against expensive repairs.
Yeah, and then my price will go up the minute I file a claim.
Shut up! CarShield has the price locked in.
For as long as you cover your car.
I guess I should have called CarShield?
It's about time you said something that made sense.
Now you know what you need to do next time.
Bet he'll call CarShield now.
So can I go? Or
CarShield has an A rating with the Better Business Bureau and was voted America's most trusted auto protection company. Don't get handcuffed paying expensive auto repairs. Call now and get the CarShield guarantee. Your price will never go up and your coverage will never go down as long as you cover your car. In just minutes, you could have a plan that covers up to 5,000 parts and systems in your car. Don't wait until it's too late. Get CarShield's best coverage yet. Call 800-491-4896.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
Welcome back, everyone. I love college football like the rest of them. I'm upset, though, that this whole name and likeness thing and college football players making millions of dollars, I think it's actually ruined college football. I will still watch the championship game, Miami against Indiana. I think Indiana probably will crush Miami because they're men. The average age of Indiana is 23 years old. Do not believe radio hosts, TV hosts that want to pump up this Cinderella story ideal. Listen.
Because it's unbelievable. There are other words, and they are in that line, fictional and cinematic. This is a movie script. You don't have this. We're Indiana, not the other football program in the state, Notre Dame. Indiana. They are pounding people.
I mean, I know those guys. So they're pounding people because they're 3 and 4 years older than them. There is not an offensive player that is under the age of 23 that starts. They went to the portal and recruited men. Now, there's a lot of people that are acknowledging this. I want to bring in the host of Oh, the Pain podcast, Joe Beningo. He is a longtime radio guy. I mean, famous in New York like you wouldn't believe. And he's my guest tonight. Joe, it's great to have you on the program.
Hey, Grant, I can't thank you enough for having me on. Appreciate it. Watched you for years, and it's great to be on the show again.
Well, it's great to have you on. Your thoughts. I didn't even ask you what you thought about this, so lay it on me.
Well, look, I mean, it's a different world in college football, college sports anymore. You hit it. You got the portal, the transfer portal. You got the NIL money. Look, I was on forever. Look, we saw what college athletics was. These guys, you know, if a coach gave a kid $10, there was a recruiting violation. So I've been for it forever for these kids to get paid, but not the money they're getting. I mean, we're talking about some of these top quarter. I think Arch Manning's making like $5-6 million a year.
Wow.
At Texas. He's one of the highest paid guys there is. These kids are making millions of dollars. I'm all for them getting paid, Grant. Don't get me wrong, but there should be a limit. You want to pay a kid even $500,000 a year? I got it. No problem. It's big business. We know what it is. College football is through the roof. 100,000 seat stadiums, all the TV contracts. We know everything all about it. But, Joe, these kids can train. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Grant.
If you make an argument that they should be paid, and even I was like, it was hard for me to get there, but okay, because it's college. I get it. We live in a different world.
Big business.
This portal.
Business, Grant.
It's big business. This portal is what's the problem. People switching around left and right and changing teams, and you're never going to get any cohesion. And then it's whoever does best on the portal can recruit the best, can pay the best. I think the portal's the problem, Joe.
Well, the whole system's a problem, but the portal, it's like free agency in professional sports without any salary cap, Grant. These guys can just go year to year. They're a free agent every year. You got kids that have played in 5-6 different schools. It's absolutely ridiculous. They're getting redshirted. They're in school for 5, 6, 7 years. I mean, we see this all the time now. You talked about IU, the average age is 23. Well, yeah. I mean, hey, I might as well, if I can stay in school and make a couple $1 million in a year, what's wrong with that, right? And I think that's really what the big problem is.
Think about it. The average age on the Packers is 25 years old. Indiana University is 23 years old. I guess any team could do this, but I went to the roster and looked. It was redshirt senior, redshirt senior, redshirt senior, graduate, GR, graduate. I guess they have eligibility if they're not good enough to go to the pros, but can you talk to me, Joe? 2 or 3 years at that age on you from a maturity and a physical level, the difference that makes.
Well, I think it's a huge difference. I don't think there's any. Look, I'll tell you right now, Grant. Look, I'm a fan of the New York Jets, one of the worst, maybe the worst organization in professional sports. I don't think I don't even know who's next. You look at what they were putting out there at the end of the year. I'm telling you right now, Fernando Mendoza and IU would go out there and kill them. I'm telling you right now, there's bad professional football teams who some of these college teams, the top college teams, these kids are basically pros, would beat some of the NFL teams. I know it sounds crazy, but I think it's certainly a possibility.
Well, you had mentioned the Jets. My son is a Browns fan. They're competing with the Jets for maybe the worst of the worst.
But he also got a coach
go,
opening.
Yeah,
he also got a coach
and
opening. He let Stefanski go in Cleveland, so we'll see how that plays out.
We shall see. I'm going to play this real quick. I don't have a lot of time. This was a reporter giving the Jaguars coach. I want you to hear the comments. You've been in media a long time. I want your opinion real quick if this was appropriate or not appropriate. Roll it, guys.
I want to tell you, congratulations on your success, young man.
Thank
you. Hold your head up, all right? You guys have had a most magnificent season.
Thank you.
And you did a great job out there today.
Appreciate
so you
it.
just hold your head up, okay?
Thank
and
you,
ladies
ma'am.
and gentlemen, Duval, you the one, all
Thank
right?
you, ma'am.
keep it going. We got another season, okay?
I appreciate
Take
it.
care and much continued success to you and the entire team.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, Joe, that's a reporter. The Jaguars lost. That's head coach Liam Cohen. You think that's appropriate? Would you ever say that to the head coach of the Jets and the Giants in New York?
I might rip them. I might go just the other way, Grant, and just let them have it. I would never kiss their rear end like this reporter basically did to Liam Cohen. So no. I mean, that's not journalism. But then again, we see this in the regular media. We don't see journalism there either. So why would we not be surprised that we're not seeing it in the sports media? No, it's absurd. It's terrible. There's no question about it.
It's interesting because a lot of the comments on X was, oh, well, her comments were sweet and it was nice and look at this great exchange. And I agree, they're nice comments. Like, hold your head up, coach, fine. But you have a job to do. And some of the other reporters says, hey, time is limited. She took time from other reporters from asking questions by asking that question. Last word, Joe.
Yeah, maybe she should have asked him about some of the decisions he made in the game, like going for a fourth down that wound up costing him, or the fact that their quarterback, Trevor Lawrence, threw a couple killer interceptions in the game. Maybe you want to go more that route, Grant, than the other way. You know what I'm saying?
Joe, where can people find your podcast?
My podcast is all over the place. I'm on YouTube. I'm on Spotify. I do it on Mondays. I do it on Fridays. It's mostly sports. I try to stay out of the politics, even though I'm totally immersed in it. By the way, God bless America. I think you do a tremendous job. I told your producer, I'm sitting here in the very blue state of New Jersey, kind of behind enemy lines a little bit. So I am very envious of you down in Texas. But, keep doing the great work you're doing down there. And God bless you. God bless America, Grant.
Well, the feeling is mutual on that. We'd love to have you down here in Texas. Anytime you are welcome, Joe, to come on down here and be a transplant. All right. Look, the latest inflation numbers suggest President Trump is on the right track. What to expect for the markets in 2026, that's next.
This is Fubo. It's a better way to watch ESPN and other top sports networks. Plus, get coverage of your local teams all year long. Start watching at FuboTV.com.
With riots and violent looting going on all over the country, I don't feel safe leaving the house without this banana. Normally, I would be worried about this creepy guy, but I've got my banana with me. That same car has been sitting outside my house for a while now. Better keep this banana by the door.
Sounds ridiculous, right? Now imagine this banana was capable of incapacitating an attacker from over 60 feet.
At Byrna, we don't sell bananas. Go to Byrna.com to learn more.
Joining us is Dr. Drew from the Wellness Company with advice for dealing with seasonal colds and flu. Doctor?
Cold and flu season is here, and every year you or a loved one gets sick. Your doctor can't see you. Waiting in a crowded urgent care is brutal. This is a particularly bad cold and flu season, and it's why doctors suggest every family needs an emergency medical kit. Your medical emergency kit is filled with essential prescriptions. It includes antibiotics like generic Z-Pak to get well faster, amoxicillin for pneumonia, strep throat, ear infections, plus prescriptions for nausea and UTIs, and even ivermectin. It's easy. Just match your symptoms to the prescription in your guidebook or call the telemedicine doctor standing by. Take your medication early and feel better faster. Having a medical emergency kit is like having an urgent care in your home. No waiting to see a doctor, no lines at the pharmacy.
Smart advice. We've shared the website and discount code below to save viewers $45. Order now and your kit will be rushed to your door. Thank you, doctor.
America's in a fight for her soul. Our freedoms are under attack. Our values are being torn down. And the same corrupt elites who built this mess think they can silence us. The patriots who still believe in this country. Not a chance. Here at Real America's Voice, we're standing shoulder to shoulder with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, the movement that says we will not be silenced.
There is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country.
The voice of millions of patriots who refuse to kneel to tyranny. This is the movement of fighters, men and women who still believe in God, family, and the American dream. The conservative alternative to AARP.
Real rights, they come from God.
If you're ready to stand up and join the fight, go to amac.us/RAV right now. That's amac.us/RAV, because this isn't just about politics. It's about saving America. Faith, freedom, America first. AMAC and Real America's Voice, united for the Republic.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Welcome back, everybody. Grant Stinchfield here. Listen, inflation, not bad. Holding steady from last month at about 2.7%. The reality is, where do we want to see inflation? 2%. That's where we'd like to get it. But don't forget, Joe Biden had inflation at 8-9%. President Trump has done a tremendous job of not only bringing it down, holding it steady as he lets his economic platform work to ultimately bring it down. I think he's going to get it to 2%. It may take a little longer than we expected. This is E.J. Antonis with the Heritage Foundation. Take a listen.
Now, in terms of the math that we just got today, both the numbers out of the Treasury and the numbers out of the Bureau of Labor Statistics were pretty darn good overall. Not great, but good. In other words, we're heading in the right direction. We are continuing to see a general disinflation trend. And by the way, core goods, a category which was supposed to explode in terms of prices because of tariffs, it hasn't.
So, again, we're on the right track. What more do you want on that? Remember, people have short memories. The Biden team ruined this country, both from a national security standpoint, from the open borders, and from an economic standpoint. Everything they did was literally in an effort to ruin us. It takes a little bit to turn that around. Really, when you think about what President Trump has done in just 1 year, it's nothing short of amazing. But now we learn of the fraud that was going on. And in large numbers, you have New York, you have California, and yes, of course, you have Minnesota, where it is on full display. President Trump talked about the Somalis. What is it about Somalis that in such large numbers they come to America and commit fraud? That's not a racist thing to say. That's a factual thing to say when you look at the makeup of the fraud in Minnesota today. Here's President Trump.
We're also going to revoke the citizenship of any naturalized immigrant from Somalia or anywhere else who is convicted of defrauding our citizens. We're going to get them the hell out of here fast. And if you come to America to rob Americans, we're throwing you in jail and we're sending you back to the place from where you came. We're throwing you right in jail.
No, that's not harsh. That's what you should do if you respect the rule of law. If somebody comes into this country with ill intentions, why would we want them here? Again, this is common sense. It's not about racism. It's not about what color. You come here from Russia with ill intentions, you're going back. I don't care if you're white as the driven snow. You come here from Somalia and you're black as night, you're going back. It doesn't matter about color. Stop with the color. It's about criminals, and we want them out of this country. We really do. Real quick, President Trump's strike force on fraud. He's creating a whole new division inside the Department of Justice. Listen.
Last week we announced that I'm creating a brand new division at the Department of Justice, a legal strike force led by a really tough, smart new Attorney General for fraud. He's a fantastic young guy. He's so impassioned to do this properly. We intend to imprison any fraudster, politician, or public official involved in these sick plots to loot and pillage our country.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's all we really wanted. And now we've got to create special divisions inside the Department of Justice to go after fraud. Like you didn't have a fraud division before. But I'm glad he's doing something about it. He's making America great again. All right, ICE agents with high school diplomas make more than liberals with 7-year degrees. And that is a good thing, folks. We'll talk about it next.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song.
If you're happy and you know it, and your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, take a shot.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever.
Because of you.
We are happy and we know it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
This holiday season, Real America's Voice is proud to partner with our friends at Angel Studios for a special giveaway you won't want to miss. As they launch Season 2 of their hit series Homestead, we're giving you the chance to win an exclusive Homestead hat absolutely free. Everyone who becomes an Angel Guild member using our link is automatically entered to the contest. When you join, you're supporting meaningful pro-American storytelling, and you're supporting RAV at the same time. Scan the QR code on your screen right now, or text the word RAVAngel to 75802. After you scan or text, make sure you follow the steps provided. When you complete the steps and join the Angel Guild, you'll be automatically entered to win that exclusive Homestead hat, a perfect holiday gift for yourself or someone you love.
Be one of the first 50 people to sign up and win a hat automatically. Hurry while there's still time.
So scan that QR code or text RAVAngel to 75802. Happy holidays from all of us at RAV.
Welcome back, everyone. Check out this interaction between the radical leftists and this ICE agent.
You should be ashamed of yourself, man.
He is.
I love my job, thank you.
You love your job?
I can't believe I get paid for this.
Really?
I do this for free.
Really, I get $200K. I'm a physician assistant.
How long did you go to school for that?
Over 7 years.
I went to high school, and I make $200K.
I love that answer. And I love that he'd do it for free, and he probably would. God bless him and all the people that work with him, and I want them to know that we've got their backs. And hey, listen to me, folks. A big thumbs up to all the guys and gals behind the glass. You probably don't even know. We had some crazy stuff just happen a little while, and you probably didn't even know it. That's because of how professional they all are, and I'm grateful for them, too. That's going to do it for us. I'm Grant Stinchfield. Stinchfield's Army Rolls. We'll see you tomorrow night. Thanks for watching.
If your TV sounds funny in the evening, you're watching live from Studio 6B. on Real America's Voice.
It is live from Studio 6B on Real America's Voice, all across the country, 8 p.m. on a Tuesday night, January 13th. Glad you're in, everybody, wherever you're watching. We always appreciate you giving us a few hours of your weekday nights, 8 to 10 p.m. Eastern, right here on Real America's Voice. As we said, everybody's here. Slick Rick's going to do some sports. Slickster, how are you?
Doing good, Big D.
Looking good in that, what would you call that?
I would call it a lavender.
Lavender?
Yeah,
Okay.
or maybe mauve.
Mauve? I was thinking mauve.
Yeah.
But I didn't want to try to say it and say it wrong. But mauve is
rhymes with suave.
Yeah, well,
Mauve.
suave is what I think when I see you. So.
Rico suave.
Well, anything? Wow, there is big news coming up in sports.
Yeah.
I mean, man.
Man, what a
I guess
fallout.
not surprising, but I don't know. Surprising still less because no one stays with a team 19 years anymore.
And after you saw what happened to Harbaugh, they know there's no loyalty in his football anymore. That's for sure.
Exactly. So we'll do sports with Slick. Of course, that's brought to you by our friend Mike Lindell and My Pillow. Rick Delgado's going to have main headlines. Mr. Delgado, how are you?
I am well, Damon.
How was your day today compared to yesterday? Well, it had to be better.
Much more calm, much more relaxed, and I tidied up. I put the finishing touches on the what even is that? The first one for
the what even is that for 2026 is ready?
Yeah.
Okay,
first
good.
one to kick it off.
Then you can start working on the one for 2027.
Shut up.
That's probably the only one we're getting. So.
No, it's not.
By the way, you got a haircut yesterday. We didn't talk about it.
I got it last Thursday, actually.
Okay. Looks good.
Thank you. It's good on you.
Dynamite.
That's good. And joining us from the West Palm Beach studio, I think he's taken up permanent residence at this point in Florida, is Vinnie Mac. Vincent Kennedy Buta. There he is in West Palm Beach. Vinnie Mac, how are you?
He's speechless.
He sounds great. He sounds great.
Vince never sounded better. We can't hear him.
Man, cat's got his tongue.
Perfect. Keep it like that all night, West Palm Beach.
Can you can't hear me?
No, unfortunately,
now
they fixed it, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy.
Oh, well.
Yeah, all good over here, though. I spent the day listening to the Supreme Court debate what a woman is. That was a very interesting hour or so of listening. Very interesting.
Oh. Did they come to an answer?
They did not. They did not. It was going around in circles, which was just amazing, right? Can you imagine going around in circles trying to debate as Supreme Court justices what is a woman? I mean, I couldn't believe that I was listening to the highest court in the land having this discussion and debate. Just crazy.
Well,
it was an interesting day here at the West Palm studio.
This is the Title IX